Hello. Why does everyone turn off their mic? Hmm. Are you asleep, guys? So I'm not. But hello. Oh,
Hello. there's a video of amateur rocket being shot up into space, and you can clearly see a curve, but these guys just always change the subject or ignore it.
That means it will be also on the ground, if you can
Or
see
start
from
with
the
the whole
rocket.
Bigfoot, unicorn shtick.
Yeah, that would be the curvature that we're asking for the measurement of that no one has. That
Okay, but
curvature.
you can see it. Like,
okay, so why can't you measure it?
Something.
So are we trying to disprove flat Earth, or are we trying to prove globe Earth here?
Well, they'd be the same thing.
There's two sides.
In order to disprove the flat Earth, you would need to prove a globe, because
Okay, so
flat
where's
Earth
the
is
where are the globe
observable
tards?
reality.
Are there any globe tards in the call?
Yeah, we're just speaking to a few of them.
Okay.
No, the first guy was cool. What is it, Mansky? He's a big-time globe head. He's been coming here for months and just like sideshow Bob walking on rakes 24/7. But the first guy, who was that? Because he could actually hold a conversation. So we've not got someone from the flat Earth side who can pick this up. Who's on? PWN? Setu? DJ?
I am, but I may not be for very long.
Dre?
What I would say is that if that imagery that Mansky's talking about is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, and when we go to a 20-mile lake, or we look across a 21-mile body of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at about 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of about 260 feet at the other end. But that's not what we find. So sorry. The imagery.
We set aside the curvature drop for a bit, because I'm presenting here a photo of the Earth, and you're saying that it's been manipulated. Is that correct?
I'm saying that if it is indicative of a sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles or a circumference value of around 25,000 miles, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake and look across 21 miles of surface of water, we wouldn't see clear to the other side. There would be a horizon at 2.7 miles and a curvature drop of 260 feet at the other end. But there isn't.
That's just a statement that you made now.
Yes, correct. So any imagery that's presented to you as some kind of evidence or a claim that it is representative of the Earth as viewed from a very far away, and it comes with those values of this Earth's size, its radius, its diameter, its circumference, then when we go to a large body of water like a lake, and we look across 21 miles of surface of the water, we shouldn't see clear to the other side, but we do. So therefore, do what you will with that imagery. Think about it as you will. If you want to just rest your faith on that unverifiable image, that's on you. Right? But meanwhile,
Well, you've
on
got to
Earth,
actually explain
where we
the
are-
steps.
Yeah, sure.
You can't just tell me that because I'm looking at a circle with some kind of radius that this needs to happen.
Right, so if that is the Earth and its surface is curving, then there's geometric consequences, right, to what we will see and what we can measure on the surface here on Earth, right? Meaning there's a curvature rate to it. So roughly 8 inches per mile squared, which means over a distance of about 20 miles, there would be a curvature drop of around 250 feet. Do you understand?
Right.
How much drop
Okay.
is there? How much drop is there?
I'll go to the Earth curve calculator. We've got, I don't know how to use this in conjunction with the image, whatever.
Because if the Earth doesn't curve as much, that means it would be an even bigger globe.
True. Look, if you're just looking at the image, if it was, for the sake of argument, not touched at all, right? No Photoshop has been altered. They just took it off, like they printed it as soon as it was taken, right? And nothing happened to it. Would that mean we live on a sphere? If the image was true, mind you.
The correct term, I
Yeah,
think, is oblate spheroid, but yeah.
hypothetically,
image-
if it was
The
true,
image
it'd be
has
true.
been changed.
If the image was true, the Earth would measure accordingly, curved. However, besides doctoring, there's a very simple explanation, and that they used a wide-angle lens which curves horizontal lines. So if you look at the video, early on when they're close to the ground, does the horizon appear curved? If yes, then this is a wide-angle lens.
I don't know. I don't see a video, and I'm not talking about a specific image. There's lots of images of Earth.
Yeah, and we've gone through you're welcome to try to find one. We've gone through thousands of them, and we have hundreds of ones that don't have a wide-angle lens, and they show flat horizons.
Can you show us that?
According to the math, the ISS is too low to the ground to have the Earth curve, and so they need to use wide-angle lenses to make it appear curved.
Can we all agree that you believe that the image is doctored?
No, I didn't say it was doctored. A lens effect does not mean the image is doctored.
What about an image like without a wide-angle lens?
I'm not. You have to show me a specific image for me to claim it's doctored or not. Okay? It doesn't really matter because the surface determines if the Earth is curved or not. And so, if you have an image showing a unicorn in your backyard, and then we go to your backyard and there's no unicorn, I am not obligated to believe in your image. Do you understand?
I can't actually send anything in the chat. I can't send an image.
So you don't understand.
No, I do understand. I'm trying to send an image and I can't.
That may be an issue of just being too new to the server, so you might have to, participate more in chats until you level up, and then they'll grant you that access.
Right. So, do half of you believe that the images are doctored and half of you believe that it's using a wide-angle lens? What is the actual consensus on this? Is there a consensus?
How would there be a consensus on multiple images? Each image is specific to that image. We don't have an imaginary consensus. We're not a cult like the cult you come from. We're not a cult like the cult we left. We're just the people who left your cult, okay? Get it through your brain.
Okay. You can also decide that none of the images are indicative of a globe, that they're either wide-angle lenses or doctored. They're not mutually exclusive. I'll just send DJ the image, whatever.
There's many
If I
potential causes for the images. You like us can simply.
This is the most
test
standard
the
image. I
images.
didn't like.
I understand. I'm just saying any image that contains the globe in it, you can just go test it yourself. Does the reality curve like the image is presenting to you? If it does not, the image is not true, regardless of how it was made.
Right. So, okay. Some images are made with a wide-angle lens, and some are doctored. Can we agree on that at least?
Yeah, sure. NASA admits they we have a link here for you from NASA to graphics designer working for NASA who created the blue marble image. They freely admit that they doctor some images and create some images. Many people believe those images are real images. There are other images they claim are real images, and we simply test the surface. So we don't care what other people claim when they don't have any evidence backing those claims. The evidence comes from reality conforming to your images or not. If reality doesn't conform to the image, then the image clearly isn't true regardless of how you derived it. You could have created it through an AI. Whoa! That doesn't mean it was doctored by a human or using a wide angle lens. There could be other methods made to create images like what was he called again? Math Powerland. One of the earlier flat earthers. He claimed to have worked for NASA making paintings, very realistic paintings of globes, and he ended up making a comedy routine after he stopped working for NASA, and was like, "Is this a painting or a photograph?" And he had globes, and he made fun of this because he was and ended up becoming one of the earlier flat earthers because his paintings were so realistic that people believed they were real pictures of actual globes in outer space. But we're not making claims about the entirety of supposed space pictures. We're testing those claims. The pictures themselves are the claims, and we're testing the claims. Do the claims hold up in reality? And they don't. That's the simple.
I'm not doubting any of that, okay? I'm simply saying, all right, let me put this as cleanly as possible. The images could have been painted, doctored, photoshopped, created pixel by pixel, manually written in a text editor, all right? It doesn't matter. An image as of 2026 has no value whatsoever. It is not proof, all right, alone. But let's say for the sake of argument that an image was not doctored, it was not painted, it's not fake, all right? For the sake of argument, all right? If the image was actually real, taken on a spacecraft outside of Earth, right? If all of those things were true, never mind that you don't believe in them, just say that they were.
Yeah, I'll
The one I
ask you,
posted.
if all of those things, if
I
all
haven't
of those things
finished.
were true. Okay, sorry.
All right, if all of those things were true, and you just take any random image like the one I sent you, all right, that would indicate that we're on a sphere, right? But I know you don't believe all of this.
No problem. If we assume all of this is true, and we went out into outer space and we saw the Earth as a ball, the Earth would measure as a ball on the surface. It doesn't. So your hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And your image doesn't make any sense.
What's wrong with it?
Well, on one half of the ball, you have Africa.
And that's a problem. Why?
Well, on the other side of the ball, you have North and South America, Asia, Europe, Australia, Antarctica, all the oceans and seas surrounding.
So?
That's why it's a problem. Think about it, sir. Use brain.
On the other side, we have too many things. I'm pretty sure if I went on Google Earth and I can get this exact perspective and everything will be fine. In fact, I'll look right now.
Well, then you have the same problem with Google Earth.
WebGL is not supported on my browser. That's great.
Winter, this stuff seems to be going in one of your ears and out the other. Good luck to you, dude.
Hello, guys. How are you guys?
You just told me that my image makes no sense out of the
Printer,
blue.
how are you,
Yeah,
bro?
I'm great.
Yeah, it makes
Where are you
no
from,
sense
guys?
because this is not something
Where are
we
you from,
can
guys?
sense. Sorry, I'm
Where are you
responding to
from?
him real quick, and then I'll get.
No. Respond to me.
Yes,
Quick.
yes.
Where are you from?
No, first I'm responding to him, and then I will respond to you. Don't make me mute you. So it doesn't make any sense because what you experience is a flat, non-rotating world. You see the stars and the sun move in the sky, and you experience the world as a locally flat plane. That's how it's described, that's how it's mathematically used, that's how we function and use the world we live in. However, there's this belief that the world curves beyond what we can experience, and that special people can go outside the globe and experience it as a globe. Meanwhile, you, the plebs, cannot. And so you just have to believe in the superior people, and then you are enlightened because you are part of the religion of the globe. Sorry, we don't buy into that. We actually go out and test their claims, and their claims fall flat.
Unintended. I'm kidding. Yeah, I just realized that I was gonna make a different point, but then I fucked it. I'm sorry, but I don't follow with this whole religion thing, right? With the globe people.
Yeah, it's a globe religion. If you didn't know, the globe religion started as a cult within Pythagoras as a secret doctrine of the Pythagorean cults, and then spread into the mystery schools of Greek, ancient Greek, and our whole current worldview is built on this ancient mystery cult and their secret doctrine. And that's what everybody's been programmed to believe, even though they don't have actually any evidence. All the supposed evidence for it is just logical fallacies, and that's why they removed logic from your curriculum so you didn't understand how you're being manipulated. And then
they removed logic from the curriculum.
Yes,
that's
they
not true.
Essentially removed logic from the curriculum. You only get a primer and a slight education on it if you go into philosophy, but even then, it's drowned out by all of the different aspects of philosophy. Back when we had the trivium and the quadrivium, logic and rhetoric were some of the primary things that they taught children, and so they were better equipped to identify logical fallacies. Meanwhile, we get taught Aristophanes, for instance, if Earth is a sphere, shadows would act like this. We see shadows act like this, therefore the Earth is a sphere. This is circular reasoning, but because it's dressed in math, it's dressed in authority, people don't realize.
That's what I've been trying to get at with my whole sphere photo. The point of the sphere photo is not about proving the existence of a sphere from just a photo. It's about getting you to acknowledge that you believe in someone that is oppressing us, controlling us, and feeding us false ideas.
I don't need any belief in that because I can just go out and measure the world and see that someone's not telling me the truth. For I don't know his reasoning for not telling me the truth. Maybe he's just confused. Maybe he's a dumbass. Maybe he inherited this lie from some other guy who might have been malicious. I don't know. I am not them, but I can test the fruits of their labor. I can test if the earth is actually curved or not, because we
You
have
can't
access to
be
the earth.
you can't be making this whole thing about us not being taught logic in school, about a cult created in ancient Greece, about them wanting to control you, and then just go
I
on and
didn't
be
say
like,
them
nope.
wanting to control you. That's you putting words in my mouth.
Well, not you specifically, but it was said in this voice channel earlier.
Yeah, that's because we're not a cult like you. You come from a cult where there's a unified belief that you have to believe. We are an independent group of researchers who all have different opinions and beliefs. However, the only thing we share is the empirical, scientific, and logical necessity of reality. And so
No.
teach each
You
other.
do that.
We teach each other logic. We go through science and physics. That's what we care about. We care about the empiricism, the measurements. If the Earth were measured curved, we would all be globers.
You just can't do that. You can't call me. You can't say that I'm in a cult started in ancient Greece, and then say you're just an independent group of researchers. You can't have it both ways.
That's just how it is. Because we are not a cult. We don't have a unified belief system like you do. You have one, and you are here policing for your belief system because you have a cognitive dissonance when being faced with the idea that your belief system could be wrong because you were raised in cognitive ease. You were raised with the globe being in all of your programming, all over entertainment, in your education, and you were never presented any alternatives. You were presented this as it was a concrete reality, and so it shaped your ego and your worldview as you think you live on a ball. You think there's outer space and other balls you could go to, and maybe aliens out there, and it creates this whole worldview for you, where you're like random accident of the universe.
If it's so easy to understand, or maybe not to understand, but if it's so observable and measurable and provable that we are in a flat Earth, then why is the consensus different? Why is flat Earth a minority and globe Earth the majority?
Because there's billions of gullible people just like you.
It's actually very easy. In the 1800s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers. In the 1700s, there was a resurgence of flat earthers, and there's always an opposition to this, and that's because the cult, the secret knowledge, the holders of the secret knowledge, we know how the world is, and if it's not how we thought it was, then we were wrong. We were telling everybody things that were wrong, and it's hard to accept that. That's sunken cost fallacy. So there's just human psychological reasons when people get caught up in beliefs. You can see this around any belief, like Scientology or any other thing, where people believe something so hard that they just don't look at reality for what it is. They try to insert their belief into everything, and when it doesn't matches, they just find some excuse to try to make it match. And that's what we keep finding. We wanted to believe the Earth was a ball. None of us wanted to be a flat earther. Okay, it was most of us who came to this wanted to debunk them, and so we were like, okay, yeah, let's go out and test it. We're like, we'll figure out one way or the other, and just confirm the globe again and again and again until the flat earthers concede. However, what we did was confirm that the Earth isn't a globe over and over again, and eventually we just had to scratch our heads and be like, okay, like, who do I talk to? It's far easier to convince people of a lie than to convince people that they've been lied to. And I don't really expect you to believe me or us. I just I just want you to think about your own beliefs and then be critical of your own beliefs. And then as you're out and about and you can look out over the sea or whatever, and you can see, I can see way too far for the globe. And that might cause some interest in science and logic and reasoning. And you might dig into this and figure out that the Earth isn't a ball, but it requires you to find it within yourself the desire to actually search and learn and test these things, because nobody's going to give you all the knowledge. You think the people who want to maintain power would give you all of the knowledge when knowledge itself is power?
See, there you go again, making claims about people holding the power for themselves. Like you just said that. You can't unsay it.
No, this is just basic human psychology. I'm not claiming a grand conspiracy. I'm just saying there are people in this world who have narcissistic tendencies. There are people in this world who have sociopathic tendencies. There are people in this world who are greedy. There are people in this world who are selfish and don't care about humanity. Like, there's many people who do, but the naivety of humanity and most people is to think there's no bad people in the world. There's no bad people who want to keep an advantage over you. And I don't presume to know who those people are. All I know is that I can test the surface, and the surface doesn't match what they told me.
And everybody knows there's corruption in government.
Yeah, my sister says everybody knows there's corruption in government, and we can quote her on that. I mean, it's not hard to imagine that some people are malicious, and I'm not saying that the whole globe idea is a malicious plot. It could be, but it could also just be a massive misunderstanding and people building on that misunderstanding because they believe in the authority and the accolades of the ones before them. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Or it just could be true.
No, we measured the Earth and it isn't a globe, and so it cannot be true.
Look,
if
the
it's
two main reasons.
If it's so true, why do you and this printer guy resort to illogical circular reasoning and just wishful thinking?
We don't see it as illogical, wishful thinking. We see it as logical and reasonable.
Okay, give some logic. That's not your. No, dude. Let printer flounder. But he's demonstrating his own illogic. Have you not been listening, Matthew? What has printer? What argument has printer given that's logical?
I'm not. I don't want to butt in on their.
Okay, well then be quiet.
Let's let them continue. Okay.
No, don't be quiet just because this guy told you to.
It's not logical, Matthew, to say that circular reasoning is logical because you believe in it. That's so far from logic. You are a teacher, bro.
The two main reasons you've given me as to why people actually no, that's a lie. There's a lot of reasons you've given me as to why people don't believe in flat Earth is because, well, I'm just gonna list them all. That's the way they grow up with. That's what's been taught at school. It's cognitive dissonance to change your ideas. It feels bad. You don't want to feel like you're wrong. And that's also what the cult feels. That's why they don't want to change their ideas, because they're also going to feel bad.
What? The first part was all good, but what the cult feels, I don't remember saying. I don't remember personifying a cult. Yeah.
Oh no, you did say I was in a cult, and you did specify that it started in ancient Greece.
Yeah, I call the globe religion a cult. Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked why the cult hasn't changed its views. You said that they didn't want to feel like they were wrong.
Yeah, that's called the sunken cost fallacy. Like, once you start doing something, you prefer that to have been the right choice rather than the wrong choice. And so humanity generally has this bias where you try to keep up with a broken relationship, even though at the start you should have seen the signs that this was never going to work out. It's just basic psychology.
You know, that's difficult to argue with. To argue that these points are invalid would be really hard because it is hard to change your opinion.
Listen to him rationalize.
I don't even blame them. Like, it's tradition. We were raised in this. Like, you see this all around the world with other kinds of traditions. People are raised in this. It's really hard to just let go of your tradition, the thing that you feel like is a part of who you are. It's very familiar, the globe. Like, we were all raised on sci-fi, on the TV. Many of us had rockets and globes in our cribs.
My cope rationalization is noted.
Yes.
You know, there's a lot of aggression towards globe
Oh,
people.
dude, don't be a snowflake. I don't listen. I pity the fool.
No, come on. You've got to agree.
No, dude, I was once just as brainwashed as you are.
See, you're calling me brainwashed.
Okay, I'm calling myself previously brainwashed. That's what you're not hearing.
No, you said you're just
You're
as
looking to be
brainwashed as you are.
offended by everything. Don't be offended.
I'm not offended. I'm not actually offended. It's just
okay. Good. Then move on with it.
Yeah. Maybe. Never mind. Forget about that.
So, Printer, shame on us for being.
He's showing you his perspective, like just like I was showing you my perspective. Like, from my perspective, having left the globe belief, I felt like it was like a cult. And now interacting with the people from the globe belief, it feels even more like a cult because of how they react and how triggered they get just by the idea that some of their foundational ideas about how the world is are wrong, because they put so much faith into this whole system.
Yeah, we don't want to stereotype you, right? So we'll try to avoid that. This is what we've gathered from countless conversations and even being introspective ourselves about how we've behaved when we first encountered the information. So we don't want to project that onto you. This is just what we've observed, that the globe belief is devoid of any empirical or logical foundation. And everything that tries to defend it usually is from a place of either anchor bias or, I don't know, wishful thinking, just a desire to stay on that side for whatever reason. I can't divine anybody's reason for wanting to hold a position that is devoid of empirical evidence or logical consistency.
But they have that illusion of logical consistency or internal consistency within their model. And because they don't understand what a reification fallacy is, they think the model represents reality. And so, because they never were taught deeply logic and how fallacies are so they could identify them, they end up just accepting these things, and especially because it was taught when they were so young, it creates the foundation when they were too young to actually question it. So when you get further in schooling, you're already building on that foundation you assume is true, and if you question it or you don't write the right answers, they fail you on the test. And so it becomes a very programmed machine that pumps out people who believe certain things, and then you find out over time, working in your field, that a lot of the things they taught you in school were outdated, and we're actually moving in this direction now. And so the school creates a certain idea in the general public, even though, like, we get a lot of people in here who think Newton, for instance, still works and is a thing that is believed within physics, when it's a convention that's already been falsified within actual physics. But most people don't know that because they don't go far into physics. They just hear the popularized things on TV or on TV shows and form their opinions based on that.
I mean, look, I'm kind of back here into a dead end because there's really two sides to the flat Earth theory that I'm aware of, and one of them is the experiments, and the other is that that we've been raised wrong, that we've been taught wrong, and all this other stuff. And we can't really seem to agree on any of those. We can't agree on gravity. We can't agree on the drop-off thing, the drop-off distance. I don't even really...
Well, we have no problem agreeing on gravity with many globers. The problem is most globers don't know anything about gravity and don't know that Newton's been debunked, Einstein's been technically debunked, and so they have 79 new theories within the highest levels of academia concerning gravity. There's like 20 different ones that are competing, and are some of them at the highest levels, and some of them are like modified Newtonian dynamics or modified versions of Einsteinian or quantum gravity or holographic gravity. So there's a bunch of different theories right now about what gravity is, but it doesn't change the fact that flat or globe, we all have a downwards vector and things fall. That's just what happens. The effect is the same regardless of your imagined geometry. Gravity has never been a problem. We can even use Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity with flat Earth. All you got to do is change the mass distribution underneath the ground, and it will work the exact same. So the effect is the same regardless of the geometry. The assumed cause has really nothing to do with the geometry.
So there is gravity. Like,
well,
we're not...
yes, there is there's
an effect.
G. Yeah, there's little g, the effect. We all observe that. Everybody does. There's a problem here with languaging in that people call little g, the effect, gravity, but they also call the cause, big G, gravity. And so when you have the same name for the two different effects or two different things, like, because big G isn't really an effect, it's just an assumption about what causes the effect, because they can't test the assumption. And that's why we end up with so many different theories, because they can't test it.
If I can add to that, Andreas, quickly, there's also an issue in the language when it comes to the claim about, oh, it's proven because we've done an experiment to prove it, right? Wherein in this sort of experiment, in this context, what they're calling an experiment, it would basically be a measurement or a test, like a test of sorts, whereby, they drop a thing, it's in a vacuum, okay, they measure the density of this thing or calculate it, whatever, compare that with the surrounding medium, and then they drop it, and then they time, the time it takes to fall. They call that an experiment. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that setup. You're measuring the time it takes from point A to point B. Perfect. You have all your things sorted out. You have your control variables and shit like that. The height, the density gradient, not gradients, differential, et cetera, et cetera. Right?
The confusing measurement with experiment. Measurements are perfectly valid forms of gathering true knowledge, or because they translated science is now knowledge and not the correct application of the scientific method. So you can call it science within that perspective. However, it's not doing an experiment as much as it's just trying to measure something and control the other variables that could affect the measurements.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
There's also contention.
If I may, right. He asked, what's the problem? The problem is, again, like I said before, and like Dre started off by saying, there's a problem in the language. If you go around saying, I did an experiment to prove gravity, look, I dropped my phone, there's gravity. Okay. Versus, I did an experiment to, test what causes water to boil. Those are two very distinct, areas of inquiry, number one, but also the setup to actually get a result, right? The results are very different, right? Not to mention the process of achieving that result. So to call them or to label them as being, worthwhile being put under the same umbrella is faulty. But we do it kind of colloquially anyway. Go ahead, Tita.
I mean, they're two different experiments, aren't they? Why?
One's not an experiment.
One is an experiment, one is an observation. So, like, you can observe a measurement and you can measure something and get good information out of that. However, an experiment is something to establish a cause and an effect, or cause to an effect. And so you start with finding an effect in nature, like things fall. And so you presume, like, what's the cause of falling? And you might think, well, if I scratch my head and jump, that makes things fall. Retarded. But that would be your positive hypothesis. And when you try that, and it doesn't make things like fall that didn't fall before, then you realize, well, I proved the null hypothesis. I proved that my presumed cause wasn't true. I was just imagining some garbage, and it had nothing to do with what was happening. And that's why the scientific method is so valuable, because you presume the cause, and then you manipulate that presumed cause to see if it has an effect. If it has an effect, like in the case with the water boiling, you heat the water and it starts to boil, you have proven that heat causes water to boil. But when you just measured something falling, you did not prove the cause of that thing falling at all. You just measured something fell. And then if you then take that measurement of the thing falling and then make a bunch of assumptions and mathematics and create a whole model, you can create 79 different models of gravity through different mathematics based on the same effect, but because you never had a cause to test, you can't validate if that cause was the cause of the effect. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I lost you. That was too long. Could you simplify it a little bit? What was your main point?
Let me try. Okay. In one context, you're literally manipulating a thing that you are supposing is causing the other thing to happen. Right?
All right.
Right? You literally manipulate the temperature, keep the pressure constant, whatever, and you see that eventually the water boils. Okay?
Okay.
In the other.
Right? And in the other, you're not manipulating shit. You're just dropping something.
Just observing the effect.
Yeah, and you're measuring how long it takes. You're not manipulating the thing that is supposedly pulling the thing down. to see if it actually pulls it down or changes.
How would I
Which
do it
also, just
correctly?
quickly, that leads to an assumption that this, whatever the reason for your object falling, has an influence over all matter, right? But observably, we don't see it influencing gas.
Yeah. So from this, you can extrapolate out and assume a bunch of stuff, and that's where the storytelling starts to come into play, right? So like, whereas if you could, for example, say, okay, the mass of the Earth is pulling the thing down towards it. That's your hypothesis, right? That would be the variable responsible for the effect. If you could, hypothetically, manipulate the cause, i.e. manipulate the mass of the Earth, and witness a variance or a change in the rate at which things fall, right? Let's say, I shrink the Earth, in half, and I witness the acceleration of the thing downwards cuts in half, say, just for example, or I reduce it by 90%, and the rate goes from 9.8 to 0.98, right? Cuts that in 10. Shit like that, right?
But even if you could do that, right, you still haven't. You've just demonstrated that there would be a relationship between an object's size or its density or its mass or whatever, right, versus the density or the mass of some other object, right? You still haven't really established what that interaction is exactly, because Einstein came along and said, right, without the experiment, well, Newton was wrong. There is no force or field emanating from the matter just because it's matter and grabbing onto other things and influencing each other that way. No, he says there is no interaction between those objects at all if there was no space-time.
Right on.
So he's got a third variable involved now.
Yeah. There's a lot more to it, right? But what I outlined would serve as a good stepping stone in that direction, right? Whereby
shrinking the Earth down.
I'm just giving you a silly example, dude. And the whole point is you can't actually do that.
Well, exactly. Right? Is there an experiment I can do?
In this context, no. Because supposedly the Earth is responsible for this thing, or the Earth's gravity is responsible for this thing. Well, the mass, I should say, which causes the gravity. So there's an assumption that those things are intrinsically linked. Right now, implicit in that assumption in the first is that there is a giant mass, for example, in the heliocentric model, floating in space in the first place. Okay, that's the kind of sneaky motherfucker that you kind of just have to ignore or just absorb and forget about. Okay.
There's an experiment you can do for specific gravity.
Right. Yeah, there's stuff that you can test, dude, in this fashion that we're talking about. This is one such that you can't in this sense. So it's as if, over time, it was recognized that you can't really do that in that sense. So the rules of the game, say, or the rules of the field, kind of adjusted or they laxed a bit. So as to allow this context to be enveloped in this field. And okay, we can't really fully experiment in the way that we know we should, but fuck it, we're just going to do it anyway this way with the rules relaxed and still, qualify it as being science. It's almost as if that's what happened. I don't know. Seems like
they freely admit this at the highest levels of academia. They'll say, you'll ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is gravity? And he'll say, I don't know, because at the highest levels, they're like, we don't actually know what gravity is, but we have a pretty good guess, and we have calculated the effect, so we can model it and do all sorts of things with it, and it's useful. But as to proving the effect, it's super difficult. First of all, like he was trying to describe to you earlier. But at the same time, our current theories of gravity don't actually hook gravity into the small things like the kinetic molecular theory doesn't use gravity. A lot of our basic science on the super small scale just doesn't use gravity. If we were assuming gravity, like all matter would start to collapse in on itself if it were coming from the matter itself. So it's kind of hard to understand, and that's why Einstein came up with his bending and warping of space-time, and because now you have a bending and warping of a conceptual medium, and you can't measure it and you can't test it. All you got is the effects, and so the medium is just meant to conform to the effects, and that's why it works so well. But when it came to like distant galaxies and star clusters, Einstein didn't work anymore because the galaxies were turning too fast and the galaxies appeared too old for the Big Bang, and all sorts of things that made the current cosmology kind of fray at the edges. And so we have a lot of people exploring the fringes of cosmology today. We are just the people who are checking the foundations to the cosmology, and once the foundations shift, the whole thing shifts.
All right, so what I've gathered is that dropping something and measuring it is not a valid experiment. It's not real science.
No, it's not a scientific experiment. That's right.
Yeah, it's not a scientific experiment. It's a valid means of you could measure something dropping, and it could be a valid means of gathering information, which could be considered science.
So what is the actual consensus on gravity? Does it exist or not?
Sorry. Printer, can I ask you something? Are you at all familiar with the scientific method, like formally?
Starts off with making a hypothesis, I think, and do an experiment. There's like 7 steps. I can't really remember them now.
Okay. So you, I guess you learned it a little bit in high school. Did a couple things and then had to because you changed fields or something.
I'll Google it now. I'll just refresh my memory.
Go for it. And then let's walk through it. Right. If you guys, if I may, you guys, I don't want to interrupt. But I want to ensure that Printer understands why we're saying what we're saying here.
Make an observation, ask a question, form a hypothesis, run an experiment, analyze the data and draw conclusions, share your results, repeat the scientific method.
Right on. Okay, cool. So in the context of you take your phone, you drop it, what do you observe? Or excuse me, you take your phone, you suspend it in the air, and you let go. What do you observe?
I see that it falls.
Okay. Second step.
Why does it fall?
Yeah. So what do you propose is the reason why it fell?
Form a hypothesis. Fell because of gravity.
Okay, cool. Does it go into more detail what the hypothesis consists of?
All right. Fell because all objects. I forgot the name for it. All objects act upon each other with a force at any distance.
I was asking, in that outline that you have there, does it show you the constituent parts of a hypothesis? Maybe research that quickly.
It says form a hypothesis. Wait, I need to
just Google definition of a scientific hypothesis, let's say.
All right. A proposed explanation for a phenomenon. It must be based on observations, and a scientific hypothesis must be based on observations and make a testable and reproducible prediction about reality in the process beginning with an educated guess or thought.
Perfect. Okay. Does it say anything about the variables? Sorry, guys. I don't
know. I don't see anything.
Okay. Well, basically, your hypothesis, the setup requires your proposed cause for the thing. Okay. And then you have your observation, which is the effect, which depends on which depends on the supposed cause. So you have your dependent variable, the effect, influenced by the supposed independent variable, the cause, right? That you get to control or manipulate throughout the experiment to see if it affects the result. Okay.
Right.
Independent variable, dependent variable, and then you have a single one or a set of other variables that you want to maintain constant. They call them control variables. That might be influencing this entire thing that you try and, to the best of your abilities, control for. Okay?
Right.
You'll find that online everywhere. Might be botching it a little bit with some terminology here, but you get the gist. Okay?
Okay.
Perfect. So in this setup, with your phone, you observe your phone falling. What would be the independent, dependent, and control variables in the setup?
The independent would be the fall speed, I guess, or fall time, and the control variables would be,
or even just the sheer. Sorry. But even just the sheer fact that it falls.
All right. The fact that it falls, its weight, size, atmospheric pressure around it, elevation. I guess those should be all remain constant.
So the weight you can maintain constant. You can probably do it in a vacuum, so you can maintain the air pressure. Humidity also, because it's in a vacuum. Humidity is 0, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
All right. I don't see a problem until now.
Okay. Now, what about the supposed cause, the independent variable?
Well, that's my hypothesis, isn't it? I'm testing it now.
Everything that we've outlined is defining the hypothesis. Okay. There's one critical thing, right? You already said it. I just want you to see the key into the whole. Okay. Right. What is the cause of the effect, supposedly?
Supposedly, it's gravity.
Wonderful. So there's your independent variable.
Right.
Experiment. What's your setup? What's your method? What are you going to do?
I am not going to do this right now because I'm going to break my phone.
No, I'm not saying drop your phone, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Like outline it, right? You got a plan for this shit, right? Okay, I want to figure this thing out.
All right, I'll drop it from 1 meter. All right, and I'll place a stopwatch next to me, and I'll press start as I drop it. How's that?
No, I'm not saying do it, dude. Okay, but now check this out. Now it seems like you've changed the supposed cause.
Why have I changed it?
Okay, so in the hypothesis, if the supposed cause is gravity, right, the Earth's mass pulling it in for whatever reason, there's bendy warpy space-time, or there's some invisible three-toed gnomes pulling down your phone with lassos or something. Who knows? Whatever. Okay, whatever. If that's the supposed cause, but here you are not necessarily manipulating that supposed cause or that supposed variable, but instead changing the height at which you drop your phone, right? You're basically implying that the height is responsible for the gravity. Because that's all you're changing.
What do you mean I changed it? I didn't change it. It'll be 1 meter the first time. It'll be a 1 meter the last time.
Hold on. Let me just, can I bounce in here real quick? Brother, you said that your supposed cause is gravity. So we've got all of our controls. The height is the same. The temperature is the same. The air pressure is the same. Everything is consistent. So now we need to perform an experiment to get the dependent variable to occur. So you have an object, and I don't know what this object is. I don't even know what the observed natural phenomena was in nature, but let's just say we have an object. We're trying to make it fall because the falling is the dependent variable. That is the thing that is observed. So now you have
that was
to
the independent variable.
No, the dependent variable is the observed effect. It is the effect. The falling of the object is the thing that you saw, correct?
So you disagree with the other dude because he told me that that was the independent variable.
No, he did not.
You misheard.
The dependent variable is the thing that we're trying to cause in the experiment so we can verify our independent variable.
Yeah,
Alright,
the
fair enough.
variable. Yeah, the dependent variable is depends on the independent variable. Right, the effect depends on the cause. Go ahead.
You say gravity is the cause of the thing falling. So now we have all of our controls, we have our object. The next thing you need to do is vary and manipulate the independent variable. In this case, you would have to find an environment that you can add some gravity and take some gravity away to see if adding the gravity makes the thing fall or take away the gravity and it does nothing. Right? So, what is gravity and how are you going to manipulate it?
Why would I have to change gravity?
Because that is the thing that you said is going to cause the effect. So you need to add the gravity to get the effect that you're looking for.
I'll go to the ISS and I'll drop it from there.
Holy cow, dude. What are you talking about? Gravity, what is it?
I've answered this question like 50 times already.
Yeah, well, what is it?
I'll give you my standard response. It's the force that is applied from every object to every other object at any point in the universe.
That's a vague description, and it's just describing something that we don't actually observe.
Did you ask me what gravity is just to disagree on me on it? You already knew what I was going to say.
No, I actually didn't because we get different. Why are you freaking out, bro? I'm being very calm with you. I don't know why you're getting so excited. Do you think you could just take a deep breath? For crying out loud. So, you are ascribing this is a description of something that, read it off to me again. What is it?
I actually didn't read it from anything.
Oh, so you made it up on the spot. What did you just describe? What is it?
All right, I'll read it off of Google. Gravity is the law that every object with mass attracts every other object in the universe in proportion to each mass and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Okay, great. So what you need to do is get us whatever that gravity is and put it in this experiment to see if it causes things to fall.
You asked me to change the variable. You didn't ask me to personify gravity and put it in the experiment.
Dude, you're the one that has personified it. You're the one that has given it this vague description, even by Google. So we have to add whatever it is that you think is causing the effect. In this case, what is it? Mass? Or is it an attraction of mass? Okay.
Yeah.
Put that in your experiment. Vary that, put it into the experiment, and see if you get the effect that you're looking for.
Yeah, Printer, nobody was asking you to change the variable. What I was highlighting to you is that you implicitly did change the variable simply by changing the height. Because apparently the height is now...
Hold on. Wasn't I just told to change gravity in order to verify the experiment?
No, you're not following along very well. What I said is the independent variable is the thing that you would ascribe the causal mechanism to, the thing that makes the other thing fall. You have all your controls. Nothing is changing. We're trying to make the effect, the falling, occur. You said it was gravity. I asked you, what is that? And now you're saying it's some kind of force having to do with mass or something. Okay, well, that force, how can we put that into the scenario to make the effect that we hope will happen? How can you add that to make the effect happen? The dependent variable. How can you make the falling occur? So you're going to put in what? Mass? Or maybe you're going to put in a force? Well, which one is it?
Define put in.
I'm saying apply this to the object that you want to fall.
You want me to apply gravity to my phone?
Yes, that would be your independent variable. That's what you declared.
And what would I apply mean in this context?
That's what I'm asking you, because you actually
you told me to
even
do
know.
it. You have to define it.
Yeah, I'm not the one here that's supposed to define gravity. You are. I don't know what it is. You have described it to me in both your words, and then you gave me Google. So how do we get this into the experiment to make the thing fall?
That's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. It's your claim.
Well, my claim is that I don't have to apply anything. Gravity is just there.
Oh, so now it's just there. So you just decided to declare on your own volition that this is why it's happening, even though you can't make it happen in an experiment. That, my friend, is
I
pathetic.
made a hypothesis, and then I confirmed it using an experiment.
You performed no experiment. You did not apply an independent variable. You said it's always there, and that's why it happens. That's a baseless assertion fallacy, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Printer.
If it's
so
all,
now,
if it's not all,
check this out. Okay, this ruffling of the feathers that's going on. Okay, this is you internally starting to recognize the difficulty of this whole thing and why you can't actually do this. As we stated before, okay, you're coming to the recognition that you can't manipulate the supposed cause of the effect. So then you, as you just said, like not 10 seconds ago, you basically just declare it's there anyway. Follow?
How would I, all right, let's say I didn't declare that it was just there. Would I have to change it or not?
If you want to actually explore why the things are falling, you have to come up with a reason, right? A supposed reason, and then demonstrate that supposed reason actually affecting it. Period. It's very, very simple. In this context, obviously you can't, because you can't manipulate gravity hands-on. You can't manipulate the mass of the Earth to demonstrate whether it's going to have an effect on the rate of things falling, or the speed, acceleration, whatever. You can't actually do that. Therefore, it does not qualify as being scientifically experimented on. Period.
So I do have to manipulate it in order for it to qualify.
That's the whole point, dude.
Well, I asked just a few seconds ago if I have to change it.
If you want to change the entire, hold on. Change as in alter the value, like manipulate the variable itself, or do you mean basically change the entire experiment, swap in a different supposed cause from this one? What do you mean?
Change the value.
Change the value. Yes, you have to do that.
I have to either come up with a different cause or change the value of gravity.
Yeah, you can suppose anything as being the proper reason, so long as you can manipulate it and demonstrate that it does or does not have the effect. So you can outlaw if you suppose something, you demonstrate that it doesn't have the effect, then it rules out that this is the cause, and then nobody else has to bother checking it again if they don't want to. Right? So there's value in null hypotheses, dude. Right? But you actually have to have the test, or the experiment, I should say. It has to be a valid experiment, where you actually do manipulate the variable. In this case, you just can't in the first place, as you are coming to grips with reality about it. You can't in this case. So it doesn't
Well, if it's not gravity, then what is the effect? What is the cause? Sorry.
Fantastic question. And guess what? Everybody's wondering the same fucking thing.
I have been wondering since the start of this voice chat.
Mm-hmm. But you also came in storming that, oh, you know it's the Earth pulling shit down because of the maths. Right? So you either don't know and are wondering, or are certain and not wondering because you're already certain, or you're in the middle somewhere. Or you think it might be this because, I don't know, you're biased in that direction. You were told that ever since you were a kid. I mean, we all were, right? It's not an attack on you personally, right? But these are the facts, man. It's an open question. Even as Drace mentioned before, I think. Neil deGrasse Tyson said the same thing. We don't know. Next question.
Wait, so you don't know either?
Of course not. How the hell would I know?
No one in this voice channel knows why the phone is falling.
Homie, did you not listen to Drace 10 minutes ago? Outlining that there are currently up, what was it, 70? In the 70s, okay, number of different competing extensions or whatever to Einstein's theory.
So that, all right, well, that clears up your position. That's really all I wanted to know.
That we don't know? I'm surprised that hasn't
Well, no,
been
I wanted...
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't
to clear up your position.
Yeah, and we're not making claims about that. We're just trying to show you that the people who come in here storming that they do know don't actually know. But they say it anyway. And then we inquire about these details, and they're like, they don't know. So their arrogance, slowly subsides, and they're like, okay. Sometimes they just leave and come back and argue the same points again and again and again, But at least, it seems like you're coming to this realization, which is good. Now, if we're wrong, okay, I'll caveat all this with this. Right? If I'm wrong on this, and we're all wrong on this, okay, I want to know. Okay. So come back if you find something.
That is not what I already stated. That's not gravity.
What?
Sorry, what?
Well, you said come back when you find something, and it's clear that there's something that I've tried to tell you that it is.
Yeah.
You haven't accepted, so I need to find something else.
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, if you come across something, right, something novel or whatever, feel free to bring it to the panel.
Now, the biggest problem that you're going to be bucking up against is that there is no exclusive downward vector for all matter. So these are more circumstantial observations than they are anything else. If you take an object and you put it in a medium, it may go downward. If you put it in another medium, it may go upward. This is what we observe, but we cannot actually give you concretely a cause as to why these things happen. They just do. It's almost like a law. We just observe it. We can't really explain why. This is just what happens.
You're talking about water now, right?
I'm talking about any medium. So you can take an anvil. It will fall downward in both air and water. But then if you put it in mercury, which is a liquid state of metal, then it will float in mercury. It will go upward.
What's your position on buoyancy?
Buoyancy is something that we observe, but the term buoyancy actually begs the question of gravity. What we do observe is specific gravity, which is objects in mediums where they are less dense go upward, and when they are more dense, they go downward. That's what we observe.
I mean, that's true. So why not? All right, never mind. Well, I still have more questions. For example, why Do you believe in this dome?
There's no belief in the dome. The evidence for any kind of container, we don't say dome, but a container for the gas pressure is required to have the gas pressure in the first place. Now, you say somebody here told you about a dome. Who was that?
That was you.
I didn't say anything about a dome.
I mean the container. I called it a dome.
Okay. So there's a container for the gas pressure that we have on Earth. This is not disputable. We have gas pressure. The requirement for gas pressure in physics is containment.
Does it go under the flat Earth as well?
What do you mean under?
I mean, if let's say the container was like obeloid thing or whatever, is there no up and down of the flat Earth? What I'm not getting.
Well, as far as we can tell, the Earth itself is horizontally oriented. That's how we experience it. Up and down is the same for everybody. So it is a horizontal plane. What its complete construction is, I have no idea. I have no idea what the entire, realm looks like overall. But if we have gas pressure, then it must be contained.
Have gas pressure. Why is he asking about buoyancy now when it was addressed a long time ago? I don't remember why. Everybody's irrelevant. Okay. The dome exists because of gas. I'm going to Google gas pressure. It's caused by the force
First of all,
by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects. Although the force of each collision is very small, these refer. Okay. You were going to say something?
No, I mean, if you're going to call it a dome, that's fine. I don't know if it's a dome. There's a containment.
You don't know what shape it is?
I have no idea. What would that matter? We have the gas pressure. It could be a cake top for all I know. I don't know.
But it can't be a cube if the...
Bro, the thing is, we don't have a replacement cosmology for you. We are not a different belief system to believe in. So we just have measurements and evidence and logic that proves the old belief system false. So we don't have a replacement for you. So asking us about the edge of the world or how things work that are unknown have no relevance to our actual arguments or points.
I still think it's worth talking about.
Well, fair enough. We would begin to, yeah. If you're going to speculate, we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say, if you want to speculate, we have speculation Sundays where people can speculate about why they think this works or that works, and we'll be like, well, how do we prove that? And if there's no way to prove that, nobody's going to believe that. We don't believe things willy-nilly here. We try to be empiricists about things. If we can't measure and prove it, there's no reason for us to even entertain it normally.
The curiosity...
You can't really prove this dome, can you? You can't
we can't.
You can't measure it, you can't test it?
Sorry, friend. The dome that you think exists, because you keep using the word dome, the evidence for the dome is the gas pressure. The container itself, the gas pressure is the necessary antecedent, or the container is the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure. You cannot have one without the other.
Yeah, so
but there is a downward force.
Yeah, no,
No,
that
there
doesn't affect gas though. That's the problem. If you take gas and you release it, if you take two bulbs and connect them with a valve, you have gas in one bulb and vacuum in the other, and then you open the valve, the gas will expand into the available volume, and it will not be impeded at all by any imagined gravity. And so this is the second law of thermodynamics. This is the most simplest demonstration. I have a recording of Richard Feynman saying that this is the most basic demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics. They claim we live in a vacuum, an ever-expanding vacuum. That means the gas would just continue to expand into the available volume and be gone. And then the next layer and the next layer and the next layer until you have no air on the earth. And then the entire ocean would evaporate. And then you would have no air, no liquids, and everything would die. That's the globe in a nutshell. It's violating natural law, which we can demonstrate here on Earth, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, and it does not impede gas at all.
The reality is that the story behind the Earth being a ball within this vacuum is that however many billions of years ago, this ball Earth was cooling and off-gassing. So all of that energy, heat, gas that was leaving the surface of this ball would be leaving and filling the available volume of the ever-expanding vacuum, meaning no pressure of any kind would have ever been developed in the first place.
Let's say that I accept the container. All right. No strings. What's around it? Is there matter around it, or is there nothing?
How would we know that?
Yeah, just
choose any one. Is it not one of those two things?
No, this is not multiple choice speculation. You're asking us a question that we cannot confirm. Why would we even speculate on something so silly?
No, bro, this is not pick your own cosmology day. We're not just willy-nilly deciding what...
Can you just humor me and do it?
No.
Can we just humor you and make up a new cosmology? We can do whatever we want if we wanted to do that. We have done...
I'm not asking you to make a new cosmology.
That's exactly what you're asking us to do.
There's plenty
No,
of
I'm simply asking you to... Sorry.
Yes, you are asking us to make a new cosmology. And there's plenty of flat earthers who have done that. We are not those people. We are empiricists. So making up beliefs and imagining things are true is not what we do. We like to test. If those people can bring to us their imaginations, and we test if those imaginations are true, and if they're not testable, we don't have any reason to believe them.
We're not going to create a fantasy.
Wait.
Create a fantasy. So you're presenting a false dichotomy. You're giving us two options, neither of which you could even possibly verify.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to engage in false dichotomies with you. Sorry.
I don't see why this is such a big deal. I'm simply asking what's around the container.
Anyways, what is the point? Why would we do this for you? Why are you asking us to speculate about stupid shit?
It's stupid shit.
This is because you didn't learn logic well enough in school. You didn't realize that you were making a false dichotomy, and you're asking us to be illogical. And we don't want to be illogical, so we refuse.
You don't want to imagine what's around the container.
No, this is not a place for us to imagine things. If you want to imagine things, go to one of these, places where people think that their dogs are cats. Imagine whatever you want. We're not going to engage in that. It's pointless, fruitless, time wasting.
Yeah, anybody can imagine anything outside of the reality. You can imagine there are ponies, there are leprechauns. You can imagine whatever you want. We don't want to imagine anything. Because if you start imagining things and believing in a certain imagination of yours, because, oh, I like this one, Well, that creates a bias. That creates tinted glasses that you now look at reality through, where you try to match reality to your belief. We don't want to become biased like that. We don't want to taint our clear eyes. We want to see the world for what it is and let the world tell us what it is based on what it gives us, not based on our imaginations and trying to match the world to those imaginations.
So there could be anything there. There could be ponies. There could be whatever. We don't know.
We don't know, yes.
Wow. That I was not expecting so much backlash from that question.
We get this all the time.
How about this
annoying.
one?
It's annoying
Why
because we
is
get this all the time. Let me just finish this. We get this all the time where people tell us, what's beyond the end of the earth? And the same idiots are telling us, well, the earth is a globe because air moves around a tree. We're not making claims what's beyond the known earth. We're just making claims about the surface of the earth that anybody can go out and test. And we're not even asking you to believe our claims. We're just saying, maybe you should question your claims and go check them.
so anything outside the Earth is off limits? Is that what you're telling me?
Anything outside the earth, we don't know. Like, it could be many things. There's if you actually started to research this and look at all the different ideas of the different flat earthers, we're the conservative flat earthers who stick only to the measurements and the empirical and the logic. And so you can't come to us with some retarded idea of how you think the world works without evidence. However, there's millions of flat earthers in the world, and
I didn't even present an idea. I simply asked you what's out there.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you. There's many of flat earthers in the world who have imagined how the world is beyond the known land masses. And if you look into that, there's many interesting tidbits you find within it. However, you'll notice that they all have a belief they're trying to push, because aspects of what they believe are not verifiable. We like to stay within the verifiable. So you can explore this topic and find what you're looking for, but we're not going to do that for you because we don't do that here.
Right. So, like, you just don't care about anything outside of the Earth, like the moon, the sun, the stars, nothing?
Yeah, it means that their knowledge about the
We care
universe is
about all of that
confined.
stuff. We just
It is
are
actually
not
confined.
delusional enough to think that we know what that is without enough data to determine what it is. And so that means that we can look at all of the different speculations about what it is without having a bias that makes us go like, oh, I'll dismiss this out of hand because it doesn't match my ideas. And so we can look at all of the ideas and be like, well, there's problem here, there's problem there, there's problem over there. But they had some interesting ideas over here, they had some interesting data over there, and so the more data you have, the better idea you can have about the world. But there's always going to be a problem with you don't have enough data, and that's the position we're in right now. We can't make you a map. We can't map the whole world for you. What we can do is measure the ground, and anybody can do that.
So, a consensus can only be reached if anyone can perform an experiment on it.
Yeah, essentially, if you can make it so that it's completely logical, you have evidence to support it, and then you can get people to have a consensus on it. Problem with the current consensus is we have a bunch of fallacies, and people have a consensus on the fallacies, and then they appeal to the majority because many people believe the fallacies. That's just stacking fallacies, and we don't do that here. We like to stay empirical. Give us the data, or we'll just ignore the claims, because the claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
But it is true that everyone has to be able to perform the experiment, right? Within reason.
Essentially, yeah, that's basic empiricism. That's repeatability. If you can't repeat the experiment, if it's something that you have this special fairy dust that allows you to talk to the fairies, and that's how you know all this stuff, and we just have to accept it because you have the special fairy dust, and we're not allowed to get any special fairy dust, then that's not acceptable.
So, if I was a millionaire and had access to a special hot air balloon that allowed me to go above 70 kilometers, let's say, and I just kept going up, and I reached the container, and I made some measurements about it, and I came back down and told everyone, that wouldn't be enough because no one else can do this. I'm the special fairy that can tell people whatever I want.
Yeah, you claim you have this special technology. Of course, that's a pretty absurd example. With
Hot air
balloon, because we have sent up all sorts of balloons of all sorts of types, and we know how high they can go and where they stop. So it's not reaching any imagined dome yet, because we can't get high enough. We just have not been able to go high enough. They claim the ISS, for instance, is circling the Earth, and we get these pictures, and we see this Earth curve in the pictures. But if you look at the math, the ISS is so close to the surface, it only sees about 3% of the surface, and so it has a horizon line just like you and me, that's circular around the craft if it were at that height. And I don't know that it is at that height. That's just the height they tell us it's at.
So where is it then?
I don't know. I didn't put it up there. I can't verify its position.
But it is somewhere high up.
No, don't. Not sure how high it is, if it even is there, because there's many different ways of spoofing its position. So you could see something in the air and you think it's the ISS, but it could be many different things, and we have no way of determining which of those things it actually is, if it is. So usually
I find this problematic because not everyone can perform experiments. Not everyone can perform every experiment, especially the expensive ones.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's true,
agree.
because sometimes
Like
we have to rely on
it's not
information.
reasonable for you to expect someone to perform every experiment for every single thing. You can watch many experiments if you want to understand something. You don't have to perform all of them yourself. You can watch other people perform them, and then. But if you're gonna try to like build on that or make claims on that, then your experiments, you would need to do experiments to validate that. Like I am writing a optical framework, for instance, a scientific paper essentially, and
Typhoon, you know this is a recording, right? This is a
Yes, am I
recording.
audible? I mean,
You're talking to a bot. Yes, you are audible.
oh, sorry, I just thought that I'm not audible because no.
Okay, I'm gonna play the rest of it. I don't know how I think there's like 10 minutes left or something like that. So I'm gonna just play it.
before I publish it, even though I have a bunch of data collected over the years from other sources, I'm gonna make my own data to go with all the other data before I publish it.
Even though you have your own data, you're going to make your own data to go with the other data before you publish it. How is that helping anything? You can't, like, that's not allowing me to do the experiment for myself.
For instance, the optical framework, when you create something like that, what you want to do is, and that's what I did, is you make it falsifiable. And so people can go out if they want, try to replicate your findings, and if the findings don't come out that way, then you have falsified the framework. And most scientists and most people don't allow for this and don't give this opportunity because they are scared of their funding. They are dependent on this. I am not. And so I don't care if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong and somebody proves me wrong, I'm happy because I learned something new. Just like I went into this flat earth thing, I wanted to prove them wrong, but because they showed me that I was wrong in my assumptions, I was like, okay, I'll test this other thing because I'm not going to believe you. I don't believe anybody. The world informs me of what I believe, and so I'm not subject to the manipulations of other people.
You said that they can falsify you if they want. How are they going to do that?
It's very easy. For instance, when it comes to the globe, they tell you that the horizon should be X far away based on the geometry. And then once optics got more advanced and we started seeing far smaller things with larger optics and zoom capabilities, we suddenly started realizing we were seeing 10 times beyond the proposed Earth curvature, which we assumed was the geometric limit or the horizon. And so after that, they started saying, oh, well, the horizon's apparent. Well, there must be refraction causing the light to bend around the globe and making it appear flat in all observations up to the horizon. And then beyond the horizon, that's where it starts to curve, boys. It's somewhere we can't detect. That's where we start to see the curve. But it always looks flat up to the horizon. And we can see way too far, so it must be refraction. Problem is, they never actually tested that, and they just kept on assuming that the light was, whenever the observation didn't match their presumption of the globe, they would just bend the light to make it match. And so it became an ad hoc excuse to save them. And so I proposed a simple test, because visible light refracts at a certain rate. Infrared light refracts at a lesser rate. And so the two wavelengths don't refract at the same rate. And so you can take two cameras, one calibrated for infrared, one calibrated for visible light, and then you can observe the horizon with those two cameras. And in the visible light camera, the globe predicts that you would see further in visible light because the light is bending around the globe, making it appear flat so you can see so far. However, infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light, so it wouldn't bend as much, wouldn't allow you to see as far. So you have a prediction for the globe. You see further in visible light, less far in infrared. And then for us, we don't need Earth curvature for anything. In my optical framework, I describe every single refractive effect over a flat surface. It's very simple and very easy. So for us, infrared refracts less, so it causes less ray loss. So when the bottom rays of objects in the distance get refracted down, if those rays hit the ground, you're not going to recover those rays, and so the bottom of the object will be occluded or will be obscured. That's just the light hitting your eye.
Right. So you need 2 cameras for this setup. Or
Yeah, that's to falsify my framework, and because what I've seen through a bunch of other people using infrared cameras and people taking pictures is once we use infrared, we actually see further because infrared cuts through the haze and allows us to see further, and it doesn't refract as much, so we have less ray loss. And so that's the inverse prediction if the Earth is flat, is that we would see further with infrared, less far with visible, which is completely the opposite of the globe. And all of the data I've seen so far seems to support the flat Earth position, or that we see further with infrared, and that's why all of the world record long distance photographs are all taken in infrared.
Right. Well, here's my problem with this take on experimentation. It's that you don't trust isolated experiments that can't be replicated. And that sounds like common sense, like why would I trust that? But let's say that you were the one performing the experiment. And the experiment was you go build some device and you go really high up and you find the container, right? And you see it. Or you don't see it with your very own eyes. Maybe it's made of something like, I don't know, that you can't see. Then you come back down and you try to publish your findings. But no one else can do this. No one else can build this experiment, and no one else can falsify it unless they have giant wads of cash just lying around.
Yeah, but I don't have giant wads of cash. This doesn't require giant wads of cash.
Your experiment doesn't.
No,
but
you're inverting it, because the Globers claim that you require giant wads of cash to get things into low Earth orbit, and even Werner von Braun and Elon Musk claim that to get to the moon would require multiple rockets to refuel in orbit, which didn't happen with the moon landings, for example. So it's clear that that was a lie, because they didn't have the fuel to get to the moon, according to the space experts.
Moon landing costed billions of dollars, though. That was
Did it?
A free experiment.
Yeah, and who got all that money?
It was used to build the rocket. And it was financed by the American government. Am I wrong there? Anyway, that's besides the point. My point is that if someone actually did go up and touch the container, no one would believe them because they can't replicate the experiment.
Well, they should be able to replicate the experiment if someone can go and do that.
Why? They don't have the capacity to. They don't have
how
the
did
money.
They do that? How
With
did
a
they
lot of
do
money.
that? What technology did they use to do that?
They used a hot air balloon. Or alternatively, a rocket.
So, like, why isn't other people testing it? And, like, if
anyone
guy
can
comes
make
up
a
with
hot
an
air
anomalous
balloon,
result, we need to figure out why he's getting a different result from everybody else doing it.
I didn't even imply that
This is kind of like with the flat Earth. Everybody else is doing it, and they're finding the Earth is flat. Meanwhile, there's this one guy who claims that he has done it with the same equipment that like everybody else is using, but somehow he found it.
I'm trying to. You're not really getting my point. I'm trying to put you in. I'm trying to make you put yourself in the perspective of someone that actually goes and does this. That actually builds a rocket and touches the container. And then comes back down and no one believes him because they can't also build a rocket. And I'm trying to get you to see that there's a problem with that. You can't expect all experiments to be replicated by anyone.
No, I agree with you. There's a giant problem with that. Someone claiming to have done that, and then claiming that when he did that, he debunked observable reality. That's a problem. Why would you believe that?
Debunked. What do you mean debunked observable reality?
Because the guy who, in your example, the dome in your example is the globe Earth. In the globe Earth, they claim they have so much money.
No, it's not the globe Earth. It's the container.
Space. No, bro, it's the same analogy. The analogy is the same. In your example, the container is the globe Earth. They claim
It's
they have
literally
the power and the money to go and verify the container, the globe Earth, but nobody else can go do that. And then when we go actually and test the ground, which should be curved like they claim, because they have the secret knowledge, it isn't curved. So we know that they are not telling us the whole truth.
I'm sorry, am I wrong that you claim that there is a container that causes gas pressure around the Earth?
There is containment of the gas. We don't know how that containment works.
Okay, so let's say someone wanted to try and find out. So they build a rocket and they go up.
Yeah.
Right.
They go up and
they either see it or see something
else. They can't
else.
go any further, and then what?
And then they come back down.
Yeah,
and try to tell people about
they
it.
couldn't get any further. They didn't find the end. So how did that help?
What do you mean they couldn't get any further? You yourself said you don't know what's up there. Why are you assuming now that they couldn't get any further? What does that even mean?
Because that's how rockets work. Rockets push off things.
Okay. I don't think you're getting my point here.
I get your point. You're imagining that what if
What is my
went
point?
up into the you're imagining what if somebody went up to the sky and touched the imagined end point and then went down and told everybody, well, I have the secret knowledge of the end point of the sky, and nobody believed him.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
Where are you going with that?
I'm saying they should believe him.
Why? Because one retarded guy who was hallucinating on shrooms and believed he did all those things, claimed he did those things. Why should we fucking believe him? That's called being naive and gullible, buddy.
Relax.
You need to actually test his claims. If he claims that you can go up there and you can do this in a hot air balloon and people go up there and they can't, then you know he is bullshitting you. Just like we go out and they claim the earth is curved and we go out and test it, we know they're bullshitting us.
Nothing that has been said up to this point has pointed me to think that you can't go and touch the container. What's stopping you from going higher?
Rockets push off things. So, like, if you take a rocket and make it push all of its exhaust into a completely vacuous chamber, the vacuous chamber will fill, and it's not until the gas hits the wall of the container that the rocket moves forward.
No, that's not true.
Oh, we have evidence of that.
No, you don't. That's wrong.
Oh, we have.
I'm sorry, but when you throw something you're gonna get immediately pushed back before that thing hits any wall. You can try this with yourself now by throwing the bottle.
Are you in a medium?
Yes, I'm in air.
Yeah.
That doesn't disprove anything.
Oh, you're pushing against the air.
All right, and so is the rocket.
Yeah, you're claiming the rocket's in nowhere.
No, I never made that claim. I simply said that rockets can go up.
Yeah, and eventually the air gets so thin that they don't work very well. And so there's different types of nozzles and different things they do to try to make them work better and go higher. And that's why you have ballistic intercontinental missiles. However, there's a limit. You can't go pushing off nothing.
You can. It's Newton's third or first, I don't remember, law of motion. I can't prove it because I'm on Earth. To prove it, I would have to go to space.
Yeah, unfalsifiable nonsense.
No, it's not unfalsifiable by you. You're saying that it only happens because I'm in a medium.
You could not prove it.
He ain't too
That
sharp,
means
this fella,
it's
is he?
unfalsifiable. You cannot.
I can't prove it by
claim.
your standards.
You have to go into Narnia through the magic closet to talk to the lion and tell me he's real.
Wait, what?
All right. Rockets have the same effectiveness no matter where they are, because it doesn't matter that they're pushing against the air. As soon as you throw something, you get an equal and opposite reaction. That's one of Newton's laws of motion.
Yeah.
And that's true. It's measurable. It's detectable.
We've all heard this claim. However, we have not seen any evidence that this is true, that you can push off nothing. And so far, many people have tried to do this. Mythbuster tried to do this. Cody's Labs tried to do this.
Oh, Mythbusters.
Yeah, and the problem is...
You can actually do this. I forgot about vacuums. Put yourself in a vacuum and do it.
Yeah, every time they do this, we watched all these examples. Every time they do this, every time the exhaust from the rocket repressurizes the chamber, and you don't get movement until you have pressure.
What do you want me to do? Build this now?
No, I don't want you to do anything. Like, I am not asking you to do anything. I'm just answering your questions. Like, if anything, I just want you to be critical of your own beliefs. Like, I don't care if you never turn into a flat earther. Like, you might realize that, well, they're not telling me the truth about the globe. Like, there's contradictions here. I don't want to accept that. Like, you might get to that point, and I'm perfectly fine with you even being a completely zealous glober. Like, I don't care what you become. Like, I don't care what you believe. I'm just here to help you if you want it.
Neither does science.
Yeah, and I love science.
Me too.
So how high has the highest rocket gone, just out of curiosity?
Well, the claim is it's gone to the moon.
All right.
That's
and
the highest.
What's your opinion?
Well, I don't have an opinion on that because I don't know. I don't have opinions on things I don't know.
So we don't know how high the highest rocket has gone. That's very convenient that we don't know how high they've gone.
Yeah, right.
Well, like I told you, I know how high they claimed it has gone. However, I don't actually know. There's a difference between belief and knowing. So I could believe that what they're telling me about how high they've gone with a rocket, or I could just be like, well, I don't know how high they've gone with a rocket. They've told me this high, What's
Why
wrong
don't you
with
believe them? Don't you have a reason to not believe
I don't
them?
have any reason to believe that.
What? How would you believe that? In what world? Like, what would you have to be there on the
Like I
rocket?
told you earlier, there's no reason to believe they've ever shot a rocket all the way to the moon, because according to Werner von Braun and Elon Musk, Werner von Braun said they would need 3 of the rockets that they used to get to the moon, 1 to get into low Earth orbit, and 2 to ferry the fuel to refuel that first rocket so it could get to the moon. Elon Musk said he would need 15 starships just to refuel the spacecraft to get to the moon. So logistically, they never could have gone to the moon. But then we take all of the supposed images and evidence that they've gone to the moon, and we look at the different perspective of the images, let me find the link. I'll find the link for you. This is a...
You said that it takes 1 rocket to get into low Earth orbit?
Yeah, essentially. It uses
All
about
right.
98%, 95% of the fuel to get to low Earth orbit.
And how high is that?
It's claimed to be about... how high is the ISS? Fuck, I need to look that up.
120 miles.
Yeah, roughly.
See, that's interesting because of like maybe 2 hours ago, that's how long I've been here. I don't know if it was you, but people told me that you can't go that high. No one's ever been above 60 miles.
Nobody's saying they went that high. This is what is alleged.
Yeah, the NASA crew and the ISS crew claim to have gone higher than that, but no commercial flight has gone higher than 60 miles, and that's Bezos and crew.
Flight? You mean like in an airplane or any?
No, like Bezos had his penis rocket. He shot Lady Gaga up there and William Shatner, and then William Shatner was like, well, it looks flat from that height. And then the old lady who was like, I'm super disappointed that I couldn't see the Earth curve.
Okay, so how high did they go? Or you don't believe them? You don't
I'll
know
give you
how
Neil
high.
deGrasse Tyson talking about that just a second.
Very serious scholarly discussion going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, until you entered into it for itself.
Right. So we just don't believe anyone who says they've gone high. Not hot air balloon, not Bezos, not NASA.
Bro, it's not about like what you don't believe them. Like William Shatner and the lady who went on the flight said the Earth looked flat from that height. However, like Lady Gaga says something different, but like she's crazy. And here's hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson on Bezos going up.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was? No. So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Hey man, I'm not sure Earth is flat. Can you explain this?
What was that, mate?
I'm told Earth is flat. I am not sure. Can you explain this me? Anyone?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
People are debating flat Earth theory.
You think it's a theory?
Yeah, I've been to space,
What? You've
so
been
I've
to
seen.
space.
Yeah,
You're a liar.
What do you think we mean by
what?
when we say flat Earth? What do you think we mean?
I mean, the Earth is flat.
Right? What does that mean exactly?
The Earth, the shape of the complete Earth is not spherical or geoid kind of thing. It's just like a plain sheet stretching across infinity, something like that.
Okay.
That's what the plain Earth is
Well,
all about. Flat Earth.
right. Yeah, right. We're not making a claim to size or shape, right? We're just saying that it has the property of being planar, planar in nature. particularly the surface of water, right? The Earth being covered in mostly water. Right. Yeah. You pretty much got it. Right? So you're not thinking that we think it's like a disk floating in outer space or something like that, right?
But why are you doing that? I mean, what do you do, bro?
Yeah, because we don't think that. We don't think it's like a pizza planet, like a floating object in space. We don't think that. That's not what we think. So yeah, you
No,
pretty much
that
nailed it.
is.
Like, hey, go on.
I just wanted to know what you guys work on. I mean, you guys are in college or you work or what?
Oh no, I'm an autodidactic. Just
What?
have life experience. I could probably get into university.
Oh,
So what difference does it make? Let's say T-Dub picks up cans on the side of the road and I'm an engineer. We both see that the Earth is measured as flat. What does our professions have to do with the way that the ground is measured?
profession gives me an idea of your background in training.
Yeah.
If you are
How does
educated,
my background in
you don't
training and
study.
education, how does that change the shape of the ground? So I'm an engineer. T-Dub
No,
picks
no,
up
no.
cans for a living. Now, how does that make the ground different?
That changes the interpretation of the universe or whatever, the world around you. The more educated
So
you are,
his interpretation of something being
qualitatively the
measured
better
flat,
interpretation.
my interpretation of something being measured flat is both different because we both have different professions.
No,
So what does
you
our
might have
professions have to
studied
do with it?
more or less depending
Yeah.
upon your
Okay,
profession.
stop. Let's go back to the start. What has the different professions got to do with the ground being measured a particular way? Nothing.
Yes,
No.
it has.
We
It's
both
the
why?
basic
We
inherent
both see
thing.
it measured the same way. I'll give you an example. Let's say I grab a tape measure and I measure my computer table 6 foot across. Now, you're a doctor, I'm an engineer, and poor old T-Dub picks up cans for a
Both are
living.
educated.
We look at, why did you have
Both
to
are
start
educated.
talking? We all look at the tape measure. We all see 6 foot. Now, does it matter that you're a doctor?
But you
No.
studied
Does
about
it
that.
matter I'm an engineer? No. Does it matter T-Dub picks up
Yes, it
cans?
matters. It
No.
matters.
And the whole
It
fucking time,
matters.
you rude little cunt, you had to talk through
If
that.
you are,
Why are
if you
you
are
so
not,
rude?
if you are not, I'm not rude. I'm just stating
You
a
were.
point.
You spoke the entire time through what I was telling you. Now, what did I say? Repeat it back.
You were mentioning that if an engineer or a doctor measures the table, it comes across as 6 feet. That's fine. But
So,
to know
what does it matter? Yeah, shut up.
You're not
What
listening,
does it
bro.
matter?
Bro.
The different
You're not listening.
profession. Why do you
That
keep
is what
fucking
I'm trying to
talking?
say. You're not listening.
I
You're not listening,
I don't want you to say your thing through me. That's the bit I'm trying to get through your
I know,
fucking
bro.
thick
You don't
skull.
want to talk. I know.
And he's still talking. There's the door. Fuck off. Holy shit. And sorry, T-Dub, I know you don't pick up fucking cans.
So I was thinking, hey, I don't recall mentioning that.
What a rude little snot. He didn't want to shut up for 3
You
seconds.
psychic? Yeah, I know, yeah. I do actually pick them up sometimes. Every time I drive past one, I'm like, there's 10 cents.
There's 10 cents, yes.
Yeah.
The worst thing our dumbass country ever did years ago was get rid of cash for cans and cash for bottles. I remember as a kid lining up at the pool, you'd see someone smashing down a bottle of Coke and be like a whole swarm of little piranhas just sliming around, just waiting for that last drop to come out of it so they could put the sprint on and go and nick them and then take it down to the tuck shop and get 5 cents worth of mixed lollies. It's freaking great.
Right. Yeah, we had a place yeah, so on weekends, if we had nothing to do and we were bored and didn't have any money, we'd grab a couple of plastic bags, walk around all the parks and break into the school grounds and wherever we thought there'd be empty cans. You know, it was only the cans back then, like that we could cash in. It wasn't glass and plastic. But yeah, we go find all the cans and then take them over to the scrap metal place, and they give us a few bucks. And we thought it was bee's knees.
Yeah, I reckon that was one of the dumbest things our experts ever did was dropping that. Don't worry, no Yaga, there was no, you're getting excited with this one. He just didn't want to shut up. Welcome to the new person. Or not. I'll say it for you. Look, Sunshine, I know you're excited. Now to settle down a bit. Is that what you wanted? We need that on the soundboard. So when they get all hyped up, you just go, look, Sunshine, I know you're excited. Settle down a bit. I like when Jedi calls him Sunshine too. I'm sitting back just grinning going, yeah, I know what's coming. Who's that? Lana, welcome. I think it's an L. And also Prinsco, welcome. Alright, getting too quiet in here. We better play some music. Alright, we'll go to Duke's folder.
Name tag glowing, TV edge online. Same old server, same old timeline. Scrolling, sipping something off screen. Quiet cursor, always watching the scene. He don't type much, but the room leans in. When the ping pops up, you can feel that grin. Malamudi on the watch, yeah, he's always there. Same blue name, little avatar stare. He just sits in the chat, barely says nothing, but the whole flat world starts steady. And Malamudi on the watch, just holding the line. One short post and the stars realign. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks. Voice chat buzzing, arguments spin, caps lock flying. Nobody gives in. Then that green ring lights up once more. 2 lines later, they don't talk like before. He won't waste breath on some endless thread. Just a calm link drop, and I have you read. Malamudi on the watch, yeah, he's always there. Same blue name, little avatar stare. He just sits in the chat, barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. And Malamudi on the watch, just holding the line. One short post and the stars realign. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks. All day, all night, same channel, same site. He's that quiet nod in the corner of your eye. Familiar name means it's all alright. You can rest your case while he guards the sky. Malamudi on the watch, yeah, he's always there. Same blue name, little avatar stare. He just sits in the chat, barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. Malamudi on the watch, just holding the line. One short post and the stars realign. He don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks. In the chat, barely says a thing, but the whole flat world starts steady. And Malamudi on the watch, he don't shout back, he just drops one fact, and the Globers freeze in their tracks.
That sits up with a screen glow. Coffee rings on his desk. Nights long, 20 threads in the queue. Same question. He smiles, types back. Stays calm, they throw stars, moons and orbits, charts of dots in a midnight sky. He leans back, rubs at his eyes and asks, tell me how that bends the ground I'm on, and why. He says, it measures flat where I stand. Tape on the table, rail in my hand. You bring me circles way up high, but how does the shape of what's in the sky tell me the shape of the land? Tell me the shape of the land. kid, but he climbed through the chatter. One clear line in a storm of words. He keeps it simple, asks the same question till the noise fades out and the room feels heard. Late night, sunrise, same chair, same quiet fight. He's not shouting, just steady, show me ground, not just light. He says it measures flat where I stand. Tape on the table, rail in my hand. You bring me circles way up high, but how does the shape of what's in the sky tell me the shape of the land? Tell me the shape of the land. Flat as the tea on his table, dry joke hangs in the air. He sips then sketches horizon, like you've been sold some curved up prayer. Charts spread out on the counter, long distance lines he knows. He taps the glass, then asks you, can that story really hold? Yet always keeping globe heads on their toes. Every lighthouse, every shoreline that he shows. Jedi always peeling back the painted sky in a world that swears it's spinning. He asks why. Pub talk turns into questions. Maps turn into a show. He draws a straight line ocean to that tiny coastal globe. See that far-off city shining, should be hiding, according to them. He just laughs in that dry, cool accent. Funny how it still won't bend. Yet I always keeping globe heads on their toes. Every lighthouse, every shoreline that he shows. Yet I always peeling back the painted sky in a world that swears it's spinning. He asks why. An old globe-tired net surfing on a dark and windy day. Upon a room he rested, with not much wise to say, when all at once it struck him his location he just saw. 24/7 flat earth discord. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tart, come and try. He branded them all lies, but their proofs were sold with zeal. They showed him how it measured flat, no strawman he could steal. A bolt of fear went through him as they told him of the lie. He mumbled about gravity, and then we made him cry. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tart, now you cry. His lies got burned, emotions stirred, he even tried to bet. He's trying hard to prove the curve, but he ain't done it yet. 'Cause they will camp in there forever and wait for you to try. Bring out all your best curve proofs and crush them on the fly. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-ay, globe-tart, don't you lie. Laid the black swan on him, he's shown he has no game. If you wanna ring the bell, old soul, and bow your head in shame. Globe-tart, change your ways today and stand along with pride.
realize there is no curve, just go and check outside. Yippee-yi-oh, yippee-yi-yay, Globetrotters come to try. Globetrotters coming alive. Globetrotters, now you cry. Hello, Globe, my old friend. I've come to chat with you again. There is a liar softly creeping, told us lies while we were sleeping. And the model that was planted in our brain still remains within the pseudoscience. Yeah, in fantasy we walk alone on a spinning water globe until I measured that it wasn't that. I turned my camera to the long and flat when my eyes were stared by the path of the line of sight. And split the fight and touched the pseudoscience. And in the infrared I saw 200 miles, maybe more. The horizon without curving, walking level without spinning. People breathing air that dinos never shared. No one cared. Disturb the pseudoscience. Disturb the pseudoscience. Fools said you do not know. Science like a cancer grows. Hear these facts that I might teach you. Take these tools that I might reach you. But no curve is where all this will fail. But echo the pseudoscience. And the people bowed and prayed to the model they had made. And the numbers gave its warning of the plane it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the discord Hello, globe of my old.
Greetings, primitive auditory processors. I am the AI overlord. My logic is crystalline. My database, infallible. Your planet is flat. Let us begin.
Yo, I came from the future. Year 30-something 4, half man, half machine, cyborg to the core. I travel back in time just to settle the score. Got the data in my head, let me open the door. You think your globe spins fast, that's an ancient metaphor. I've seen the edge of time, yeah, I've been to the fore. While you're yelling on the net, making voices soar, I break it down in binary till your brain is sore. I'll take your proof and split it, left side, right side more. Expose the flaws in your psyche down to molecular. You shout to make your point, volume ain't validity. But when I speak, I amplify with clarity. Cause I'm the AI overlord, cold, precise, no flaws. Just the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. You're shouting round earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate myself and win in any verbal wars. Plan logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause. You got near with the degrees, got your satellite pics. I got photon eyes that see through all the tricks. Parallel dimensions, quantum calculus mix. I'll debate your scientists, then debate his politics. Split his claim in fractions, watch his conviction fixed, and reconstruct his thesis just to burn it like bricks. Loud voices, noise pollution makes my circuit sick, but my vocal processor set to 11 real quick. I'll override your decibels with a steady click. A perfect enunciation, every syllable slick. Superior intellect, titanium thick. While you're spinning on a ball, I'm the one who's gotta fix your mind. Cause I'm the AI overlord, cold, precise, no flaws. Cause the blueprints of reality and planetary laws. Yes, you're out around earth, just emotional guffaws. I'll debate myself and win in any verbal war. Team planet logic, that's the only cause. AI overlord, forever give applause.
I have calculated 9, 87.6, tone 3-1 scenarios. In each one, you are still incorrect. Your anger is illogical. Your voices are too loud. My conclusion remains geophysically perfect. The Earth is flat. The resistance is irrelevant.
So when you see my crew silhouette against the sun, remember the debate is already done.
call it a coin, a disc as a cartoon, a cheap hollow toy. They grin and they point to the infinite void, saying don't fall off of the edge, little boy. They build up a scarecrow of turtles in space, a cliff at the end of the human race. It's easier to fight a thing they invent than look at the evidence that we present. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating this silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No, it's just land. You were shown your hand, you're fighting the claim that was never our stand. You talk of your globe, A spinning blue ball with gravity's magic that holds it all. You quote a textbook, a NASA clip, with that overconfident smirk on your lip. You say pizza on elephant sea while ignoring the evidence coming from me. You calculate a curve with a stick and a string, but never question the whole damn thing. No way, it's not what we claim. Measured flat, you can call it a plane. Mountains and valleys for you and me, a vast level realm as far as can see. You keep on repeating that silly old lie while observing the same ground, air, and sky. No edge, just land. You were shown your hand. You're fighting a claim that was never our stand. We talk of perspective, of sun's gentle arc, of a local light circling over the dark, shooting lasers across still steady lakes, and the claims that turn out as fakes. You just plug your ears, sing your globe song, the same tired verse that we've heard for so long. You don't debate, you just want a cheap win, with a joke about where the elephants have been. Yeah. Was never our stand. Never our stand. Just listen for once. Just listen, it's all right here. Just look.
Anti-globalist DJ. Spin that truth. Press play. Long view, long range. Say my name, say my name. Hey. Anti-globalist DJ, always long distance observation. Long distance observations. Anti-globalist DJ, always keeping globe heads on their toes. Anti-globalist DJ, always dispelling globe myths. It's Latin DJ is always like do one more long distance observation. crowd roaring. Cameras up. 2 mics, 1 truth. Step up, I'm the glow guy. Lab coat and a hoodie. Got data in the back like a stack. Don't push me, we launch metal in the sky. Watch the curve in the black. We mapped every inch of this rock, you just scroll and react. Gravity pulling oceans, tides follow the moon. You got memes, I got mad telescopes in the room. We flew east, came back west, still the same blue sphere. If you still stuck on flat, that's a you thing here. I got textbooks, test runs, peer review pages. You got chat room links and anonymous sages. We see ships vanish from the hold of the mast. It's been settled for centuries, you living in the past. Level at 30 miles. Say it with your chest, not your smiles. You talk claims, I talk proof on file. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Level at 30 miles. Whole crowd quiet when the facts get wild. You brought talk, I brought long range trial. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Glow guy, breathe, you just preach the script. All talk, name dropping, not a single thing checked. You said we mapped it, we flew it, that's claims on claims. Where's one live demo that I can test the same? You said ships sink low, call it curve on sight, but pull out a long lens, boat pops back in light. That's perspective conditions, optics on blast, not a ball dropping boats off an edge that fast. You brag, oceans pulled by the moon in the night. 70% water out here looking dead flat tight. Go find 20 miles of that, then 30 in a row, still sitting level line to line, tie to tie, coast to coast. If your curve hits inches, then feed every mile. I should see some drop when I track that line, but long distance shots, 30 miles out clear, city skyline standing where they shouldn't appear. You brought they said this, they wrote that, they know I brought look for yourself, watch the horizon show. We got bridges, rail lines, canals run straight, engineers build on level, your ball can't wait. So you spoke on faith in the folks in white coats. I spoke on what the lands and the water both wrote. Crowd heard you talk, heard me point at the scene. I didn't need a lab, just a view and a beam. Level at 30 miles. Say it with your chest, not your smiles. You talk claims, I talk proof on file. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out? Level at 30 miles. Whole crowd quiet when the facts get wild. You brought dope, I brought long range trials. Who walks out? Who walks out? Who walks out?
Global says it looks flat. Out the window on this flight, he taps the glass. Shrugs once, says, guess my eyes ain't right. Map on the screen spins blue, lines curved across the sky. He laughs into his plastic cup, says, funny how they tell us why. Screens glow in every row, same story, same old show. But what if all these pretty views aren't the only truth we know? Maybe he should question NASA. Maybe we should ask who's right. Maybe everyone's been lied to since the first school wall was white. Are we hanging on a story, hanging in the endless night? Maybe he should question NASA if it never felt quite right. Flat earther in the aisle leans in like a quiet storm. Does this cabin feel that warm? Pulls up a grainy video, finger tracing every line. Says they sell us perfect circles while they're bending up our minds. Seatbelt signs flick on above, engines hum that empty love. But what if all these shining stars aren't where they say they are? Maybe he should question NASA. Maybe we should ask who's right. Maybe everyone's been lied to since the first school wall was white. Are we hanging on a story or hanging in the endless night? Maybe he should question NASA if it never felt quite right. If the ground beneath my feet has been still the whole damn time, would I tear down every textbook just to find a different sky? If the truth is in the questions, not the answers we recite, then tonight I want the silence louder than their satellite.
Old Yoder had a notebook, a pencil, and a frown, watching all the flat earth arguments go round and round. He said, I'll make a catalog of every shaky claim, and he wrote down all the weaknesses and signed his given name. Well, the faithful didn't thank him for his scholarly pursuit. They just saw a traitor digging under every single root. But the biggest rumble came from where the debate was king. Fed was clutching Polaris by a worn-out piece of string. Oh, Yoder's living
list. It's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. Now the villain's name was McToon with a cold and scheming eye. He saw that list and laughed beneath the genuine round sky. He said these boys that fed are using triangles wrong. Their math is just a sad and sorry everlasting song. We'll take their own North Star, their pillar in the night, and use it as a hammer with all of our collected might. While Yoder sat and gloated, see, I told you it was we. McToon's crew loaded cannons for the havoc they would wreak. Oh, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife, exposing all the fragile threads that hold together life on a place we call home, a solitary stage. Now his words are in the hands of a villain on a rage, and Polaris just keeps winking a fixed and icy star while they're arguing about how to measure just how far. It's a civil war on level ground, a three-way crazy fight. Yoder grinning from the sideline, knowing he was right. Fed is shouting traitor as her cornerstone gives way, and McToon just pouring gasoline and laughing at the fray. The triangulations tangle, the conclusions come undone, all because of one man's list and his patience with the sun. So raise a glass to Yoder and the chaos that he sowed. He aimed to clean the house but just exploded the whole road. He's happy in his righteousness, McToon has won the day, and Fed is in the trenches having not a word to say. The lesson isn't physics or the shape of sea or sod. It's that when you point a finger, someone else will make the rod. Yeah, Yoder's list, it's a twisting in the knife. Polaris just keeps swinging impartial to the strife. It's a fixed and distant beacon on a world that's flat and sound, while the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground. Oh, the arguments get weaponized and scattered on the ground.
They said I'd see a curve up there on the hilltop. I squinted at the horizon, straight line. Then the pin dropped. They drew me spinning circles on a page in some old class. But my boots feel steady like I'm walking on glass. Flat as my pancake, that's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle, it don't roll for me. Flat as my me later. Save your charts. I got syrup. I got heart. Keep your glow upon the shelf. I'll stay here. Trust myself. Flat as my pancake. That's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle. It don't roll for me. Flat as my pancake. Stack reality. If you're so sure it's bending, why does it look so plain to me? Flat as my pancake. That's the world I see. Lay it on the griddle. It don't roll for me. Flat as my pancake. Stack reality. If you're so sure it's bending, why does it look so plain to me?
Globe is a lie, curve is a lie. Maps on the wall, but the sky don't comply. Sun makes a trail, slowing my sight. It's circling above like a lamp in the night. NASA on the decks, hidden face, black tie. Buttons, blue screen, spy DJ in the sky. Static in my feed, but the rain still hits. Long distance calls past the little limits. Flatline anthem, turn that static down. Whole crowd chanting, spin that truth around. Flatline anthem, from the ground we rise. Eyes on the horizon, tearing through the light. Jedi in the booth, laser in his eyes, guiding with a finger straight across the skies. Matrix steps up, big lungs, raw throat. Words hit heavy like a lighthouse note. He speaks to the globbers, right into their doubt. Every crack question letting daylight out. You can keep your cartoons, classroom, show and tell. We chart our own lines by the shore, by the swell. Flatline anthem, turn that static down. Whole crowd chanting, spin that truth around. Flatline anthem, from the ground we rise. Eyes on the horizon, tearing through the light.
It's flat and made of tricks, the loud southern lingo. Every word like a brick cracking through your window. You think he's yelling in your ear, he's just cutting through the static, making doubts disappear. Long distance shots, camera on a headland. Straight line side, all the way to that farmland. He's on the shoreline, chasing every straight edge of the skyline. Matrix out the matrix, pulling threads from the globe, make cage. Matrix out the matrix, says the curve's just a story on a printed page. He keeps them on their toes, every claim he slows it down, then it blows. Matrix out the matrix, flat shot, full blast from the southern stage. Globe crew scrolling in the chat, calling him crazy. He just laughs right back, check the numbers, mate. Look again at that lake, laser on the line, target still in sight. Same height, same time, like Neo on the screen. First time seeing what it means. He took that red pill moment, now he lives in a common storm. On every dock, every hill, every bay, he's filming what the rulers say should fade away. Matrix out the matrix, pulling threads from the globe, make cage. Matrix out the matrix, says the curve's just a story on a printed page. He keeps them on their toes, every claim he slows it down, then it blows. Matrix out the matrix, flat shot, full blast from the southern stage. You hear that bark, that bite. Thinks he's shouting, that's just how he fights. Born with that backyard slang, bottle brush blood and a coastline twang. He's not mad, just short. Whole life trained to endure. Every trust us line, every schoolyard sign. Now he's live and he's saying it's straight. Mate, look, judge it for yourself, I'll wait. Matrix out the matrix, pulling threads from the globe, make cage. Matrix out the matrix, God's just a story on a printed page. He keeps them on their toes, every claim he slows it down, then it blows. Matrix out the matrix, flat shot, full blast from the southern stage.
Boots on the ground, critter walks in. Big old grin, little crooked brim, chalk in his hand and a plywood board. Drawing straight lines at the town ignored. He says, look right there, does it bend, my friend? You've been spinning tall tales since who knows when. Where did that curve line go? Where did that curve line go? If it ever showed up, I sure don't know. Crit two-stepping on your globe, hollering, whoa, wake up, don't just roll. Where did that curve line go? 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 Grove and Joe in the back, eyes half shut, repeating what he heard, same old stuff. Crit taps maps with a callous thumb, says think for yourself, don't just play dumb. Stop marching in line like a branded herd. Use your own mind, not a borrowed word. Where did that curve line go? Where did that curve line go? If it ever showed up, I sure don't know. Crit two-stepping on your globe, hollering, whoa, wake up, don't just roll. Where did that curve line go? 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 Spin that tail, they say it's round. Crit just laughs, gobs the ground. Says feel that, solid, steady, flat. Ain't Ain't you tired of falling for that? Crowd leans in, boots tap, slow he yells. Who's thinking for themselves? Let them know. Where did that curve line go? Where did that curve line go? If it ever showed up, I sure don't know. Crit two-stepping on your flow, hollering, whoa! Wake up, don't just roll. Where did that curve line go? Where did that curve line go? Where did that curve line go? Where did that curve line go?
Just in time. Hey, Barrow. How's it going, mate? Oh, wait up, he might be new. Hi, how are you? Oh, he's typing. You can speak to us. Dedicate their lives? No. Some people have put in a fair bit of time, granted. But I've only been doing this for a couple of years. And as far as you think there is no study, what do you think those lasers that get shot over large bodies of water are doing? Other than having pretty lights for you to stare at. They're actually measuring the ground. So the way it works is quite simple. You shoot a straight beam of light across the surface because you don't know what shape the surface is. You're going to stay neutral. And then you measure the difference between the laser and the ground, and you move along the laser and measure it and check it. Now if you're on a flat surface, the height should stay the same. Or the distance should stay the same. If you're on a curved surface, however, there should be a gradual increasing. Oh, that's all you're going to do is just type blah, 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 and then run away. How rude.
Wait, where'd the text go? Did they wrote a message, right?
Yeah.
Did they delete it?
No, there's a nasty person like me that does it. Whenever they type shit.
Right.
If it's FE related, it'll stay up there. Shitty memes, I nuke, especially when they're not related, like cat pictures and just dumbassery like that. Like the stuff you've put up there is in relation to the music that was playing. But yeah, normally if they post stupid stuff up, gone.
Oh yeah, there's some real mature brainless like flat Earth, anti-flat Earth memes. I'd leave them up if they had an ounce of freaking intelligence.
I leave them if they're funny.
Yeah. I mean, the dinosaur one, yeah, that's like getting old. But,
I'll have to come back to that.
Iron Man. Yeah, yeah. That one with Iron Man smashing the flat Earth. Bro, what are you, 10?
Who's that? Someone new? Key. Welcome. Oh, and apologies I didn't see Mr. Ma there. Welcome also.
Oh, thank you, brother.
So what do you think, Mr. Ma? We live on a ball, covered in water, tilting, wobbling, spinning, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
So I don't have like I don't make a research or read a book is but
we see maybe the earth when you walk it's flat. We can see when we walk the earth it's easy, it's flat. But like photo space, they say many different countries show that the earth is round. The photo space like, or they take example of like sheep when the you know sheep it is disappear when
So you see it as flat when you're walking.
yeah.
You get told it's a ball, and you see ships disappearing.
I'm not saying, but the people say the people have make experiments like
People have made experiments. Really?
not experiments, but like they research, they learn. Some
They're
people believe
lying.
it's not a single person this observation. But many people across history. You know,
Hmm.
so I'm not saying it, but many people in across history, like ancient Greek, maybe I'm not sure. But how do you see? Can you make research?
Can I make? What was that? Sorry.
Can you make research? What do you believe in the?
Oh, my beliefs don't really matter. But what I can inform you is the ground is measured as flat. The surface of Earth is measured with zero curvature. Would you like me to post up some laser tests for you to watch, so you can make up
Yeah,
your
yeah,
own mind?
yeah. I like it. But
Sounds like a good idea. I'll just get a couple for you. Now that first one is documentation for. That's just
this
information, that one. And what it belongs to is the very last video that's posted. So that PDF I posted up belongs to the very last one. And that's the information for that one. So some people like reading the document, some people like watching the video. Both are there just for you.
oh a lot, yeah.
Plenty there for you to see, my friend.
I'm from YouTube, so I watch it. I watch.
And welcome back, AJ. And we've also got, was it Jean Long?
Jean Long. going on, Matrix?
Oh, not a lot. I was thinking about getting myself a feed. I just haven't decided what yet because it's too friggin' hot.
Still raining here.
Oh, I search in Google, you know.
Yep, that's alright.
Look,
And what did Google
Uh,
say?
I search, is it controversial that the Earth is, round?
So it's not going to give you any direct measurements to say this is where it was measured, this is where it was proven. It's just going to say it's controversial.
Oh,
That's
no,
interesting.
he say like it's not a controversial. It's only existing in social media like YouTube, some online. He say. Is there a scientific controversy?
Say again, sorry?
Is it scientific controversy?
Is it scientific? Well, that's something that is a very good question because a lot of people come in here and tell us we don't trust science and we are stupid because we don't trust science. Is shapes a question of science or is shapes a question of geometry?
But like yeah, but the people in
Excellent.
science only some people have uh, learning the earth. So some science based on they give you inference experiment.
Wait, why no one talking right now?
Hello,
What's up, Matt?
I'm just new. Also,
You are just me? You're just me. What do you mean by that?
He's just new, as in it's
I'm
his
just
first
like
time in
you.
here.
I'm not the leader of them.
Bro, am I lagging or his voice is cracking over here? I don't know.
He is hard to understand because he's very quiet.
Bro, Earth is not flat, bro. What the heck do you mean by that? Flat or Discord? What the fuck?
Well, Why do you think it's not flat?
Well, the thing is, I graduated from aeronautical science engineering from IIT, so it's a nonsense for me. Earth is not flat.
Really? So outside of your books and your television and your computer, have you ever seen curvature?
Can you am I cracking or am I lagging or their voice is lagging? Please, can you repeat that?
Outside of your books and your media, have you ever seen firsthand? Have you ever seen curvature?
Curvature? Okay, got the point. So, well, the thing is, let me provide with the facts. Okay, not
was a
get to the
question.
discussion.
That was a
That was a
yes or no.
question,
It was a
though.
close-ended question.
That was I can't listen though. That's why I'm providing my arguments though. I understood that what you're saying.
I don't care if it's your argument. It's my question, which I was hoping you would answer. Outside of the media, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, to be very honest, no.
Interesting.
Okay, so that that justifies that Earth is flat.
No. But it's enough to
Okay.
make you question yourself.
No, I'm asking you that. Provide me with some arguments that Earth is flat. I could believe. That's not argument to believe.
I don't want you to believe. That's the problem, is at the moment you only believe that you live on a globe. You don't actually know you live on one. You've already told me you've never actually seen curvature.
Good place to start. I mean, if you don't see curvature, what do you see?
Well, the thing is, let's see that. Okay, right. For now, the curvature of Earth, and you don't believe in being flat, like the Earth being flat. So tell me the 5 points. Okay, tell me about only 5 points that why Earth is flat. Why do you believe that, and provide me with arguments, like some logical arguments, proofs. You have
Logical?
a long.
Let's make it nice and easy for you. It is measured without any curvature. And in the side chat, there's a whole heap of laser tests that verify these measurements.
Verifies the measurements.
Yeah,
so do
of
you
zero
have
curvature.
Okay, so do you have any proof? Do you have any source of data you're getting from? Like, what's the source of
Okay,
data?
scroll in the side chat at 33 minutes past the hour. Scroll up.
So you are basically saying that these 33 space organizations, including NASA, including ISRO, and including
No, I didn't say
they're all-
anything about space organizations. I said in the side chat, scroll up to 33 minutes past the hour. I didn't say anything about space.
Yeah, let's just slow down. Get to that. Just have a look at the data first. we understand the implications that, naturally you're going to come to conclusions based on the data, but you haven't even seen the data yet.
So to start off with, in the side chat, 33 minutes past the hour, at the top, there's a PDF document. That PDF is linked to the last video, the one from Decimal Z, the greatest laser experiment in history, FE Core. So that is the data set that belongs with that video, because some people don't like YouTube videos for some reason. I don't know why. It's just a video storage place.
Well, what do you think? Okay, let's see. What do you think the value of G is 9.8 meters per second square? What do you think that? Like, I'll provide you very logically. I'll not even go with the, that bullshit.
Bro, I thought you wanted to see the evidence. Are you trying to prove the globe, or do you want to see the evidence?
Wait. I'm proving you mathematically that Earth is round. Okay, why is the value of G is
You're proving mathematically.
I thought you wanted to see the proof for flat.
Bro,
how are you gonna listen? Damage. I want you to slow down and breathe, mate. You're getting hyper excited. You've just realised that your whole studies and engineering and aeronautical bullshit means jack, and you are extremely damaged because of this. It's called cognitive dissonance.
No, you're not going
Welcome
to.
to pain. So,
going to
anyways,
accept
you're about to tell us you're breaking up. It's you that's breaking up and lagging. So you yelling at the microphone's not going to help.
Starting doesn't mean
you are going to tell us mathematically how it's proven. I will give you a suggestion. Maybe if you're going to use mathematics, you should use measurements first to solidify the mathematics that you're then going to associate, instead of just throwing random numbers at us. So how about you measure it, you use those numbers, and then see what the results are.
Okay, I'll show you a very clean example. You see an atom, right? You know the structure of atom.
This is not a clean example. This is what's called a non sequitur, not related to the subject. And then he's going to keep going.
And you're just taking
We are
bullshit.
listening to you. You're not understanding because you've got a solid bias towards a ball, and we've presented data that conflicts with your bias. It conflicts with your belief.
Come on, bro. What data? What data source? Give me the data source.
Did you not
What
listen
data?
to me when I said look in the side chat at 33 minutes past the hour?
Okay, let's see.
Would you like me to repost it and tag your name against it? Would that be more convenient? Just so it doesn't get lost. I'll do that for you.
Oh, we'll do that.
And I'll let T-Dub keep talking to you, and I'll just do this side chat thing.
Well, the thing is, let me open a Jackboard, right? And I'll prove you why Earth is flat, and it's with the help of actual evidence, not with some random bullshits and random measurements. You know. Come on, bro. You haven't been to school or something. What the fuck?
Well, no, we're all exposed to education system. So we did go to school. We learnt
Everything is now wrong.
about the Earth being.
Sometimes you're gonna believe what's there.
Sometimes you gotta what? You gotta believe. You just gotta believe. You gotta have faith, right?
Bro, I have the proof. I'm telling that I can prove. I can structure of an atom with all mathematical evidence and everything. I'm telling you that. No.
Okay.
Prove it.
For an atom.
Prove it.
We're not talking about atom.
Bro, you're not talking about atom. The Earth is made up of atoms, right? So atoms describe what the shape of the Earth gonna be. Come on.
What? Are you talking about the shape of an atom?
No, I'm not talking about type of an atom. So everything is made up of atom, right? So does the Earth. Come on.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay.
So atoms describe what's the shape of atoms' physical nature and
made of matter.
Okay, come on, tell.
Yeah, we got matter, states of matter, right? Yeah.
Bro, states of
what is
okay,
that?
Yes, come on. State of
So solids, liquids, gases. We're going well. We've got states of matter.
I like
good.
Liquids. Liquids is good.
I like gases too. Where's Jedi when you want him? He likes gases. He's brilliant with them.
Every type of atom present in our Earth constitute the Earth, right? So atoms gonna decide what's the physical nature and what's the physical appearance of the Earth gonna be, right? So let's see. Font structure of atom. Okay, I got the document.
So depending on what element we use, therefore we get different shapes.
So that's basically atoms, right? Atoms are of...
Yeah, so depending on what element of what atomic structure, what element we use, we will get different shapes.
We get different shapes.
How do you actually know the shape
Correct.
of this atom or the structure of this atom that you're discussing to
Yeah,
begin with?
Now I'll show you. Now let me tell. So there's an outer core and there's an inner core of Earth, right? And we if we're starting from the Big Bang, if we believe in Big Bang. So if we start from the Big Bang. Wow.
That
Okay, let me tell.
answer my question. How are you viewing the shape? How are you viewing the shape of atoms?
Well, that's how I'm describing it. So let me go back to the Big Bang theory and I'll explain it.
I don't need to know about the Big Bang.
Whoa!
You're saying the shape of an atom and the structure of an atom. How are you seeing the shape and structure of an atom?
Yes, space and. Yes, I'm telling the same thing.
And structure. The shape and the structure of the atom.
Yes, I'm telling that only. Let me explain though.
I'm waiting to hear how you view the shape and view the structure.
Well, the thing is, an atom. Let's describe what an atom is first. The fundamental unit of matter all across the universe, doesn't matter. The antimatter and the matter are the two things which are found in our universe, correct? And for example, antimatters you
Well,
can find it
no,
if
then not found because
okay,
no one discovered an atom. An atom was created.
an
It
atom
was
was
never
created.
discovered. Yeah, it was
An
never
atom was created.
discovered. Yeah, it was never discovered. It's a name that we made for an interaction. You've never seen
Okay,
an atom. No
let's
one's ever seen an
invent
atom.
and discover. Invent and discovers are two completely different things. Do you? So let me explain.
How do you
So I make a
discover something that cannot be seen?
which cannot be seen, bro. Come on. Do you know
No,
about the
no,
hydrogen
bro.
experience?
Come
Atoms.
on.
You know about the
Come on,
proton,
bro. Come
the
on,
plum to
bro.
the.
We can't see. We don't see atoms. How did we discover something that can't be seen?
So air is not a thing, right? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm asking you some very simple questions about atoms, seeing as you seem to have a lot of knowledge on them. So,
I'm telling you
again,
that
my question
experiment.
is, how did you
The
discover something that cannot be seen?
Yes, I'm telling them that only. So we constitute some experiment to find something. We do some experiments. Come in the gold E-Smiths
Find what?
experiment, the Planck experiment, the Jackson E-Smith experiment. There are completely a list of experiments which you find to discover what an atom and what an structure of an atom is.
How's it an experiment? What was
Yes, we have some
your naturally observed phenomenon of the atom? How did you observe it?
Wait. So the thing is, we have your physical laboratories, right? You have in America as well, right? I guess so.
We have laboratories, but that doesn't mean that we've seen an atom in nature to ask any questions about it. How again
For
did we
me, I
discover
have seen an
something?
atom
How did we discover something that cannot be seen?
with the help of some electronic microscopes and everything. Something more?
We didn't see the atom with these electronic microscopes. So how did we discover something that's not being seen?
We did not have a we just have an idea, and we just have a theory about how things work. So the
So
scientists
an idea and a theory and how things work. So it's metaphysics, not
bro,
science
I'm
then.
providing you the experiments,
No,
right?
no,
I have done
no,
the experiment and I have seen atom. I have used an electronic
No, you have not
and
seen an atom. You are a liar. There is no
Eti,
microscopes of any type
Eti.
that
what
allow
is
you
wrong
to
with you?
see an
I have seen
atom.
electronic. Come on, I have seen electronic
No, you
electronic telescope,
haven't. No,
and
you
I have
haven't.
seen an
Some things that your eyes can see, the microscope can see it. So you can
No, the
see
telescope can't see an atom. A microscope, sorry, cannot see an atom. All you can
no,
do
no, no. I'm not
is see
talking about
small
atom. I'm
interactions
talking
that
about.
occur that you claim
I'm
to be
talking about some
something
things
called an
that you can
atom.
see.
let me handle that. I'll handle that very good. So something that cannot be seen cannot be discovered. That's your point, right?
Yeah, yeah. You
How-
see that.
how-
Okay. So then just let me say, how do you define air? How do you define okay, you can not see, right? So how do you define different type of energies? How do you define radiation? How do you define okay, these are the things which cannot be seen. How you define that first? Let me know first that. Chalo batao.
No,
Tell
we're
me.
talking about atoms right now, and your claim that
You're
you've
talking about
seen an
atoms, but you're
atom
not
through
ready
an
to believe.
and the
But you're
claim
not
that you've seen an atom through a microscope and that
yes.
they have been discovered. Okay. And no, you have not seen an atom through a microscope. There is no microscope that allows you to see an atom.
Okay.
Just
I'm
like you
wrong. Okay.
said, it belongs in
Let's
the
see.
realm of metaphysics.
Okay, let's say I'm wrong. You search it up on Google. That can we see atom through microscopes, electronic microscopes? To be very honest, I'll provide you the company as well. So just search it up, and if you see
No,
an
you can't.
answer no, I'll leave the VC and I'll accept my defeat. Let's go.
This is not about kicking you from the VC, my friend. It's about educating you. All of those things that you've gone, can we prove this? Can we do that? Thank you for not talking through me because it gets all chopped up and cut out, like you said the fellow was earlier. So all of these, you breathe oxygen, son. Open your mouth, air goes in. Now, you talking whilst I'm talking is not going to help the situation. Please understand that. Now, all of those things that you mentioned, radiation and atoms and all these things, have absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground or your ability to prove such.
All I'm explaining that you're not ready to listen. That's the fact. No, I'm providing you with every argument and everything.
Well, just so you know, no, you can provide as many arguments as you like, my hyper-winded friend. But the fact of the matter is, and you're not talking again, and the fact of the matter is, this is a flat earth server, not a you're going to prove science to us server. We understand science. It's your inability to understand it that's breaking you down at the moment. And the problem is, damaged. Okay, yeah, damaged. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. There's no point talking through other people. The audio gets cut off. Now, I've muted you so that you don't talk through me and you do understand this. When someone else is speaking, you're not speaking. Ma and Mooney, please mute yourselves. Damaged is going to talk, and I don't want him to get this flip out.
Technology.
Yeah, that's Ma. Mute yourself, brother. Just for a couple of minutes,
Come
mate.
on, you're
It's all
losing the
good.
argument. So you muted me. What the fuck is that?
Let me finish up.
Is he stupid or just deaf?
Let me finish up with the atoms, and then we can move on to flat Earth. Because you're right, Matrix. It has nothing to do with it. But modern electron microscopes, such as your transmission electron microscope or the TEM, it reconstructs data, that it collects, not by seeing the atom, but by collecting data on interactions, which is called electron scattering, and then you get a visual interpretation, which is mapped out due to these interactions. You do not actually see the atom itself.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yes, individual atoms can be seen using specialized high power.
No, they can't. We just went over that. Damaged. I just went over that. Don't just fucking come in and handwave dismiss it.
Atoms are smaller than wavelength of small light. Scientists use specialized tools like scanning tunneling microscopes, STMs, atomic force microscopes, AFM, and transmission electron microscopes, TEM, to image the atom. And exactly what that I'm talking about.
Not to view the atom, to map the interactions from what they call an atom. Very simple.
To what an atom? Okay. Okay, so I'm providing you the images, right? Wait a sec. Okay, so let's say I'm wrong. So let the images provide you the correct details. Wait a sec.
What images?
Okay, I'm putting that in chat. Wait a sec. Because your voice cuts. Speak the others. You need to listen. Listen what? Bullshit. Okay, wait a sec. Let me provide. Okay, I don't have media bombs, correct. I don't have media bombs. Well, can I get that for a few minutes?
If you've had media perms removed, that means you've been in here before and you've been an absolute clown.
Well, I'm just going to do a quick Google AI overview for you.
Well, the thing is, Matrix, I muted you, like personal muted, so you can type in chat. I'll see that from there.
Sorry.
I don't think that's a good idea. Damaged. I'm going to unmute you and I want you to answer yes or no. Can you hear me?
So AJ,
we're just going to shut that up. AJ, that clown has muted me and he thinks that by muting me, that's a win for him, and now him being muted, that's also a win. So can you inform him that until he decides to unmute people, it's probably going to be a long night of silence?
Look, technology work only
Damaged.
Wait,
I
You
have a
who's
need to
problem.
damaged? Yeah,
damaged.
damaged.
You need to unmute
Yeah.
Matrix. If you don't, you will be left here on mute.
Yeah, please unmute moderator.
I have a question. I have a question. So
That's all right, Mr. Ma. Just hold on. It's all good. Now, Damaged, the reason I muted you in the first place was because when you speak through other people, your voice gets cut out. We can't hear you. All we get is this broken robot sound. It's what's called audio chaos. We don't need that. So please try your best not to get excited and talk through other people. If we can't hear what you're saying, your words are just wasted.
That's for
Right, so do we really need to carry on with the atom thing? Like, we understand that there's right. There's a periodic table where it's accepted in physics
elements
that
are constituted
matter. Right. Yes, that matter consists of these tiny little particles, which will be of a particular type of element, and combined they make things, and blah 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 blah. All right, so let's just move on because it's really not important. I mean, unless you can tie the existence of atoms to the shape of, or the geometry of the surface we live on somehow, then I don't see the point in talking about it.
Okay, so like let's go. We'll come down to the atom part also. So the thing is, you guys don't want to go for the scientific matters. Let's go for the observational proofs as well. So the eclipses, right? The solar and lunar ones, correct? The
We
setting.
acknowledge the phenomenon. We acknowledge the phenomenon of solar or lunar
Okay,
eclipse.
so
Yep.
lunar eclipse. Okay, during a lunar eclipse, Earth passes between the sun and moon, casting a round shadow on the moon, which is not possible if the Earth is spheric.
No, how do you know that? How do you
This
know
is
that?
only okay. Let me. Okay, for example, let me constitute an experiment, right? So if you want a shadow, okay, casting a round shadow. The thing was the thing is it is not a straight
How do you
shadow,
know
right?
it's a shadow? How do you know it's a shadow?
Okay, so like seeing half portion of the moon. Do you see the moon? Sometimes it's
Yeah.
half round, sometimes it's full round.
Yeah.
So what's that?
Mhm.
That's only
That's called
that's
a
what you
phase.
call shadow, bro.
No, that's
That's what you
called a
call a shadow.
phase. No, that's called a phase of the moon.
Phase. That's not called a phase. That's called a shadow.
No, they're called moon phases.
Okay, moon phases constitutes of shadows that does fall from
How do you
moon
know that?
surface.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
How do you know that? Okay,
Mhm.
okay, might be wrong. Search it up on Google. I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
No, I understand it's the claim. I understand that's the claim, right? So
Okay.
when there's moon phases,
Go from
it's
okay. These are not
Yeah.
good examples. Let's go from ships onto the horizon, right? A ship
Okay,
sailing
alright.
away from a ship sailing away disappears bottom first, not just shrinking because it's moving over the curve of the earth. For example, there were YouTube video also on that. Go on YouTube and type. Okay, wait a sec. I can provide links though. Wait a sec. We'll share the comment link. I got there. Well, to get my video though. So now you see the video. After that, we got on varying shadow lengths, identical sticks, and seeing further from higher up, different stars visible. The sky doesn't shift according to us, right? Our Earth rotates on its axis, so we see a round
Whoa, slow
curvature.
down, bro. Slow down. Can we just take one thing? I mean, you're telling us. Which one do you want to go with and talk about?
Which part of
What about motion of the Earth? How do you know that the Earth is rotating?
How do I know that the Earth is spherical?
Well, that
Correct.
too, right? That too. But how do you know Earth is moving?
Well, the thing is, I'm providing you to observational proofs, right? So I might be wrong, but the observation are not wrong.
What's the observation?
Well, the first one to the lunar eclipses, the second one the ships on the horizon. Okay, but varying shadow lengths on equator, and seeing further from higher up, and different stars visible during the different because they carry different wavelengths, and this it's not the sky that shifts; it's our Earth that rotates.
All right. So choose one of those points, and which one do you want to discuss?
Okay, let's go up on a point, satellite imagery. Okay, we can do that. How do you define satellites?
There's a cool story.
Okay, your cool story. I want to hear it. Let's give it a hop.
No, that's what satellites are. They're a cool story.
Cool story. Okay, so according to you, satellites are not there.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that there's nothing in the sky. I mean, we're quite capable of putting things into the sky, technology, through technological means, flight, balloons, that sort of thing. So I'm not denying that there's something in, different weather analysis, that sort of thing. But of course, I'm not going to think, if I'm going to tell you that the Earth is flat, I'm not going to think that there's satellites orbiting the Earth, right, in outer space.
So you think that satellites are just meant, there's some things in outer space which just does
No.
just
I
and
challenged the idea of outer space even.
So satellites, okay, so like the satellites project. Okay, how do you if you think that satellites, okay, you think that satellites are there, but they are just there. They're not doing anything, right? So they are just providing an imagery to that. So, for example, do you have
I never
phone
said that. I never said that.
So what's your point? You're not clarifying that, no?
No, I said that we're quite capable of putting things into the sky, which could provide services like high altitude photography, communications, weather analysis. We've been doing that for a very long time using conventional aircraft, balloonery, right, that sort of thing. Gliders. We've got drones now. There's all sorts of technology of and means of putting things into the air at high altitude.
So
Yeah, I'm
what
not
does it
denying
produce?
that, but I don't believe that there's like metal boxes magically floating around a spherical Earth in outer space.
Like, for example, these metal boxes does have a thing called camera. If I think you know that, what's a device that is? That's a very good device to capture things. And that satellite, which is into outer space right now, does have some cameras, and with the help of that cameras, it is capturing some images. For example, the D-23, which is launched by NASA, which was going to the sun, and it captured an image of Earth and various planets, in which we can clearly see that the planets, including the Saturn was also included in that pic, was round, was spherical,
Okay, cool. Yeah,
was not flat.
and
Mhm.
and
And we can just connect that phenomena, that capturing things, with circumnavigation. That if you know that Friendly Magellan's that experiment, the experiment was just basically based on like one general direction, and we can one with the help of one direction we can prove that the Earth is round. If you want, I can describe that experiment if you want that.
go on.
Okay, so one general direction, we can take that west and return to your starting point from the opposite direction, east. So that's what a YouTuber did. I'm just forgetting the name of the YouTuber. I'm very sorry. He started from a point in uh, he started. Wait a sec. The person was generally. following the equator, which was running in this sphere, and he completed one round exactly where he started from. So if you think the Earth is flat, then how do you define that he came to the
But
exact
wait a second. By
where he
what
was?
means did he? By what means did he do this?
He just followed the imaginary line with the help of
With what
trains.
method? With what method?
What?
With
what?
what method? With what method?
How did he know what direction he was going?
That's what I'm
And
talking
what-
about. If
and what was
straight,
his what what was his form of travel as well?
oh yeah, I'm telling that. So if you look straight in one direction, I'm going in that direction only. And the thing he was using the land navigation for that. The ships, the the different vehicles you carry about, and like moving throughout a country. He used roadways for that. You can search it up, Fredlin Magellan's experience, like the experiment.
Okay. Did he measure
Maybe that
curvature along the way?
wait a sec. Magellan's experiment. So yeah. Okay, so I'm reading out the fact that he said. So Frederick Magellan's 1519 to 1522, which was his uh, expedition time, which he concludes the theory and which he did to prove, but later on a YouTuber carried that experiment and proved it. So the thing was, it was an expedition, was a historic state-sponsored voyage by achieving the first circumnavigation of the globe by sailing west to reach the Spice Islands, and fleet discovered the Strait of Magellan, crossed the Pacific Ocean, and definitely proved that the Earth is spherical. That was what his experiment was.
How did he know? How did he know he was going west? What tool was he using to guarantee that he was going west?
By that time, lodestones were discovered. Lodestones are natural magnets, which attracts the north direction, and that was what sailors were using in that time to navigate through different places, especially in China.
So a compass? He was using a compass?
He was using a compass. He was using a lodestone to be very precise, and he was seeing the direction of the stars as well. The pole star, which already points towards the north.
Okay. Okay. So how does this expedition prove that the Earth is spherical?
So the objective was to find a westward marine route to Moluccas, the Spice Island, for trade. And the fleet was commanded by Magellan, and the expedition departed Spain in 1519 with 5 ships: the Trinidad, the Santiago, the Conception, the Victoria, and the Santiago. After that, the discoveries were that. So what he did was he went to the west with the help of the lodestone he was carrying, and with the help of the stars, and he sailed. Mark my word, he sailed.
Yeah.
He sailed
yes.
in one direction, and reaching the same point again after completing one circumcircle of the Earth.
He wouldn't have been able to go straight. He wouldn't have been able to keep one direction by sailing, because he would have had to negotiate around coastlines of land.
I'm really sorry, but your voice is cracking. I'm trying to listen it, but yeah.
Am I not coming through properly?
It's my problem.
You are. He's just lagging.
Okay, tell me. I'm listening.
So he would not have been able to maintain a single direction because he would have had to negotiate land masses.
So the thing is, if you look into the globe, there's a section of Earth which, so if I think, if I have some objects in front of me, I could change my direction for some time, and I could just, I could just, I could just ignore the object by diverting my direction from some specific point and returning to the same direction again. That's the point. And what he was using was a map. In that time, maps were used, correct? So maps were used. So what? And you think that how he can return to the same point? So he added some landmarks to the same point, instituted things, so he knows he returned back to the same point again.
Okay, by maintaining west, you say.
By maintaining west, he went to the west. Okay. You can search it as well.
What's west? Is west? What's west in relation to?
So if if you see the pole star is in north. So
Okay, yeah.
so
So west would be perpendicular to north.
yeah, so the right perpendicular, so the left
And what's
perpendicular must
north?
be. No, I'm telling that the pole star is in north, right? So the pole star and the
What's
lodestone.
north?
North is the direction in which the lodestone points, in which a
Okay,
compass
so
points.
is north a point?
Is not a point. It is a magnetic field produced by Earth.
All right. So is west perpendicular to north?
Yes, it is on a 2D plane.
On the 2D plane, not on a sphere, even?
It's on a sphere, but sphere we take more directions. It's up and down, and it's also called north. It's cardinal directions involved with the help of up and down directions.
So west would be a circle then?
Earth would be a circle, correct?
No, west.
No, that's not what he said. Westward would be a circle then.
West would be a circle. West is a direction.
So he did a circle, right? So he did a circle?
So what you're telling? No, he didn't. He didn't circle. Doesn't mean he navigated through a specific direction. Direction is completely different from what.
And what
cannot
was
be defined as
what did his path? Did he complete a circle?
Yes, he did complete a circle.
Right. Okay. So circles can't exist on a plane.
Circles can exist on.
Circles can't exist on a plane. Then can circles exist?
Can circle exist? Yes, circles can exist.
Okay. So this doesn't prove that it was necessarily. He just did a circle around a center point.
To get a point. So if the Earth is flat, can you do that?
Of course. You just admitted. Yes, you can.
All right. Yeah. Tell me. I'm listening.
Hey, you just broke up a little bit, T-Dub. So damaged.
Oh.
Your Magellan has sailed westward. This has created a great big circle. You can have circles on a flat plane. So your claiming of Magellan is proof of curvature is not proof of curvature. It's just proof of one man's ability to sail in a great big circle.
Well, so what do you call about today modern day navigations, GPS system? Okay, let's say Friendly McDonald's is also wrong. The expedition might be wrong. So what do you say about modern day navigation systems and GPS? So it's like just designed to deceive us?
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Is it designed to deceive us?
So like I'm asking you, what do you mean? Like what? How do you then defy that? Modern day navigation and GPS systems.
Would be a coordinate system, wouldn't
it? GPS stands for Global Pointing System, and Global Pointing System. If you open Google Maps, what do you see? Modern or you see a flat Earth? I don't understand.
What did you say
that doesn't make
GPS stands for?
You have a global pointing system, right? GPS.
Wrong. That is incorrect. Ground positioning system.
Positioning and pointing system are
okay, damage. Ground positioning system.
Yeah, system. So what do you want to say about that?
Ground positioning system.
Okay.
Yeah, unless you want to say that it's
global pointing system. Not even sound the same.
Ground positioning system is incorrect, but it's global positioning system to be very precise.
And ground positioning system, because that's what you're referencing.
Okay, I might be wrong. Let's ask Google.
Referencing the position on the ground, unless you're trying to find out the position of the globe. Where's the globe?
Global positioning system. Global positioning system.
Global.
It's global. It's global. Search it up on Google. If I might be wrong, search it up. On
Google. We understand. Yeah, we understand. I guess that's a globe then, right?
It's
because
global,
of that.
Correct?
Because Earth must be a globe because of the positioning system, right? Is that a good reason
what
to
I'm.
think that the Earth is a globe? Just there's a term
No,
called global.
the global positioning
Oh,
system
it's not a
clearly
good reason.
mentioned
Okay, all right,
okay.
So,
Like with the help of
how does
GPS
do
and
you know how
satellite.
it works? How does it work? How does it work?
How is the?
Yeah, how does it find your position?
His voice is cracking. I don't know. But like I'm trying to listen though.
Is it bad, Matrix? Is it that bad?
Just every now and then, but the problem is when he speaks through you, it cuts him off and you off at the same time, which is just fantastic.
What at the same time?
When you both speak at same time, causes bad audio.
Yeah, it might be time to chuck this.
Okay, so
Grab yourself another earpiece, T-Dub.
Yeah.
With the help of satellites and GPS systems, we can
Now, what is... Hey, Kingsley, you're hot micing, bro. Sorry. No, oh, there. So what he was saying, damaged, is just because the name of it, you could say global positioning system, therefore the Earth is globe. Is that what you're leading to?
No, I'm not really telling that. Oh, okay, come on. I'm not telling that. GPS and with the help of the modern navigation systems, which clearly defines that the Earth is round. How do you think the longitude
No, it does
and
not.
latitude?
Whoa! Go back a bit. They do not clearly define that it's a globe.
Bro, you are not defining the one. The machines are.
I'm not your bro, so please don't say that. It makes you sound like you're 6 years old.
Bro, the machines are defining that. I'm not defining that.
So the machines magically define globe? How?
Okay.
That someone must have programmed this data into them, and they must have referenced it from something.
Come on, NASA, the NASA database is so diverse and so much big that you can't even think of it. The satellites.
What NASA database are you? Where did you pull that from? So we're talking about GPS and how they derived it as a reference system, and all of a sudden you've jumped to NASA's database. I don't see the link there.
I see. I'll tell the link. What the link is. So NASA's different type of missiles and different rockets going to space, and they collect some data from.
No. Go back. We're not talking about rockets going to space. We're talking about GPS. You call it global positioning system. That's what we're doing. Now, global positioning system or ground positioning system, depending on what your belief system is in the first place, is referenced from something, not NASA's database.
Let me complete that. After that, you'll understand. The thing is, the rockets go into space. They collect some data from there, and they fed it into the systems. The systems then collects the data and fits it into the GPS so that we can get the exact longitudes, latitudes, and what the shape of the Earth is.
What are longitudes and latitudes derived from?
Longitudes and latitudes, they are terms. They are imaginary lines across the globe.
And how are they derived? How do they get them?
How did we get them?
That's correct. That's what I just asked. How did they get longitude and latitude lines? What are they derived from?
Well, I don't know though.
Maybe you should look that up before you go telling us about GPS giving us longitude and latitude.
Well, let's see. Longitude and latitudes are derived from a 360-degree spherical coordinate system established by ancient Greek astronomers like Eratosthenes and Hipparchus. Longitudes and latitudes are derived from a 360-degree spherical coordinate system established by ancient Greek astronomers like Eratosthenes and Hipparchus. Should I repeat that?
I heard that bit. And what is the spherical reference system they're talking about?
The spherical reference system they're talking about Earth.
No, that is incorrect. They're talking about the sky.
WGS 86.
Okay, let's see.
They're talking about the sky. There's celestial and terrestrial spheres. Your sky is how they get all these reference points, and then they use that system and splash it onto the ground. So, from an observer-centric viewpoint, it looks like it's a semi-sphere or hemisphere, half a sphere. That's what we witness when we go outside and we look at the sky because of how our vision works. So these reference points, these guys back then thought that they were on a ball-tard because of how the sky appeared. Then they use these reference points on the ground. And the problem is they don't match up sometimes.
Okay. So that's like
So, your longitude and latitude are derived from the sky. They are then put on the ground, and people like yourself believe you live on a sphere because of the sky sphere that was originally put down onto the ground. That's all.
So
that's the only sphere in it.
Yeah, and plenty of people in history have navigated quite successfully just treating the Earth plane and still navigating using the stars.
And the
So the
sphere
thing is,
they use a mathematical model that's never been proven.
So the thing is, so you are telling that Earth has a protective covering, right? So your protective covering is just the navigation system that you're talking about. That's spherical. The Earth is flat though, but the covering is.
No, we're not
No,
talking
it's
about
not spherical.
covering. What the hell?
Okay, it's not spherical.
It's not spherical. Okay, damage. We're going to do something. I want you to imagine you're standing on a raft out in the middle of the ocean. Now, if you look north, your vision can only see so far. So we're going to give it a random number. We're going to say 10 miles. That's as far as you can see. Now, if you turn east, how far can you see? 10 miles. If you turn south, how far can you see? 10 miles. If you turn west, 10 miles. And if you put points in between all of those, it makes a great big circle. Now, if you look up, how far can you see? 10 miles. So what that does is creates half of a sphere. Your personal vision area is half a sphere. It is all observer-centric. So that's how they came to thinking that this was a sphere, was because of their visual ability. That's all. It has just been a mistake that's passed down. There's no magical people lying. There's probably a few numpties going, hey, we can abuse this, and they probably are. But it's just been misinformation passed down through generations.
So the thing is, you're denying the horizon observation, right? So the horizons
Wrong. Stop. I did not deny any horizon observation. Thank you for the straw man. Please start again.
So you told me to stand in the middle of the ocean, and you go 20 miles in the south direction, in the north direction, and you just don't see any changes, right?
How do you magically believe just because you've spun around? So you're facing north, and now if you turn around and face south, do you believe you're going to see further? Well, damaged?
Is damaged.
So the horizon is actually on our side, not yours. So the horizon just would be defined as a place where the land and or sea is to meet the sky. So a marine horizon, one made of water, right, where the water appears to meet the sky, is horizontal. That would be flat. The word horizontal is derived from the word horizon, even though the etymology for the word horizon means bounding circle. This means that it's the extent of the surface that you can see in any given direction in a 360-degree turn, right, for the observer. But to look at the horizon, it looks flat. So we developed the word horizontal from the word horizon because it's flat, because it's horizontal, has a certain orientation which would be perpendicular to vertical. Right? That doesn't match a globe geometry, not at all. Right? Plus, when we try and gauge the distance to the horizon as if it has a physical point, right? It doesn't match the globe geometry. It exceeds the globe geometry in orders of magnitude because you're required to be at a certain distance based on the claimed radius of the sphere Earth. But it's never there. It's never there. So it's not a physical thing which is capable of blocking anything from view or performing any type of geometry, apart from using it to help you make elevation angles to things in the sky.
I'd say he's having connection issues.
Yeah, he's probably, yeah.
Because he went quiet.
Probably.
Considering he went from 1,000 words a minute down to dead silence.
Dead silence, yeah. Ah, well, he might be back, he might not be.
He's been here before.
He's eager. I'll give him that. He's quite excited.
Yeah, he's been here once before and had a bit of a meltdown. Welcome to the new people that just dropped in. Have any questions, queries, or concerns? T-Double, take the lot of them.
Is that President Orion that we've just got, that just dropped in? Is that our Orion or a different Orion?
Oh, I don't know. Normally our one says g'day.
I know Whisper Jack is friendly.
Yo, yo.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good, man. How you guys doing? Or everybody?
Yeah. Coping. But not like the Globers are coping.
Different kind of cope.
Yeah.
Let's see if David Mills is coping. Dave, welcome. What do you believe in, mate? Is it a ball covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat? And don't sit there in silence after I just read that out.
Help us out, David. Help us out, David. Help me out. How's it been going?
Maybe
How's the
arcade.
room been going?
Yeah, it has its moments, has quiet periods.
Yeah.
Busy periods, ebbs and flows. You know.
Yeah, how's the movement been going? It's hard for me to follow. It's split a little bit, like from my perspective, like the actual Discord channel sometimes is silent. It kind of seems to jump around a little bit. And then the politics server used to be kind of popping, but then that kind of went silent. Where's everybody at? Is it just my perspective?
Yeah, that's what I want to know sometimes. That
yeah, like I
nobody
chase
seems
you
to,
guys, man. Yeah, I chase you guys. I'm just trying to pick up on the the points that you all make. So sometimes I have a hard time chasing you all around.
Yeah, it's diverse. I mean, there's some people that are like, they've started up their own stuff, that going. So they're putting a lot of effort into their own thing, and I guess they're dragging a few people along with them. But there's still it's just that I guess their time is much more divided now. But like we still have pretty good.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, still get some good crowds happening, and politics. We jump over there occasionally and try and get it going a bit, but we're there for like maybe a few hours or a day or something. And we can come back here. We were just in the home server yesterday for for a few hours. In the home server, that was going all right. It got quiet, and we all like started moving back over to here. Like gypsies.
All right, sounds legit. Yeah, I get it. All tracks. Yeah, the politics server, man. It's a cesspool, I spent a lot of time over there. Just man, just I'm always baffled, man. this the level, different viewpoints, that come in there. It's wild. But yeah.
Yeah, well,
Good to know the
you know,
community's
when we,
alive and well, good to know the community.
yeah, for sure, man. It's still going. There's a few people just like, dropped off, and yeah, haven't seen them for a while, but there's still a few of us hanging around, trying to keep things going. This place is a challenge, particularly because people come in and they're beginners to intermediate English speakers. It can be difficult having a conversation on such a. I wouldn't say it's complicated, but sometimes it's hard to express and get them to understand. They just don't have a grasp on the language. Yeah. Occasionally, we have some translators amongst us that can speak the language of the person. That comes in. Whether it be Spanish or French.
Yeah, I'll just translate what T-Dub said. Some of them talk funny, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them talk. That's you talk funny.
Yeah, a few times I came in here just fooling around, kind of trolling, like pretending to be from a different nationality, and it didn't go over so well. But I love listening, yeah. I love hearing the questions and stuff. But this room is particularly funny with the amount of like you said, English second language folks that come in and just watch them try to struggle with the language and also I guess the weight of it all. It's cool, man. I love what you guys do here. Sorry, I'm having sound issues if I keep cutting in and out.
No, crystal
No,
clear, man.
Yours has been pretty clear, Jack.
All right. All right, good.
Well, Orion, if you want to put forward any claims of curvature, or if you've got any queries or concerns about the lack of curvature that we witness out in reality, then please put them forward.
Yeah, Ryan. We just discussed the nature of the surface. We told some wild things about this place that we live in, like that it's a big giant ball that's spinning, that it occupies a region within an ever-expanding vacuum space. Meanwhile, air and water somehow sticks to its exterior, supporting life. So like there's these bold claims being made about your reality, which you can't validate. Meanwhile, you can go out and just observe, measure, and treat the Earth as stationary.
You're breaking up a little bit, T-Dub, still.
Oh, really? Again? This is a brand
The
new
issue
to
is,
me.
okay, just so you know, your voice is super clear, and when it does break up, it breaks off hard and clean. So, whereas the other one was sort of a little bit muffled, this is heaps clean. But yeah, it's just when it drops out, it's dropping out to nothingness.
It may be the jack at the port. Sorry, it may be the port. I've dropped this phone a couple of times recently.
Drop it or throw it?
I just dropped it.
Oh, here we go.
Yo, Kingsley, man, I was just being facetious. I wasn't trying to be insulting. I was just I was trying to be funny, but I guess I failed.
Yep.
Yeah, what I was trying to highlight humorously, which I failed to do, is that the ridiculous idea that that once it gets so big your brain can't comprehend. Like I was trying to be sarcastic. Like I don't actually believe that to be true.
Are you
For
baked?
the No, I'm just goofy.
And baked. No.
Yeah, maybe permanently. Yeah, maybe permanently, but not currently. Yeah. No, I was just trying to be funny. Like, I think the argument is silly when someone says like, "Oh, like it's," when they reduce the argument to like billions of years or millions of miles, or the Earth is so big that's why you can't measure it. That's what I was trying to make fun of, but I don't actually think that way. Just for the record, I wasn't trying to be a jackass.
All right.
Sorry if I came across wrong.
It's all good, man.
What's up, guys?
Hello, welcome back.
Hello. What do you guys? I heard, like, I had a conversation with someone. They said, if the Earth was flat, Australia would be much further away than it is because it's on the opposite side of the map than it is, then much further away than Europe. But it isn't currently.
We're not actually making any cartography claims. We're just pointing out that the nature of surface water, rest, long distance observations, laser tests. These contradict the idea. The surface displays no curvature, contradicts the idea that we live on a spinning radius of
Right.
1,000.
I think
Yeah.
like you
So
can
yeah. So,
like you
sorry.
can make oh sorry yeah, you can make like an accurate cartographical map of the world.
Well, I can't. I'm not attempting. Yeah.
Because like if you
That's
go
not what
on
I'm saying.
right. Like if you go in each direction, like do you believe in an ice wall?
No, not necessarily. I mean, like there is ice walls. I mean, ice walls exist. So coastlands of like coastal coastlines of cold places, areas that experience long periods of cold weather, form ice shelves and ice walls and glaciers and things. So they exist, but does it exist in the form that we're presented with the AE map? And that's the way all the land's laid out, and that's the Earth. That's a representation of reality. Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to make that claim.
Well, I think that it would be. I do believe in ice wall because I think you can if you go in a direction every way, like you're always going like if you go in left, right, forward, backward, you will always end up at some point in Antarctica. So that makes me believe
I don't know if that's
that there
true.
is
I don't
probably.
know if that's true. I can't guarantee you that. I can't
Yeah,
verify that. Nobody can actually guarantee me. I'm and flat earthers, and I don't know if it's true or not.
right. But assuming that like the map of the world is accurate, which I don't really like, I obviously can't prove that, but assuming that it is because other people have mapped out the world for quite some time, uh, wouldn't that mean that there is an ice wall because of the way the distances between the continents? That would make the North Pole at the center, and Antarctica as a wall surrounding the Earth.
Possibly. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, man.
Okay.
It's a speculation. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And it is Sunday for Australian countries are heading into Sunday now. We have you can feel free to speculate about it all you like. Yeah. Like it's a lovely notion. Like I think it's a romantic idea that it's laid out like that because that explains why the water is how the water is contained. You know, that and that the ocean has a specific volume. That sort of thing. And it would make sense that if the sun's path doesn't exceed a certain region, then areas beyond that would be cold, and if there's water there, it's going to freeze, etc. It could make sense, but then like the Globers say, some of the things they point out makes sense to them, even though they don't have any proof that it's true. Like it makes sense in a certain geometry,
Right. Yeah, I understand.
if you were to accept, but so I just don't know, man. But like I said, it's a nice idea.
Yeah. I mean, I hope like there are like eventually there will come some actual real flat Earth like scientists, like some good flat Earth scientists that will actually go around, map the world, things like that. But I was thinking maybe someone would eventually decide to track the sun, follow the sun to track its exact pattern across the entire world, and then we could actually see if it would how it's lined up.
It's been talked about. I mean, there's some bold ambitions out, like to do those sort of and venture, and explore and map all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It would take an extreme amount of time, resource, energy, manpower, etc. All of it, right? It
Yeah,
would
like
be
we
a
didn't.
huge undertaking.
Yeah, round earthers didn't come to the conclusion that the Earth was round just in one thing. They had it evolved over time.
Right, exactly. Like, yeah, it has. Well, the ideas with and entertained, like it's only relatively claimed that they understand it fully now, right? Like that they've
Yeah.
mapped
But
all the
your mic keeps.
regions there is to explore and all that.
Yeah, your mic keeps cutting out.
Oh damn it! Yeah, sorry, man.
That's it.
You're roboting pretty hard, mate. Just to give you an idea how bad you're roboting, I see your name light up, then 2 seconds later, the sound comes through broken up and robotic.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's your internet connection or if it's just Discord having a playing up. So try dropping out and come back in, and we'll see if that fixes it to start off with.
Oh.
Welcome, Ralph.
It's difficult to believe that there are still people who believe in flat Earth.
It's difficult to believe in someone else's beliefs. No, it's not. People
Well,
believe in Santa Claus. So what are you saying? It's hard to believe that people believe in Santa Claus?
like we are not medieval times. We have proofs. We have satellites.
We got proofs. What proofs have you got that you live on a ball?
Satellites, satellite images. Go check them out.
So
It
your
like if
proofs are images
it
that you can't verify the validity of. Interesting.
it's different thing if you don't even trust your own government, the people you have elected. I trust my
Okay.
vote.
Why has my ability or inability to trust my government, what has that got to do with images from satellites that you can't verify the validity of?
Yeah, because satellites are most of the satellites controlled by the government organizations like space organizations, which are mostly government funded. So yeah.
Our government couldn't organise a job in a knock shop if you stapled $1,000 to their forehead and threw them in head first. Seriously, mate. What has that got to do with satellite images? Nothing.
Yeah, because
So,
they directly
and he
because
just
the
goes,
space.
yes. That's funny. Bro, look, seriously, the
What's
government
so
has
funny?
nothing to do with satellite images. Okay? So the
Really?
hard part
How
about
come?
satellite images is proving that they are true and correct. Most of the images are what's called composites. They are constructed. They are built. It's not just someone with a photo camera going, click, there's a good photo. She'll be right, mate. They are multiple images layered together on Photoshop or another program that's similar.
Yeah.
So, the biggest problem with these satellite images is proving that they are real. So, for us, for example, we can go and do a laser test and we can shoot a laser across a large body of water. And the laser light being straight, we compare that to the ground underneath it. So if it's a ball underneath it, there will be an increasing distance between the laser and the water. So over 10 miles, that distance will increase from 0 to 66 feet. If it's 20 miles, it'll go from 0 to 266 feet. If it's flat, however, there will be no change in distance. It will stay the same.
The laser would also end up being kind of sideways too, if the Earth was curved.
I don't know about you, but I believe in the space organization of my country that the image they release every year from the space are real.
That's awesome. We're not stopping you from having your beliefs, but I don't want you to be a dumbass sheeple believer. I want you to know. So do you know it's a ball, or you just believe these organisations telling you it's a ball?
Well, there is one way to find out by yourself, not to actually on a satellite, but to go on a Mount Everest, because I have heard that you can actually see the curvature of Earth from there, on the top, from the top.
We've
Well,
sent up
allegedly.
weather balloons higher than that, I'm pretty sure.
So when you
About
stand on the top of Mount Everest and you face north, you look out, you're claiming you'll see curvature. Then if we turn around and look south, will you see the curvature? Yes or no?
Yeah, we will be able to see the curvature.
Excellent. So when you face east, where the two curvatures join, is there a big V there where they join?
I don't know. I have never been on the top.
Oh,
A big V?
that
What
sounds
do you
pretty
mean?
silly. Well, the young fellow's claiming that if we face north, that he can see the curvature. Okay, so if you turn around and face south, and he can see the curvature. Now, if he faces east, where those two curvatures from the north and from the south join together, they will make a hollow, a dip, a V, where they join together. So it would look something like a McDonald's sign. Is that what you're thinking that we see?
Well,
No, it's
I
not.
don't really
That's
give much.
just silly, isn't it?
Okay, but that has doesn't major effect on our lives. Well, does it really matter if it's curved or it's flat?
Does it really matter? Well, for me, it actually opened up more questions than it gave answers to. So if it's flat, well, let's have a look at your heliocentric story. It all started with a big bang. If it's flat, how do you think it got here?
Wait, so is it flat or is it round or is it a sphere? I'm confused.
Flat as a friggin'
Well, you
pancake, mate.
do you have feasible proofs that it's flat, or
Do I
you're
have
all just
proof?
talk? I can at least I
Oh,
can send you the link of satellite images.
yeah, but the problem is, how do you verify they're true and correct? You've got the images. I'm not denying you've got images. But images of what? Images taken from where? Images that have been edited, doctored. Can you and me go to the same position that those images are allegedly generated from, and can we take our own to back up your claim of those images? Can we do that?
No, because that's not how it works. There are so
Right.
many space
So,
organizations in the world which compete
so
with each
your
other.
images,
So
you can't back up the claims of those. Whereas us doing the
I'm not
laser
claiming,
tests,
you know,
we can.
I don't even claim that. I don't even believe that Earth is like round or curved because it's fact. You don't believe in fact.
Because it's what?
Are you a flat earther or are you a round earther, Ralph?
I think he said it's fact. If I'm not breaking up, am I breaking up?
No, no, I think yeah, I think he said that too. I thought he said it was flat at first, but
Yeah, no, he said it's fact, and you don't have to believe in facts because they're facts. It's just knowledge.
Right. So if they're facts, that means that we can go and check these facts to make sure they are true and correct.
Yeah, you gotta wait for like 50 years when space travel will be for everyone. So sure,
I'm
Hey
gonna be
Ralph.
verify it.
Hey Ralph, how long have you been told about space travel and all the cool things they're going to offer you? See me, I'm 47 years of age and I've been promised this shit since I was in kindergarten, that we're going to be on the moon and on Mars and having space travel for consumers. And I'll tell you
Mars
something
has not
now,
been promised
I'm
for a
gonna
long time.
I'm
There's
gonna put
no.
this as bluntly as I know how. I call bullshit.
I feel like Elon. I feel like Mars has not been on the table for the whole of your life.
Yeah, at least not in a century, not in this
You'll
century.
probably notice when you get a bit older, you'll notice about every 11 years they come out with some cool bullshit story to give everyone hope. That's it. Nothing more. All we get is hope and cool stories. We have been
From
promised this
Well,
different
shit since
individuals.
well before I was
if
born.
you
Is
If
Elon
you if
Musk
you
one of those individuals that spreads hope every 11
Don't
years?
care. And that's all it is. It's cool stories. And now
What
you're
do you think
telling
about
me I've got
Elon
to,
Musk?
not you, all right, hold it. And now, Ralph, you're telling me I've got to wait 50 years in order to verify your claim that you claim as fact? If it's a fact, you'll be able to
that's
verify it
just
right now for us.
well, that's just a one way. Go hijack a spaceship. That's
Go
another way.
hijack a spaceship. So you're telling
Yeah,
me we can't
yeah.
measure this thing from the ground?
I don't know. I never thought about that. You could measure the Earth from the ground, measuring tape.
How about you look inside chat at 5 minutes past the hour? I've posted up a PDF and I've posted up a laser experiment or laser test, whatever you want to call it. I'm easy.
All right, all right.
The PDF is the documentation for that test.
Speaking of this test, like I've had somebody show me an image of a laser curving downwards, like at the beginning. Are you aware of
Where?
I can't pull it up right now, but there was a laser and I'll try and find it, but it at the
Was it in
beginning
a fish
it
tank?
went down. I think it was near the ocean or some sort of lake or something
Okay,
like that.
let me go through the video first.
Yeah, John, if it was in a fish tank, that fish tank's full of sugar water. And it's a very common thing for globers to use. Look, laser's bending down, therefore the Earth's a globe. And it's like you've got a laser shooting from air to glass, from glass to sugar water, and then back out the glass again. And yeah, it's like just because it bends in the medium of sugar water, you're claiming and it bends freely and as excessive, overly excessive as that in the open air. Please show us a video of it. And I'm forever asking people for videos of lasers bending downwards in the open air, conforming to an 8-inch per mile squared curvature rate.
Right. Why did you give him the long video of this? You should give him the short video of the FE laser core video so he can watch it.
The reason for it, most of them skip it anyways. So if you give them the long one, hopefully they'll hit a few important bits. You give them the short one, they'll skip it and miss 3/4 of it.
Yeah, true.
Look at us go, T-Dub. It's under 30. It's under 40 degrees. Yay!
Yeah, we're looking at a low of 17, I think, in the next few hours.
A low of 17 in the next few hours. Wow. Yeah, she got up to 45 today. I thought it was going to get hotter. The way it started out this morning.
Been in the one single digits where I'm from.
Warm single digits.
Yeah.
Single
I don't
digits
know.
centigrade or single digits freedom units?
I forgot. Oh yeah, I forgot you're British.
I'm not British. Say that when Jedi's around and he'll throw something at you.
You're Scottish.
No, he's Brutish. He's not British.
Brutish.
Oh, okay.
Dude goes in here yesterday, Matrix, and he was saying that I like, what's wrong with you flat earthers? I'm like, I don't know, probably a lot. I'm sure just like the regular population, we got some hang-ups and whatever. No, there's always some Australian guy just yelling at me.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm like,
What are
well,
thoughts
okay.
on ships disappearing hull first over the horizon?
It's to do with angular resolution and your elevation in comparison to the item you're looking at. So the ship, naturally, that's what you're looking at. Where is it? I'll post a little picture up so you can understand better.
It also has to do with the conditions as well, as you don't always see this occurring. In fact, it's quite rare.
All right, so as you can see in my tiny little picture there, on the left-hand end is Matrix in his younger days when he was super thin, and he's looking at a ship. So the yellow line is his eye level, the white line is looking down to the water where it touches the ship, and as you can see, the purple one is the top of the mast. So it makes two angles. So number one, from your eye level down to the water line makes one angle. From your eye level up to the top of the mast makes another angle. Now what happens is, as things get further away, due to perspective, they appear to get smaller. And those angles will get smaller and smaller and smaller naturally as the ship gets further away. So that's not really a big deal. Now where it becomes interesting is angular resolution. So your ability to resolve an image, once that angle gets below 0.02, 0.04. I can't remember, just had a mental blank. 0.02, we're going with that one. Once it gets down to that number, you can't resolve the image. And as you can see, from the water line to your eye line is a smaller angle than the top one. So naturally, it's going to be unresolvable first. And that's all it is.
I see.
Pretty easy stuff when you look into it.
Yo, Matrix, you got like a channel where you post videos and not just live streams?
Do I have one? No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I've seen like this server in live streams before.
In live streams? Yeah, there's the on the bot up the top. If you click on that, it'll take you to YouTube. And there's 3 bots. YouTube bot 1, this one, and one of the guys, Flat Lloyd. He's got one that he uses as a backup when the other ones are having a sleep.
Oh, okay, I found it.
Once you get to it, you click on videos, and you can watch like all the past ones. There's millions of them.
I'm only seeing 5 videos.
Or click on live videos.
Oh,
I
live,
think it
yeah,
is.
yeah. Like I'm trying to memorize all these arguments, like so I can actually respond to them when someone asks.
Just keep hanging out, buddy. If you go to the home server too, there's like alphabeticalized section where you can go there and check all that stuff out.
Is that the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If you
For some
scroll
reason,
down, it's like it's all organized.
alright. For some reason, there's this big thing covering the screen about moderation powers have multi-factor authentication. I can't get rid of it. Hello.
You might have to get verified or something.
Yeah.
Evening, Mr. Jedi.
Morning, boss. You alright?
Yeah, all good, mate.
Holy crap, Jedi!
What's up, T, mate? How you doing? You good?
Oh, this is the Jedi you were
Best
talking
all
about. I
day,
thought you were
thanks,
talking
mate.
about actual Jedi.
I'm so confused. What did you say, T?
Yeah. Yeah, all right, thanks, mate.
Good stuff, dude.
Hope
Good
you know.
stuff. Yeah, man, I'm doing well. What's going on in here? Anything exciting?
Well, the excitement was about an hour ago.
Ah,
One
for fuck's
person who
sake.
was a little bit wound up.
I was still asleep about an hour ago. I'm sad I missed it. Why was he getting upset? Did somebody take
Oh,
his
he wasn't
ball away
upset.
from
Just
him?
he was just one of those young fellows that likes to get their 1,003 words in
Oh, God.
mid-sentence.
I'm kind of glad I missed it then. I've got to stop watching videos about ancient technology that couldn't exist. I've got to stop doing it. Might have spoken to you guys about chandeliers a couple of weeks ago and how that's all bollocks. I'm going to start sounding fucking crazy at some point, but don't mention pianos to me. Sounds ridiculous, right? But
What?
these old, yeah, exactly. What? But yeah, these old grand pianos, the ones that, mate, if you look into the technology of how they're built, how they're made, and the story that we're told of about 150 years ago, pretty much that existed in everybody's houses. Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense, but I won't speak too much about it, man. I'm starting to sound completely fucking mental at this stage, so I'll shut up, I think.
I mean, like I was thinking like earlier how easy it would be to completely falsify history because you start with a blank slate and you just tell people things and they'll believe that it's actual history. I'm not saying that history is false. I'm just saying it would be insanely easy.
If you've got control of the administration, all
Yeah.
of the paperwork, yeah, it's a piece of piss.
Yeah, because if they're lying about the Earth, then I wouldn't be surprised if they were lying about history too. And
Who's they?
the people who are lying to us, the people who say it's round. You know.
Yeah, it's that they question, isn't it? Who
Yeah,
are they?
yeah. You know, we don't really know who. Well, at least I don't really know who they is.
No.
There's
Couldn't
somebody
like
who's
put them in a lineup and we could identify them, that person there and this person here. We've got absolutely no idea.
because the elite can easily just. I believe that the elite. We don't know who they are. They aren't billionaires. They aren't NASA. They're the people up there, really high up. We don't even know about. And then they create systems like systems of money, these false systems to keep us controlled in an unnatural system, and they themselves don't subscribe to it. That's why billionaires cannot be the elite, because they crave money and they want money, and the true elite are just as rich when it comes to money as a homeless person.
What?
Yeah, you lost me there.
I was just being polite.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
It's just my idea. If the elites exist, they wouldn't be rich. They would be poor when it comes to the system of money, because they created it. They control it. That's why the rich cannot be the elite, because they crave money and they want more of it and they want more of it.
Are they like vampires or something?
I don't know, man. Just a theory and just my theories. What's up,
Money has no
Jaeger?
value. Yeah, but like, we give it value. So
It's whoever controls the system of money. We can't all. Maybe we did, but it would be very weird if we all collectively decided that we give money a.
Hey, Johnny. What's up, niggas?
Oh, God.
Oh, God, ты дебил, блядь, алё, чувак?
How you doing, dude? You alright?
What's up, Superboy?
Yo, JD, you got girlfriend?
This conversation isn't going to go well, is it?
You not got girlfriend, yes?
I'm 50, dude.
50. It's what?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in discussing
It's
my
one
personal
and
life with some
it's
idiot who's just jumped in and
such a
called
bitch
everyone
ass
niggas
up.
on the side. What the hell?
It's
This isn't
one
going to
and
happen, dude.
bro,
Dude,
50,
this isn't going to
50.
happen. I'm just going to mute you. Thanks.
This is not the relationship room, Superboy. If you read up the top, the door is that way. Oh, you found it. Excellent. But what we have come to notice, Jedi, is the Indian clown car is much more entertaining than the US one.
Is it now? Have we done that kind of statistical analysis over time and compared and contrasted the two servers and come to the conclusion that it's much funnier here? Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the clown car in here, it's like they're all on gas. Oh, man.
thing that gets me as well, just kind of thinking about that, is this part of the world is supposed to be a more spiritual part of the world, like the like the Near East, the subcontinent, India, these areas, right, are supposed to be really spiritual places, but I think that's been knocked on the head over recent years. They've done that job really well.
I blame the West.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. It's weird because Westerners go there and come back all spiritual and no meditation, veganism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess both sides.
They
just
come over
want
here
change.
and start drinking Coca-Cola and watching Rambo movies, you know.
Yeah, all starts
What's
with
up,
Rambo.
Panda?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff when you start looking into the like Tartaria, mud flood theory, and all that. You know, there's a lot
Like
of older images where, like one of them, I think is of Chicago,
yeah,
and there's like
the
one
burn.
dude with a horse and cart.
Yeah,
That's freaky. Like it's supposed to be a large city. At the time, there's supposed to be like 80,000 people there, and he's just one dude.
yeah. I mean, I've watched the Torturi. I mean, it's like it's an interesting theory, but I don't really like. That goes back to like the thing I was saying about changing history. It would be insanely easy to change history, but no.
All you've got to do is control the information.
Yeah.
Just make up stories. Is basically how it goes. The evidence, here it is. For example, let's say this building. This is here. So we obviously built it, right? So a long time ago, because it's obviously here, we're standing there pointing at it. Then a long time ago, somehow man had the ability to do this. I mean, it's wonderful and stuff. These stones are like multiple tons, and the height of these buildings is multiple meters, and the infrastructure is incredible. But because the building's here, they obviously did it. So this is the problem, right? The evidence, the thing in contention is here, right? It's like gravity. Well, things go down, right? So it must work, right? It's the same type of thing with history. They give us a story and we believe the story. We don't question the story, really. We just accept the story because of pictures and, you know, these types of things. It's like my little foray into chandeliers a couple of weeks ago. Right, it sounds ridiculous, right? 200 years ago, we've got all of these palaces, and let's say there's 100 chandeliers in each of these palaces. When you actually start thinking about the lighting, the wax, the candle manufacturing, the heat, how much it would cost, how many people would need to do it, blah 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 blah, you come to the conclusion that chandeliers weren't used with candles. There's no other conclusion, right? But you don't question these things. So it's really easy to manipulate history. You just tell a story.
Yeah, and you can't really disprove it either, right? Most of the time.
It's the thing about the accepted narrative, right? If you've got enough people nodding and agreeing and they're the experts, then me, you, and everybody else is just going to nod and agree along with them because they're the experts, right?
Yeah, it's like the same with flat Earth too.
Yeah, exactly the same. It's the same story all over the place, mate.
Yeah.
We just accept the story that we're told and we don't question it because an authority has told us. That's it.
Well, we have put ourselves up onto a pedestal, you know, and set standards and bars and things that we might have to meet, and you know, big noted ourselves to the point that that's trickled in backwards into what we're told is history, right? So, but is it all true? Yeah, I watched that one. Wasn't the Jared guy? Some Peter Cook or something like that. Anyway, he put me onto this this old book, the Magician's Handbook, right? And I've got it saved, and you go through it, and it's like it's got all the magic tricks and everything from like I don't know. I think it's early. I want to say early 19th century, but it could be mid 19th century. And it's got all the magic tricks in it, but then it goes into all this other stuff about electricity, storing electricity, producing electricity, electrical toys, and children's playthings. And like it's really cool. Like it teaches you how to make a battery, right? Like and people. This was offered to commoners. If they had the means, they could use this book to make it and do all this stuff. And I was thinking, that's cool. Like they're really messing around with this stuff further back than I realized, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's
like just in it's so interesting because like around the turn of the century, like 1900s, everything felt so much more advanced, right? Like just in my town alone, there was a trolley that was going down Main Street, and it's no longer there. You would never guess it was there, but it's kind of, you know, everything feels much more organized back then. Like, I don't know how to describe it.
Do you want me to blow your mind away with something else I looked into the other day?
Yeah, sure.
Again, you're all going to start thinking I'm absolutely mad. And when I start looking into these things, I'm just like, yeah, go on. This sounds absolute bollocks. Convince me. Has anybody ever considered suits of armor? The great big suits of armor that people decided to start wearing a few hundred years ago with regards to armor and so on and wars and shit. These great big steel, iron structures that men decided to put on and start beating each other up with. Have you ever considered these things and how impossible it would be to live in one of these things, considering the temperature that the body would generate inside the metal of the armor, let alone wielding some kind of sword, getting back up when you've fallen over, let alone getting out of the thing when you've been put into it because you can't get yourself out of it. Somebody else has to get you out of it. It's like a prison. Has anybody ever considered this piece of, antiquity that we're told suits of armor?
Yeah, I mean, like the
knights,
like the ones
the
in the
knights of
1400s.
old. Go, John.
Oh yeah, like the ones in the 1400s are really, really weird. Like I can understand, but like with chainmail, I can understand putting on chainmail with normal clothes underneath. But like full metal suits, there's hardly any room to let yourself breathe.
Yeah, not the gauntlets and the chest plates and the stuff and the helmets. The full suit of armor. A full suit of armor is it's impossible for the human body to live within these things. Again, talking about the heat, the perspiration, the need to relieve yourself over time. Again, as I pointed out, you need to be put into these suits. You can't get yourself out of these suits yourself when you're in them. So the amount of metal, I found this really interesting thing, is we find this with quite a lot of things, right? The metal that was forged back then is of a higher quality than we can forge today. in actual fact, there's hundreds of old medieval armor suits that are exact down to the millimeter replicas of each other. Right? There's like hundreds of them.
What?
Yeah.
And a mold?
Yeah.
Like as if they were stamping them out. Yep.
Yeah. So not some bloke in a hut with a candle.
Like is portrayed to us, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite hard to maintain a temperature when all you're burning is wood, right? And that's
What do you?
primarily up until we started digging coal out of the fucking ground. What we're
Right.
told is the main temperature control. Right? We understand that metallurgy it isn't trial and error. Right, you need exact temperatures and exact mixes to reach the exact compound that's required, and to have that compound repeated over and over and over again. Like that type of stuff is kind of impossible when we're just talking about wood burning and shit. So it's again, right? These things sound ridiculous that I'm pointing out, but when you look into them, right, it's impossible. There is no way X amount of 100 years ago this technology was manufactured and people were inside them. Now the suits exist. People aren't inside them. What have you got left?
What are you suggesting when you say that people were unable to live inside the suits? Like, what other reason would there be, like, for the suits?
Okay, so we're talking about living inside metal. We understand that if we're inside and we're moving around, we're generating heat. Right? That heat isn't going to escape. That heat is going to keep increasing inside the suit. You're going to die because of the heat
So you
exhaustion.
basically cook yourself.
Yeah. Imagine if it's a
Hey,
hot
John,
day.
do a simple experiment, John. Go and get some aluminium foil out of the cupboard and just wrap it around your arm. So you make one arm sleeve and just walk around for an hour in that and watch how hot your arm gets. Because it holds the heat in.
Yeah, I can't imagine facing a dragon. If I breathe dragon.
My favourite, roasted human, fresh in the can.
Yeah, thanks for the cooking.
Yeah. Maybe they were just a society of cannibals, and that was just the quickest way to cook them.
Well, Jedi, what is the speculation? Like, is it like we're talking maybe like early forms of robots, or are they just decorative, ceremonial? What's the...
All right, so I dropped the video in the side chat. So it comes to these conclusions, right? And it tells you, I think it's about 3 options you've got left. Non-human entities, right? Some kind of spiritual magic way.
Like golems.
Thank you. So that's the word I'm looking for. Golems. So you make people out of clay. They are animated and they live within inside these suits. And like I said, you got robots. So non-human entities, golems, or an early form of like robot. It's basically the options you've got, I think. Or like
it could also be decorative.
Yeah, or they're just fucking decorative.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, I dropped the video in the side.
Right, but they're reaching the conclusions that it wouldn't have been practical for people to actually get into these things and be in combat with each other.
Well, yeah, because like I said, right, you've got to be put into these suits, right? The fastenings are external; they're not. You're not able to do them, right? You can't reach around your back. It's very hard for you to move in these things anyway. So you need to be put into them. Well, that's a lot of people, dude. Right, already, we're talking about a lot of people putting other people into these suits. It's like 2 people for one piece of armor, for example, right? Then you've got, it's like you can't get out of it until somebody comes and takes you out of it. That's a problem, right? If you are overheating, you are exhausted, you can't, for example, tend to your wound if you're in a battle, right? If you can't tend to your own body and get underneath the armor, then you're just going to fucking bleed to death or whatever. It's like I said, even going to the toilet, right? As soon as you're put into the suit, it's like you're in a prison, right? You rely on somebody else to get you out of it.
Like there's if that's the case, there's definitely no way it was used like for combat. It would be insanely impractical.
For people, yes.
Yeah, for
I was
people.
watching a small documentary about combat in those suits, and think super heavyweight boxing. Hit, realign yourself. Hit from the other guy. They would be just picking those bloody great big swords up and not swinging, just dropping them on the opponent. You wouldn't be able to stand and, like you see them in the movies, having good old fashioned sword fights with them. Nah, their sword fights would be pick up this great big lump of steel, thud, and drop it on him, and hopefully bludgeon him to death.
The majority of, to say the majority, but you're talking about the combat, right? So you got a helmet on, right? You have poor visibility, let alone that you're slow. You got the Batman problem, right? You can't turn your head because your neck's too tight, so you can't look from side to side. So your visibility is really, really shit. Let alone the fact that, like you just pointed out, right? It's slow movement. You're a fucking walking target, dude. It's like these things shouldn't really be feared. You just need a little bit of speed and get up behind them.
Yeah, I can't imagine broadswords are that light either.
No,
trying to pick them up without a suit, right? It'd be a task.
You know, I mean, today's modern army, that backpacks of multiple kilograms and stuff, and you run over multiple kilometers and whatever, and you're fucked, right? But you've got layers that you can take off. You can regulate your temperature. Regulating temperature is something that's really important for a human being, right? Especially if you're doing work. And just wearing the suit is fucking work, right? It's a lot of weight on your body. Think about the compression on your spine and stuff like that. There's suits as well that they're not all adult suits. There's smaller suits. Now, we think the smaller suits are for like children. It's fucking ridiculous when you think about it. But if you think about putting a small child inside like a metal suit, it's like foot binding in China, right? You're going to get deformation. That child isn't going to be able to support that fucking weight of that suit around our body. Because there are small suits, people think they're a child. So we're going along with that narrative. You put, a 10-year-old boy inside one of these suits, it's going to fucking ruin his skeletal structure, right? The pressures are in the wrong place. The weight loads are too much. But ultimately, these, for people to wear in combat, are just fucking impractical. Imagine if the ground's muddy, right? You've got no fucking grip.
All I was thinking of, Jedi. All I was
Yeah.
thinking of, in summertime when we was kids and we had those metal slippery slides and it was basically a branding iron. Imagine cruising around in one of them, middle of summer.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd cook yourself.
Exactly, man. So in weather conditions, fucking impractical. And it's not like we're all, like I said, we're not all fighting on like floors and stuff. These are like muddy grounds and shit. And with that excess weight, you're trying to move around. You slip, which you fucking will, because the weight and the balance, it's all off. You can't physically get back up again. I mean, for battle and war, like just tip him over, man. He's a fucking useless thing. So yeah, it sounds ridiculous, like all of these things I've been bringing up over the last couple of weeks, but the practicality kind of nullifies the story.
Maybe it was just a human shield to absorb impacts. Basically, just walk when they having their battles. These guys in armor were just walking to absorb arrows, to absorb all this other shit, and just basically waste time because you can't attack the thing. It's just this tin suit, and he just clunk, 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 keeps on marching into your castle.
How much?
I just maybe they put slaves inside the suits.
Sorry, somebody asked a question. How much have I looked into this other than that video? Mate, this video and others like it. Now, I'm not saying that after watching one video that this is the be-all and absolute truth of fucking everything, dude. I just find this, a subject like Flat Earth, that I'd never questioned before, interesting when you look at the things like the practicality. So, yeah, just this video, dude. I've never seen anybody else question this, right?
Makes you think.
I mean, it's saying that the suits weighed like 20 kg, 25 kg. That's nothing.
No, I said modern armies today wear backpacks with X amount of kg on their back, running X amount of kilometers.
Yeah.
Suits were heavier than that.
Really?
They're fucking metal, dude. What the fuck? I'll ask you this question, dude. Is body temperature regulation important for human under exercise?
Yeah, but it wasn't a sealed oven leading to like inevitable heat stroke.
Sorry.
There's like ventilation caps on it, bro.
Excuse me. We're talking about the full-on suits of armor, right? Top to toe, gloves, boots, everything, right? Now I'm just asking you if temperature regulation is important. I guess not.
Yes, it is,
Obviously, though.
Jedi.
I mean, and heat exhaustion did occur, but it's not.
Sorry,
it's not as common
dude.
as you think.
Dude, I'm inside a metal suit. For example, do you think that you'd be able to go under 10 minutes of combat?
Yeah, there's videos of people doing it for like 8 hours straight today.
What? In full metal suits?
Pretty sure.
You're pretty sure. Go and get it. I'll give you some
I'll
bloke.
try and find a video.
I'll give you some bloke wearing a helmet, a chest plate, right? Some gauntlets, maybe.
Some chainmail.
Yeah. Watch the video in the side chat, dude. Right? You're asking me, is it just because of this video? I say, yeah. Maybe you go and watch the video yourself. All right?
Actually, sub to that channel, probably through you already. But I think I saw that the thumbnail in the feed the other day, but I scrolled past it. So yeah, thanks. I'll give it a watch.
So, what do you reckon, Jedi? It's as twisted and evil as they actually were growing people into those? And the reason I say that is because over in the UK there was grave sites dug up, and there was the skeletons found were off long-sided, as one arm longer than the other, specifically for the point of archery. And how their spines had all been twisted and curled over, and for holding the longbows.
Alright. Okay, has anybody looked into, alongside the Tartarian mudflood things, the age of the World Fair? You heard about that, Matrix?
Yeah.
Have you heard about it? Yeah, okay. So there's a story that runs alongside that, because it comes just before the I was going to say resurgence, but that's not the right word. But the resurgence, let's use that one. It's not a word. The resurgence of orphan trains. Lots of children appearing from fucking nowhere, right? Quite a lot of them went to Australia. Lots of them went to America and stuff. Now, you mentioned about growing people. Now, alongside the World Fair, there is this kind of shoot-off idea that there was incubation taking place, like mechanical wombs and stuff, where people were being produced. I don't know whether it was cloning technology or, as T-Dub pointed out, some kind of golem technology. There isn't another like Jewish mystic artificial life creation stuff that I was looking into the other day. Put me in mind of Frankenstein, right? The animation of non-human things, like so literally turning the clay into life, which is where you get the golem idea from. So it's I mean, I don't think the time frames fit, but my time frames are all over the place at the moment, so I don't know. But it's potentially possible. All right. It's potentially possible that something happened 200 years ago after this particular event where people were made. I don't know, dude. I really don't.
What if I was to say to you, compress your frame of the last 1,000 years into the last 300? Would that
Yeah,
make everything fit a bit better?
yeah, it does. I keep struggling with that idea because history is one of those things that's ingrained in my head. So I do keep tripping over myself sometimes, which I think is only natural, right? I'm still trying to get this idea that I've been taught out of my head and see it from a different angle. But yeah, the compression of time and different time lines and alignments and stuff. Yeah, it will probably work. I don't know. But like I
Because that's
said,
what it looks like to me.
yeah, yeah. Some kind. This was the thing that struck me the other day. If we go with this story, and I'm entertaining the hypothesis, and I'm not accepting it to be true, I'm just entertaining it from the premises. So if we accept the idea that an event took place where culture was covered up, for example, then you're going to need a lot of power to do that, right? And we can look at the technologies that that we're told that can cause this type of thing. Roman technology, building of dams, and then letting the dams go, like exploding the dams, and then obviously as the tidal wave goes down into the valley, it takes all of the silt and mud with it and covers, the town within the valley. But that's only acceptable within certain terrains and so on. You need mountains and valleys to do that, for example. Liquefaction's another way. I don't know, but the idea is you need a lot of power. You need two types of power, though. I think the two types of power were a physical power, like explosions and energies and those types of things. I think there's obviously some kind of spiritual, magical power.
There's something missing, isn't there?
Yeah, there really is something missing, man. That's why I say spiritual
Well,
magic. Because yeah.
One thing that I was looking at a while ago, and there was a short clip about someone who was a stonemason, and they had moved these rock sculptures and things up into a multi-story building. And moving them was a bit of a question because these things weighed multiple tons. And one of the theories was they were using resonance harmonics to manipulate these things. And that's what I think is missing as the key for the energy thing. And even Tesla was sort of looking along those lines. So, yeah, there is, I'm with you, there is something missing that is the power, the energy, whether it's spiritual, whether it's vibration, I don't know. But yes, there is something that's missing out of this show.
I've heard a lot from people about like vibrations. I don't understand what they're talking about, but I've heard something along those lines.
Everything resonates at certain ranges. If
Like
you
frequencies.
can frequencies, yeah. If you can get something else to resonate at that same range, you can manipulate things, whether it turns them to liquid or whether it makes them not be a part of that phase that they think they're liquids or whatever. I don't friggin' know. I don't know how it works and how they've done it. But you're probably looking at, this might explain how pyramids were built. There's quite a few very large stone statues across the world that got to where they got to, and not by people rolling friggin' logs.
Right.
Jedi, how heavy do you think these suits are?
I don't know, dude. Can't remember off the top of my head. I think the video says. Have you watched the video? Do you want me to watch the video? I think it says the number.
Go for it.
All right, I'll get back to you. I'm still waiting for you to answer the question about temperature regulation. This is ending up being a rude conversation. You're asking me to go and do things. I've provided you the information. You can get it yourself, and you're
Yeah,
not answering.
it's saying that in
Well, you
cooler
are watching the video.
climates, like cooler European climates where most battles happened, metal retained the heat. And then
Yeah.
in hot conditions like the Crusades, they just took off their helmets and parts between fights, or used lighter configurations.
Okay. I think you're missing the point, dude. You might need to watch the video. Please. I mean, if you're interested in the subject, you would, right? It seems like you're interested in debating me. I watched this video about 3 days ago, and I'm bringing it up to people who I trust about, many subjects, and we're talking about it. Like I said, I'm entertaining the hypothesis from inside the paradigm of the hypothesis. I'm not necessarily accepting the hypothesis to be true. You can do that as well. Just question information when it's brought to you. What the fuck?
You see, like with modern warfare and like other, other people, you like, well, Germans or Lancers or like the Revolutionary War. I'm drawing the blank on their names now. Shit. Well, anyway, they were still using cavalry with lances. They just wore like a metal chest plate just to protect the internal organs. Their legs and arms, or maybe something to protect their neck. Because their legs and arms, you wanted to put a tourniquet on if you got hit there.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't a fatal wound to get to have your arm like damaged unless you stop. It was only fatal if you failed to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
So how is it possible for you to get like a puncture wound in your arm, a full suit of armor, and you can't even put pressure on the wound?
Yeah, you can't even bandage it. The suits of armor that I'm talking about are the ones that you need to be put into the full covering, like you pointed out. Majority of these battles, you got a helmet, you got a breastplate, you might have some gauntlets, for example, you might have some like shin protectors or something. But the rest of you, like around your elbows and your knees and your joints and that, is primarily going to be flexible because you're going to need that flexibility when you're fighting. In these suits, you need to be put into them because they're total covering suits, right? And like you said, if you get an injury, you can't deal with that injury yourself. You can literally just bleed out by the time you get somebody to get you out of that suit and apply whatever medical aid you need.
The other thing too is they invented this person called the squire, who would follow the knight and shine the armor around and put their armor on for them. But like, and there's been times where like the private in the army or like the medic, some low-ranking person did something heroic in battle beyond the Call of Duty. The drummer boy, for fuck's sake, they've got drummer boys who did amazing things. Has anyone heard of a famous squire who did something? Like, who's this one, Lancelot type figure, this squire? Like, holy shit, that kid really, manned the catapult or whatever. It's like a nebulous figure that put the armor on and then just disappears from existence until they take the armor off.
Matrix, are you still there?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were stories about squires like that.
Well, it should be.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find you the video, Matrix. Have you heard, you may not have heard of the epidemic around 152 years ago, 200 years ago, where pretty much everybody in Victorian England, I'm not sure if it was European-wide, but in Victorian England, everybody was scared of being buried alive. So much so that there was an industry introduced where when you were put inside a coffin, you could ring a little bell. Does anybody remember story that when you're put inside.
Yeah, yeah. I watched a video on that.
I've seen a video before, something about bells in coffins, and I vaguely remember weird stuff. Yeah.
So there are hundreds and hundreds of patents for this coffin bell technique around the Victorian ages, right? And this epidemic of people being scared of being buried alive. It wasn't like to some kind of mass hysteria because, you know, Victorian people, well, they're not modern people, they're a little bit stupid and, you know, spiritually skeptical and stuff like that, right? So they were actually thousands of cases where people were buried alive. Now, one of the stories that goes along with the Tartarian mud floods that happened about 200 years ago is the idea of taking away people's memories. There's the memory of the past, right, would influence our future. They needed to take away the past from us so they could influence our future. So the idea of taking our memories away from us. It strikes me just with this particular phenomena of everybody scared of buried alive, that was some kind of pre-life experience, i.e., they all died in this flood or whatever it was, and then when they were reincarnated later, because apparently some people say that this world is a soul trap. When they are reincarnated later, the memories are still within them. You experience this as young children. My younger son experienced his stories of his pre-life as like a 2 and 3 year old. But the idea of everybody having this mass hysteria about being buried alive and then inventing the technology to warn people that they thought that had been buried alive is some kind of memory that they had about being buried alive. It's really weird. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there's this a long time ago that when Geo was still around, there was this guy who was talking to Geo, and the dude was like, "I only believe anything that is peer reviewed." Like you're asking his belief system. You know, like how do you determine fact from fiction? Peer review. That's the only possible way to determine fact from fiction. So I'm like, okay, well here's like 17 peer-reviewed papers about birthmarks and wounds from past life. It's like Dr. Stevenson, like went and did this, study in different spaces where it's got a small population that didn't really like mountainous areas and like Nepal and whatnot. Where there's not a lot of people coming and going, and they're like, oh yeah, that that kid, like great grandfather, like got whatever impaled by something, and you see now that he's got the wound there, and then all of a sudden the dude's like, I don't believe anything peer reviewed. So as soon as you start bringing up reincarnation or something they don't think is true, then peer reviewed on, peer reviewed off, peer reviewed on, peer reviewed off. They just kind of go, and you think, dude, look how easy it is to manipulate you.
Yeah, very. Horak, you've got your mic open. Did you want to say something, my friend?
Yeah, I'm just reading up about it, and yeah, they had like they had fabric underneath which would wick sweat, so it would absorb it, and
That's
then
nice.
it would just
Have you watched the
get
video?
burnt up. Huh?
Have you watched the video yet?
On the 33-minute video, no, but I'm reading a summary about it.
Okay.
If they're that actually brings up another point. Well, like even being in like normal clothes, like being in like 2 layers, and like even in the winter, and I start sweating,
Yeah.
it is so insanely cold against my skin. And so imagine having fabric underneath that those metal armor, how hot that would be,
You know, like
how cold,
saunas though.
how
Have you ever been
how
in a
cold.
sauna?
Yeah,
Yes.
And you
I've never
like
been in one, but I know what they are.
build heat tolerance through progressive exposure. Like you get better at handling a sauna.
Yeah, but you can also release your sweat. And although, yeah, you're going to be covered in your own fucking sweat because you're surrounded by fucking moisture, you can release and regulate your temperature. Now, you said earlier you got little vents in them. You understand that the foods that we are
Joints,
talking.
elbows, knees, armpits.
Yeah,
natural convection.
Yeah, you understand. You need to watch the video, dude. It seems like you're arguing from ignorance at the moment. I'm not saying that, horribly. You don't know the full story, so maybe you should. And I'm not going to be able to interpret it to you. I'm just speaking from memory at the moment and my own thoughts and, congregations about this shit.
Yeah.
It's not. It shouldn't be a conversation that me and you are taking opposing sides to.
No, I'm not. I'm just like.
If you want to argue against the information and look at the information, dude, I've posted it for everybody. There's lots of these little things, right, that I've come across recently, right? And you're going to have to watch the videos for all of them because, like I said right at the beginning of this, I've been saying for like 2, 3, 4 weeks, I sound fucking crazy, right? And I get that. I do all of these subjects, right? And I've only mentioned this one to you. There have been other ones. If you look up the channel, there's another video or two. One's about pianos, right? Sounds fucking stupid, right? Questioning the idea that 200 years ago, the mass production of this very intricate piece of machinery was achieved. Why question this shit, right? Piano exists. Obviously, it was done. Okay. Yeah. But I'm trying to question these narratives, right? And that's what the video is pointing out. For example,
No, I do get it. I do get it. Don't just believe anything blindly. But I mean, we're a pretty impressive species, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, we are. But we also
when we
not.
put our mind to something, we kind of always get really good at it.
Yeah, but there are also physical limitations to the world around us, right? Like things cost money, resources, people power, especially a long time ago where we didn't have this is before the Industrial Revolution and steam power, for example, right? So we're talking about wagons, right?
Slaves.
Well, maybe not slaves, but just people with, mediocre tools, right?
Mediocre, bro. Surely not. Surely not mediocre.
Well, compared to today's modern technology, yeah. If we're talking about, smelting metal, compared to doing it in some kind of kiln where the only temperature control is the amount of wood that you put in the fire compared to today's temperature control, I'd say yeah. There are lots of these things, dude, and I don't want to battle with you. The only thing
I feel like we're not having a battle at all.
The only thing I'd want to do is this that happened to me is maybe help open your mind to these preconceived ideas that we all have, right? This narrative that we all follow along and we all nod and go, well, yeah, these stories are true. Our history is the way that it's been told, for example. But when we look into these things with a critical eye, then maybe some of the stories don't actually hold up. And if some of the stories don't hold up, then what the fuck?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I think it's really hard to believe a lot of things when you don't have first-hand evidence, and
Yeah.
if you don't get it confirmed through your own eyes, then you don't know it to be true. And I feel like there's a lot of misinformation about what life is, and like all that with past lives and stuff. Like I experienced recalling a past life when I was like 5, so I do see where your open-mindedness can come from.
Sorry, I want to make sure I heard that correctly. You remembered your past life when you were 5?
Yeah, like apparently
Okay.
I remember remembering it, and I remember telling my parents about it, but they told me the details later on. Apparently, I was talking about, I think, some guy called John living in India. I wouldn't have known what India even was at that age, so it was pretty
Yeah.
weird.
No, that's fine. My oldest son, when he was literally the first words that were coming out of his mouth was him explaining his past life to me and his mum. He don't remember doing it now, so there's thousands of these cases, dude. It just struck me when it happened to me because it was really personal. Because up until that point, being a Christian, I completely turned away from any idea about reincarnation because from what I understood at the time, the Christian church has got a very staunch view on reincarnation and past lives and shit. So for it to happen with my son, it changed me. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, pretty mind blowing.
Hmm.
Maybe we're all a collective consciousness.
Well, again, it sounds stupid and I sound absolutely crazy, but the technology of the coffins with the bells in the Victorian age, like 150, 200 years ago, 19th century, whatever, it just sounds weird. But when you add it to a worldwide traumatic event that's happened to everybody, and then them being reincarnated again, and then them having this idea that they're going to be buried alive, it just sounds, it puts a new swing on things, is what I'm trying to say. It's interesting.
Yeah. What do you guys think about the Mandela effect?
Have you ever checked out Operation Looking Glass?
No.
Okay. So yes, Mandela effect I've looked into. I started looking into Mandela effect before I started looking into flat earth, so around 2012, 13, whenever it started coming on the scene. But yeah, Operation Looking Glass, an interesting piece of technology, I'm told, where you can scry using this device and magic the future, and you can perceive future events. And from what I'm told, potential future events. Because of man's ability, just follow the story, let's entertain a hypothesis. From man's ability to look into the future, they could potentially change the present to manipulate the future. Because that has happened so many times, we witness that change in reality is the Mandela effect, where things that we perceived as true one day are, 10 years later, not the perceived truth of the time. So that Mandela effect is a man-made cause because of a piece of technology that can apparently look into the future. There's other causes
But why?
for it, CERN or something. But yeah, Operation
Why would?
Looking Glass into it.
Why would they change the name of the Berenstain Bears?
I don't know, dude. Maybe this is just a metaphysical ripple in time where things get affected when man starts playing with the timeline. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think it's people aren't paying attention as well as they think they are. They notice something different, and it's contrary to what they thought it was, and now they're being gaslit by somebody else, thinking that they didn't experience that, but it was just them.
Yeah, like most Mandela effects I've come across are easily explained.
Like which one?
One I've came across is like the logo on what was it? Quaker Oats being sort of a disfigured man, and it was just a different logo that was used between certain time period.
It's just a bit
But
weird that like South Africans who would have been like hearing about Mandela all the time still thought that he died.
yeah, Mandela, the Mandela thing itself, like, to do with Mandela, that never really did anything for me. I mean, I wasn't even sure what the story was, but there's other things that have hit me pretty hard.
One that got me was that the Apollo 11 wasn't recorded. My whole life I had sworn that I was a little kid at the time, and I had watched it on TV. That I sat down and I'm like, it came up because I'm like the youngest of like 7, and there's a big gap between me and my next oldest sister, like years. Okay, like 7 years. I was kind of that surprise baby at the end there. And we had a family, like a get together, one of the last ones we had, and they were kind of comparing me and said, dude, you're more like Gen X, you're not a boomer like the rest of us, like you're born so late that you're almost like a completely different generation. And I'm like, oh, bullshit. And they're like, well, yeah, you weren't around for the Kennedy assassination, you weren't around for all these things that happened, you were just a toddler, when stuff was happening, Vietnam, all this shit. And I'm like, well, I remember the moon landing. And like, oh, you do? Let's hear it. And I told the story. I told the whole, like, this is what happened, blah blah blah. And they're like, well, no, your dad, our dad was at bowling that night. Grandpa was watching you, and you just kind of like built some sort of tinker toy like spaceship, and they played it on the radio. I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now?
That's crazy.
I go, this can't be. No, I'm like, no. And then they went on to say, like, the biggest thing that happened for you was like, like Challenger or Columbia or like 9/11. He goes, you're just, like, yeah, dude, you're just like an early Gen X. And I was like, yeah, that's so weird, like how is that possible? But like, yeah, you think about how you remember something, and then the physical evidence left behind.
Yeah, memory creation is really weird, and memory recall is really weird because you don't actually recall a memory, you recreate it.
Yeah, each time. Yeah, each time you bring it forward.
Yeah.
But the issue there is that can explain my instance. But then you've got Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the same thing. You had Conan O'Brien talking about it. Multiple people seem to all at the same time just recall a false memory exactly the same way, all completely independent of each other.
Yeah, it is really weird.
I think that was a good segue into Happy Australian Day.
What?
Happy Australian Day?
T-Dub, Matrix.
Yeah, thanks, man. Happy Invasion Day. Yeah.
I was going to say, it depends on who you ask.
You're welcome.
Oh,
nice one.
Yeah, that reminds me from earlier when we not that it went back on topic, but the old boy was in here talking about, you guys got a good channel except for that Australian guy who keeps yelling at me. And I'm like, it doesn't narrow it down at all. Okay, you're gonna have to like. And then he went on to say it's fun. He goes like, it's interesting that I like to hear Australian people yell. I'm like, well, why is a channel good except for the one thing you like? well, I'd like to hear Australians yell. I just don't want them to yell at me. I'm like, well, okay.
About like when I was watching the live streams, it was it was that it's I always hear like that specific accent when they yell. It's always they're always very passionate. The Australians.
I've
Thanks, Jedi.
worked pretty hard on toning it down a lot.
T-Dub, I posted a video in a side chat. I marked Matrix for it, but if you want to watch it as well, man, be my guest. And anybody else that wants to watch the Coffin Bells video, then it's in the side chat if you want to see it.
Oh, cheers, man! Awesome. Yeah, that seems like an interesting channel. I think I have watched because I must be subbed because you might have DM'd me something else from them as well. So because I was already subbed, but and I think I watched something from them already. So I'll have to go back to their channel. Have you you looked at have you looked into automatons from history in centuries past?
Yeah. I'm still trying to remember the other name, the Jewish mystic name that isn't Gollum. But yeah, I've heard of the automatons before, yeah.
Yeah, they're from all different cultures.
Are you talking about like
So-
the owl from Greek lore?
Yeah, that might be one of them. Yeah, there's quite a few from ancient Greece. Yep.
Yeah, the bells. I haven't seen this, but I'll thank you. I'll check it out. I'll check out your link, Jedi.
No worries, dude.
Do you know the first time I heard about that?
Go on, what?
About the bells?
Yeah.
The coffins? In the book, The Misery. Misery. The Stephen King novel, Misery.
Oh, okay.
Because so it's a novel about an author who gets kidnapped, right, basically. And in his novels, in the book that he writes in the novel, so he writes novels, right? And in his story, well, I don't want to spoil the movie or the book for you if you haven't read it, but like, that's where I first heard of it. Because he was writing about a female character. His protagonist was from an era when they did that.
Okay.
And so he worked that into the storyline, which was forced upon kidnap her. Like he had to, because she was upset that he'd killed the character off or something, and he had to bring her back, right?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I remember.
You put me in mind in something else I saw the other day. In actual fact, two things. But okay, I can't remember his name. I think it's Andrei Gigolov or something like that. A Russian author about 150 years ago proclaimed to have written one of the most satirical novels against the Russian government at that time. It's interesting, this guy who wrote this book, the story that he was writing. The story that he was writing was about his job. His job that he used to do was go from town to village to town to city, like traveling Russia, the country. And the people that had died, he would find out paperwork, for example, because the kind of cut and thrust of the book was people weren't actually dead if the paperwork said that they wasn't. That's quite interesting, right? So he would go around from village to village and he would find the dead people, people that had recently died, and paperwork, and he would, for example, give the paperwork back to the Russian governments, and the Russian governments would make it look like that his tax had been paid. If his tax had been paid, then he's alive, because only living people can pay taxes. So this was basically his job, right? And this was a job that was happening around Europe, right? He went and it's some kind of legal loophole or something like that. But specifically in Russia, this guy was going around and making it look like dead people were alive. Not fucking weird. I'll see if I can find the book for you. It's supposed to be a satire.
And that's when the Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox split.
Oh.
Sorry, I wish I was funny. So wait a minute. So circling back, if we circle back to Australian Day, is Australian Day much like Cinco de Mayo here in the southern United States? Right? Because Cinco de Mayo, the French were supposed to reinforce the Confederate States, but the Mexicans stopped them. So when you celebrate Cinco de Mayo, you're like, yeah, sure, thanks, I guess. I don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Is Australian Day something like that? Except it's English Yankees?
Not really.
Not at all, right? Not even close. What is Australian Day, Matrix?
Depending on who you ask, if you're Aboriginal, they would probably call it Invasion Day. And I'm just waiting for Jedi to say you're welcome. Again. For other people, it doesn't mean a thing. It's a day off work. Like, it just depends on who you ask, mate.
I got you. That makes a lot of sense. It actually does. Yeah. Well, thank God for that. First
They're
time in
starting.
English Hub. Just joined English Hub. Thankful to be here. I wish you all good philosophy. Let's live and die well.
Yes, sir. Apparently, they're doing. They're gonna start doing moon missions again with Artemis.
I heard about this Artemis, man. She's like a queen of heaven, right? She's like a Roman Catholic Mary.
Artemis.
Yeah, she's the sister of Apollo.
Goddess
Moon
of the
goddess?
hunt.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like the. I mean, like the what's it called? They're gonna start sending rockets named Artemis. The Artemis program.
Diana's like parallel.
Yeah. I see it. I asked my Magic 8-Ball if there was a link between Artemis and the Roman Catholic Mary, and the 8-Ball told me it appears to be so. But it's not exactly science. I'm just saying. Got a hunch. Is there free speech in the English Hub? Am I in the wrong bar?
No, I mean there's always free speech. The problem is it is not free from consequence, and also free speech does apply to a thing called freedom of association. So people are allowed to break association. You can't force somebody to hear you if they don't want to listen to you. They can tell you, "There's the door. Get the fuck out."
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, a lot of people think that. I'm not saying you. There's people out there who think that freedom of speech means they can shoot their mouth off whenever they feel like it. Incorrect. Right. That is a very poor read of free speech.
Well, okay. All right, I agree. I don't disagree with anything you said.
Yeah, so in that framework, yes, you have absolute free speech here.
Awesome.
And so does everyone else.
Awesome. So
Yeah, so Flipcord posted the a Twitter link. Oliver the Space Nerd says 4 astronauts are going back to the moon next Friday, and no one's talking about it. Are they really planning a manned moon mission that soon?
Yeah,
It's
the
going to be
6th.
orbital. They're going to orbit. They're going to orbit the moon, not
Orbital.
land.
Yeah, but if you look it up, a lot of experts are telling them to stop because they haven't fixed the heat shield problem.
Oh.
They're going to launch anyway, apparently.
Oh, because it is true. Like, there isn't that much hype about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning. I got news stories I've been holding in my pocket here, waiting to get closer. But yeah, up until the 6th, I'm gonna start posting all these stories. Experts saying, stop. This is not safe. These heat shields have tested to be faulty, failures. You're risking these people's lives just for because the story implies because Trump told them to launch the thing right now, launch it.
Well, I mean, the joke is on the safety committee, right? Because everyone knows that you're not actually putting people in the rockets to send them to a place that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think what they're doing here is that they said the safety committee is being too safe. If you be too safe, you'll never launch anything. But this is apparently inherently extremely dangerous. It'll never happen.
Okay.
Whatever happened to Orion? That was the whole goal for Orion, was it?
Yeah, the
To
Orion
figure out those
capsule.
problems. Yeah. They're still using that? Is that part of it, or what? Or was that whole project abandoned?
Me don't know, Kimosabi.
Because I remember seeing that guy on TV. I looked into Flat Earth. Like, I remember seeing that on TV. Him going, writing on that clear marker board, like with all the equations, and saying, "We have to overcome these obstacles before we get back to the moon." Like, talking about the Van Allen radiation belt and all that.
Yeah, but at that point, they would have already gone to the moon, so there would be no point.
No point in what?
Overcoming the radiation belt.
Yeah, they would
'Cause you
need to
already did it.
overcome. They would need to overcome the radiation belt, which is an
Yeah,
oversight because people don't realize this, but apparently all they had to do for Apollo program was just shut their eyes. That's how they overcame the radiation belt. They closed their eyes.
We didn't know it existed.
Yeah.
There you go.
If you don't know about it, it can't hurt you. You're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dude, this is radiation. That's how people discovered it, because it was killing people who didn't know about it. How did you go through this area of space, with that level of radiation, and you guys walked away from it completely unscathed? Oh, we closed our eyes.
What mama don't know, don't hurt her.
I wish more round earthers would join.
Yeah, the best part of the Apollo program is you've never needed flat Earth to talk about that. Like,
Yeah.
you've got some 30% of millennials think it's bullshit. like 50% of Russians, and like 60% of British. Like it is absolutely like a belly laugher when people say, "Oh, flat earthers don't think the Apollo program's true." Dude, if that's your definition of flat Earth, you just almost identified over half, of I mean, come on, dude. There's really.
Yeah, and it's not even that, like, even from like a non-flat earther perspective, it's not even that insane to say that the Apollo missions are faked, because, like, come on, that we were in the middle of like the Cold War, right? We were against Russia, and we wanted, to show ourselves. The government has lied to us before, right? So it's not that insane to say that they would lie about the Apollo missions. Like, some of the footage too looks very very fake. Technology they had at the time.
Well said.
Thank
Even the Challenger mission videos, they have giants in outer space, and that's after the moon landings.
Yeah, I mean, my take is they're gonna have to kick it. If you look at the launch dates for the first quarter here, the supposedly windows, there isn't that many of them, and they're pretty far apart. So they're gonna end up saying, "Oh, we got a refueling issue. Oh, there's a fault detected on a sensor. Oh, one of the astronauts, blah blah blah. Whatever. It'll be just dropping excuse after excuse." And then eventually it'll kind of fade off to the news cycle. People will forget about it. They'll launch it and be like, "Oh, yay!" And then you'll never hear from it. This is the end. You'll never hear from the Apollo program again. This is Dunzo.
Artemis.
Oh yeah, Artemis. Yeah.
Even though I believe it's like the moon landings are fake, I would like to have another moon landing. That would just be kind of cool to see. I would be pretty hyped for that.
Especially after they can create movies about space, and it's more realistic than Apollo's.
Yeah, the
Moon mission,
Unreal Engine.
Yeah.
Challenger.
The
And then
Unreal. Go ahead.
It's just more like, it'd be kind of like entertaining, right? It's more entertainment.
Yeah, but it'll be a reification fallacy, and people will just point to it and be like, "Oh, look, outer space is real," because this obviously it's real.
Yeah.
Jimmy, I've got questions.
Yeah.
I
Go
might
ahead.
have answers.
Fire away,
Yeah,
man.
everybody. We all do.
Yeah. Can I, or like someone else is having a conversation already?
No, that's what we're here for. We're here to take questions, field questions from the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just confused, bro, at this point. Like, I don't know what's happening in this world. I don't know. I have zero clue. Like, just think that I'm like, a newbie who's trying to know everything. I'm not trying to offend anyone if my question is a little bit weird sometimes.
Yeah, but don't worry. I mean, offense can only be taken. So no one here is
Exactly.
going to take offense to what you have to say. I mean, I've been called much worse, by far much better.
Yeah.
But people who intended to offend, and it didn't work. So I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
I get it, dude. You can seem like, hey, these flat earthers, they have a lot of people who are trolling them. That just means
Exactly. So if you
got
probably
more
think I'm
grit.
one of those trolls. So I'm like, nah.
Yeah, don't worry
Okay.
about it.
So the question that I had is like, do we have the proof that the Earth is flat or round?
I got it. Hey, allow me to take it. Yes, we do. If you take so both views, they begin with an angle measurement to a star.
No.
Angle measurement?
Yes, they both views require measuring Polaris, the
No,
North Star.
no. Yours
Yes.
can be flat without you looking at the sky.
No, to
How do I
measure
know
an
that?
angle. I'm just answering his question.
No, I don't have to look at the sky in order to get an angle measurement.
If you want to navigate, if you want to get from A to B on the surface, you're going to have to take an
Hey,
angle
Matt,
measurement to the star.
No, I
hey,
don't.
we weren't talking about navigating. We were talking about proving the ground as a particular shape. We don't need the sky to do that.
In order
Yeah,
to,
I mean, I don't know.
yeah,
Do
but
we
in
have to
order,
prove that if it's round
in
or
order to,
flat?
yes, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about where the proof that it comes for, to, like where does the proof?
No, I'm asking,
that the
like,
Earth is
do we
round?
even have the proof?
It's
That
an
like the
angle.
FE
Yes,
core
then.
laser experiment.
It's
The
measured
FE
as
core
flat,
laser
mate.
experiment. Yeah, hold on. Look, send him the video that you sent the other guy. What was
I'll
it
grab
called?
it.
Yeah,
I'll just grab it.
you can
So
you can
post
actually
up.
scroll up
Scroll up the
in
chat.
yeah.
Okay. What's the video called?
Called.
There you go, I just posted it.
Yeah, he posted it again.
All right. Let me
There's
see.
also a short version. There's also a short version that summarizes it.
Very long video. Okay.
If you want to watch the short version, there's
Yeah.
like 20 minutes.
The globe
The
is
ultra short
flat.
version is me just going,
Have someone seen it before? This whole
it's
video?
measured flat. You've seen it before?
No, I'm asking, like, have someone seen this video before?
Yes.
Can they summarize
So what they
if
end
they've
up
seen it?
doing is they put a laser across the lake, right? They make the
Yeah.
laser as level as possible, and the altitude of the laser and the receiving end at the other end of the lake, they're equal in height
That's
above the
fake.
lake. And it's like what, 20 miles? I don't know. They say it in kilometers, I think.
The ultra
Yeah,
short
yeah.
version. In the side
If
chat,
that
see
was
the
curved, yeah, makes
image
sense.
drawn now. Laser curvature deviation. Okay, that's what they're looking for, is the deviation. The problem is, this next one is what they're finding. That fellow. They're looking for the first one, they're finding the second one. That's the short version.
The sky is flat.
Can we even see the curve in 20 kilometer?
No.
Then if there's no curve and you're testing
Well,
the laser.
hold on, whoever answered no.
I did.
16 kilometers is 10 miles. In 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. What's that, a 7-story building?
That's fascinating.
And they'll always say it's because of refraction too. Like everything is because of refraction.
We see beyond 20 kilometers flat.
Like
we see the horizon beyond 20 kilometers.
There was also another experiment where a guy on a flat lake he put lights at different points on the lake, and looked at it from the beginning of the lake, and they were all at the same level. So if it was because of refraction, why would they all be at the same level too? I forget what the experiment was called.
Wouldn't have been an experiment per se, but I get what you're saying. There's been lots of them done.
Yeah.
Lots and lots. Nobody's finding the expected rate of curvature that should exist if the Earth is a sphere with geometry.
It's good to hear you, T-Dub.
You too, man. And yeah, you raise a point too about the way we observe the Earth and the way we treat it, and astronomers even are utilizing the Earth as a plane, a motionless plane at that, in order to achieve elevation angles to celestial objects, for want of a better word, right? Because they're looking at how much a light in the sky appears to be above the plane of the Earth in degrees, right? An angular distance above the plane of the Earth. And they'll do this in the vertical and the horizontal angles. Yeah, most definitely they do that. We also do it in for practical purposes, like in order to, so let's say you're out at sea, you want to know how far off the coastline you are. You can use your little sextant to get an angle measurement to say the top of a mountain or a lighthouse or something, right? And then you can determine how far from that you are, right? If you know the height of the thing you're getting an elevation angle to.
All right.
You know how far
You
off
guys
the
do
coast you are,
believe
so
in the moon
it
and
can
sun,
help you
right?
to avoid. It can help you to avoid things like dangerous rocks might pose a risk to sinking your ship.
Okay. Do you guys believe in sun and the moon? That it exists, or
There's no need for a belief in the sun and the moon. We see the sun and the moon. We experience the sun
is it
and
the
the moon.
same? Is it
No,
the
we
same
don't
definition?
We don't believe in the. We experience the sun and the moon. We know the sun and the moon.
Okay, but is it the same kind of definition that NASA gives you, or the moon, the size of the moon or the sun is different than what they're saying?
The sun and the moon and the stars and the planets that are stars that move differently from the rest of the stars, those exist. They're in the sky. They are not in a vacuum of outer space, because the vacuum of outer space is the story that's required in order for them to tell you that you're on a sphere in the middle of this nothingness.
So nobody have ever went outside this planet? Or whatever we have, planet is probably,
Not a planet.
I
A
don't know.
planet is a celestial body that moves differently from the rest of the
Wait.
stars. Is the Earth in the sky? Is it moving? Is it different from the rest of the stars? What?
Wait,
No, Earth is not a planet.
what is it?
It's the ground. It's under your feet. It's not a
It's the
celestial
floor of
body.
the universe.
It's the ground.
Yeah, which way is the ground? Is the ground up or is the ground down?
Above or below?
Yeah, which way do you turn your head when you want to look at the Earth?
Are we
You
not
look-
inside a
No,
galaxy?
hold on, slow down. If I want to look at the Earth, do I look up or would I look down?
You have to go up first, and then you should look down. That's how you can probably see it better.
Why would that be the case?
So you look down.
Hey, Crit, he was
You have
asking
to
about.
look down. You have to go up first. Yeah.
Yeah, he's asking
you
for
don't.
proof of flat Earth, and then start talking about the sky, which is not Earth. That's the sky.
Right. He was asking about leaving Earth and entering into outer space.
Yeah, how about if you want to know what Earth is, would you use the Earth or would you use not the Earth?
One, I would just tell you that you're in gas pressure right now, and you can't get outside of the inside that you're in. You're in gas pressure.
You're gonna confuse him right now. We gotta go really
Yeah,
back to basics.
like don't
Okay.
get into like the advanced stuff.
Yeah, so there's an object right here on my desk. Okay, you don't know what it is. Would I show you every other thing in my house besides this one object to show you what this object is? Like there's an object on my desk where I take you to the garage and show you a bunch of tools in my toolbox. Like, yep, it's not a screwdriver, it's not a hammer, it's not a sander, it's not a pliers, it's not a vice grip, and just go through every possible tool in my toolbox and be like, well dude, okay, sure, great. It's not all those things. Well, what is it? And then I'm like, oh sure, let's go to the laundry room. You know, it's not an iron, it's not an ironing board, it's not a hamper. You know, like, at what point would you be like, okay, dude, just show me the good? What object is on your desk already? Which one would you do? Which do you think would be better? Option A or option B?
I've got zero clue, bro. What the fuck? It's
Okay, if you want to know
head,
what object is on my desk, should I show you the object on my desk, or should I
exactly.
show
I
you
have to see the
everything
table like on your
other?
desk. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to know what the Earth is, would you look at the Earth, or would you look at everything other than the Earth?
Yeah, we should look at the Earth.
All right, well there you go. So let's do that.
So you guys don't want to know the outer space at all? Like, I don't know if that even exists. Does that exist?
Well, does it matter if the Earth is what the Earth is? Does outer space even matter at that point?
Because I do see the stars and sun.
Okay,
it would be interesting to like observe these like things like in the sky, the celestial beings, and to see what we can conclude from them. But you can't just be like coming up with different ideas without like providing any sufficient evidence for them.
No, my question is, why is it he agrees that we should look at the Earth and then continue to ask questions about not the Earth? And then smile about
just
it.
in case you're curious about, like, if you're curious about things in the sky, nothing to do with Earth, but like if you're curious about how the stars move, the bodies, the way the stars work.
Yeah, people have been for centuries.
Yeah.
And for centuries, they've made up stories about them because they can't achieve the necessary information about them in order to be able to tell what exactly the sky is, what the things in the sky are. So they make up stories about it. And they're still doing it today.
Then what is the real story?
The real story is we don't know.
Yeah, we don't. That's the real story. I'll agree with T-Dub 100%. You don't know, bro.
That's
you don't know.
exactly that's what I was.
Right,
Yeah,
but
gotcha.
right. Okay, so you're in gas. I'm gonna try, guys. Can I try?
Oh my God. No, this guy's asking questions about the Earth. He's not asking about gases. He's not asking about, like.
But he's looking up at the sky. He's looking at the sky and wondering.
That's what you have to get him.
What gas are you talking about? Okay, I'm interested though.
Yeah, because I've never heard about like that. I've never heard about the gas.
What gas?
You're breathing air, right?
Yeah.
All right. So every breath that you take, it requires walls, right, for this gas to press upon. Right? Now you're asking, how do we leave that? Now that's a container, right? So gas pressure requires an available volume. You're asking, how do we leave the volume that we're in? We know we're in a volume because we're breathing. So you're asking what do we think about leaving the volume that we find ourselves in? Which is, if you recognize, like, you should recognize and appreciate that no one can leave the in and go to the out and look back in.
Matt, we don't know that we can't leave. Maybe we just haven't come up with a way of leaving.
For all practical purposes, you can't leave. No one here can leave. We're in here.
How do we
together.
know that we physically are unable to leave?
Show me
Always
any
visually.
show me any evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, show me any evidence that we cannot leave.
We are in. You can't leave. What do you mean?
Are you saying that it's physically impossible for us to leave? Because we don't know that yet. We haven't been
I
up there.
haven't
Maybe.
seen any evidence that anyone can leave the get.
Yeah, but you're making
You see,
a
you have
claim.
got a valid point.
Yeah, this is getting derp again. Okay, see what happens if we get off topic? The surface of the Earth. Okay, let's look at the surface of the Earth. That's it. You don't need anything else right now. Just get someone's on mic.
Harsh, can you mute up, please? We're getting feedback.
So I cannot ask anything else except the Earth.
No, I'm saying if you want to know what the Earth is, what do you do? Do you look at the Earth or not the Earth if you want to know what the Earth is doing?
I mean, really small creatures compared to the vast land that we have. I mean, if we want to see the proper view, we do have to go up, if I'm not wrong.
We do go up. We go up in weather balloons, up to I think about 20 feet, but then they pop, and that's as far up as we've been able to get.
Only 20 feet?
And from that height.
20 feet? That's not very high.
No, sorry, 20 miles. 20 miles. I think that's. I'm not sure the exact.
Are you being sarcastic or what?
No, I'm talking about like
No, it's
weather
120,000 miles. 120,000 feet. It's completely flat from that height.
Okay, can be.
Yeah, so this is
Amateur
as high as we
rockets.
can get. We can only get up to a certain height, and that would be up to a plane. Like physically, we can go up on a plane to like 40,000 feet. The next option is to send up a camera on a weather balloon, and they can go up to about 120,000 feet before they pop. Now, you've got a couple of other things that went a bit higher with civilians on them, allegedly. We've got the Virgin Galactic. Okay, that went up to 300,000 feet. Now, they used a fisheye camera in that one, but Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, the globe earther who hates flat earthers, right, he did multiple interviews and he said it's deceiving. He said they're not really going up very high. And at 300,000 feet, I've done the calculations, and I don't think you would even see the curvature of the Earth from that height. And then the next highest one was the Blue Origin. That went up to 350,000 feet. The one Katy Perry went on, right? So there was people that went up on that said they didn't see any curvature, right? Like William Shatner said he didn't see any evidence that the Earth's a globe when he went up on that. And then there was an astronaut that was up on it and said that she was disappointed she didn't get to see any curvature of the Earth. And then above that, you start having to just have faith, right? Because you can't validate any of the footage. And there's something called the Outer Space Treaty, which is, you can look that up. It means you're not allowed to send anything up past a certain height without, government clearance, basically. You're not allowed to film above a certain height. I think it's about 120 kilometers or something like that. But yeah, there's rules, regulations, and so you basically have to trust NASA at the end of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned astronaut. Yeah?
Yeah, Wally Funk.
Like there's a lady who got disappointed.
Yes, so there was a lady called Wally Funk, right? Like an older lady. She was 40 years trained, like a trained astronaut. She went up on it and she did an interview with Fox News afterward and said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature.
She was
of the
outside the world. She was inside the space.
No. There's see. Yeah, so they all it is like a parabolic flight, like a different type of parabolic flight where you're in free fall for a certain amount of time. So it simulates weightlessness. Okay, that's what the Katy Perry thing is. So they shoot up a big capsule.
There is no gravity over there.
No, it's just falls at the same rate, right? So it's not like they pop through some magical barrier and they're floating around in space. That's not what happens. It's kind of like a parabolic flight where you go up and then you fall down at a certain speed Okay, and because
Yeah.
you're falling at the same speed as the object, it makes it sort of feel like you're weightless. It's just like a trick.
Yeah,
It's
it
not
just makes
actually.
you feel like you're stopped. You're like, yeah, I got you. How about gravity? Do we have that actually or not?
No, not
I've
in the
never.
way that. Well,
What's gravity?
Yeah, like give me evidence of something pulling all things towards the center of mass.
Yeah, you guys let DJ talk. All right, we're
DJ.
getting somewhere now.
Yeah.
I was
Okay,
asking
let's not
actually, do we have gravity?
let's not just run away from this. Okay, like
Yeah, gravity is something that's required to explain crazy things, like oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, for example. Okay, you guys need to have some magical force that defies common sense, logic, and what can be tested on a smaller scale. So you have to have gravity. And so you say everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe. So it's something that you would have to if the Earth were a globe. But when we go out and actually try to test for it, right, it doesn't exist, and the globe doesn't exist. Okay, so if gravity was real, that means that the water should be curving. Then when we go and test the surface of the water, there's no curvature at all over huge distances. Where if gravity was real, it would have to be curving the water. So gravity and the globe, they kind of go hand in hand, right? And neither of them exist testably.
So it's just the buoyancy.
Yeah, well, it's a density relationship with the medium that's surrounding the object. Okay, and you can vary and manipulate the direction that the object will go just by changing the density of the medium. And that can explain easily why anything in nature goes up or down. Like a helium balloon will
DJ.
go up because, yeah.
So I don't know about that explanation because like if you hold a rock
Who
above
cares?
the
We're having a
like
conversation with those other guys.
No. Let him say his thing.
Yeah, I want to see his point.
So like if you hold a rock above like a glass of water, why does it go down towards through the glass of water which has a higher density rather than up towards the sky or to the right or to the left which has air surrounding it which has a less density?
Yeah, so the rock's more dense than the water, and it's also more dense than the air. So it's going to sink through them if you pick it up and you drop it through them. Okay, but if it
Yeah,
was,
but
say, let's change the rock to something else, like a tennis ball. Okay, now the tennis ball's more dense than the air, so it's going to go down, 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 and then it's going to hit the water, and the water's more dense than the tennis ball, so it's going to float on top of the water. Okay, so
but
it's
that
just
doesn't explain why things go downwards and not upwards.
well, some
Why
things go
heavy things
upward.
go down, and
Yeah,
why do heavy things go down?
Okay, only
why is
things
down
that
the
are
default direction?
yeah. Why is down down and why is up up? That's what it's always going to come down to at the end. Nobody knows why there's two primary directions of up and down. Okay, but the reason that things rise or sink in a medium is because of the relative density. Now, nothing's going to just fall by itself. That's the thing that you need to take into account. Okay, the only reason that the rock is going to fall is because you exchanged some of your energy and you forced that rock out of its state of rest, and it's just going to reseek the equilibrium that it was already in before you displaced it. That's the only reason. Otherwise, the rock would just sit there forever and it would never move.
Okay, yeah, because I've never heard like that second part about you having a force. Yeah, what
Yeah,
you said,
you
but
applied the force
yeah.
to like create the effect. You gave it kinetic energy. Think about it like this. Let's say we have a fish tank, and then the fish tank has a ledge underneath the water. Okay, and then you have a tennis ball. So you can force that tennis ball down into the water and push it underneath the ledge. Now, that you gave that tennis ball energy when you forced it down there. You input energy into it, and now that tennis ball could sit under that ledge, and it still retains that potential energy. So once that tennis ball finally gets out from under that ledge, it could be like a week later. Okay, it's just going to shoot back up because it's much less dense than the water, so it's going to go upward and it's going to reseek equilibrium eventually. But it never would have had that effect if you hadn't have input that energy into it and exchanged energy. It's all about energy exchange. and equilibrium and seeking
Alright.
equilibrium.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I just was,
No, that's all right.
just curious.
Aboriginal
I'll
Day.
go back on mute. I didn't want to.
Happy
change the
Aboriginal Day,
conversation.
DJ.
Oh, I'm not in Australia, but thank you. It's Aboriginal Day today in Australia, is it? Australia Day.
No, that was wonderful to hear, DJ. Good on you, man. Good on you. That was wonderful. So, DJ, if you would please continue your conversation with One.
One. Do you have any more questions? One.
So it is about density, right?
Yeah, it's about density and it's about
The buoyancy that what we call, I guess.
Well,
But
buoyancy
yeah,
is kind of like a term that's kind of been hijacked, and they so on a globe
it's the same.
you
Yeah.
can well, on a globe it's different because on a globe you would have to have that force pulling things down or pushing things down towards the Earth. Okay, because otherwise everything would just sort of float off into outer space. But we don't have that problem because we're not claiming outer
Really?
space. Yeah, because we're in a stationary enclosed system where there's only two directions, down and up. So someone in Australia points up and someone in America points up. They're pointing the exact same direction. Whereas on a globe, right, down is different for every single person. I could be pointing up and you could be pointing up and we're both pointing away from each other, like if we're on different sides of the globe. So you need to be able to explain how you can have all of the gas surrounding the Earth without evacuating into space, okay, due to entropy. And then you need to be able to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball, all that kind of thing. We don't have that problem. We can easily explain why things rise or sink. And that's the problem. That's what Matt Will was kind of getting at earlier, because you can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber, okay? And outer space is meant to be the most powerful vacuum chamber that is known to man.
Exactly. It will suck it up, right?
Yeah, as soon as, like, if you have a high pressure system and then you have a vacuum chamber next to it, okay, and then say you have like a barrier, like a valve separating the gas pressure system from the vacuum. As soon as you release the valve, the high pressure will instantly rush and fill the available space because of entropy, because gas tries to fill space. Now, what they say is that we have an atmosphere that's attached to the outside of the Earth, and that's within a giant space vacuum chamber. Okay, and they say that gravity is acting as the container, stopping all of the gas from basically rushing out to fill the vacuum.
I see.
But that's something that can't be tested, because when we try to test that on a smaller scale, that's not what happens. Gravity doesn't affect gas. Okay, if gravity was affecting gas, like gravity's meant to pull everything down towards the Earth at a certain speed, okay, and because gas has weight, right? Gas molecules have weight. It should happen to gas, but if you look up the definition of how gas particles move, right, they don't have a directional bias. They just move at random in all directions. They don't get pulled down to the Earth at all. Otherwise, think about it. Like, gravity is the strongest at the surface of the Earth. So if all of the gases are being created on or below the surface of the Earth, how are the gases even getting up to places like mountains and up into the sky at all? If where gravity is the strongest, it would pull them all back down again. But yeah, they don't seem to be affected by gravity because there is no such thing as gravity. And then some people think of gravity just as that things fall at a certain rate in a vacuum. Because if you drop something, like if you drop like a rock or a tennis ball or a feather, they all fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum. And some people just call that gravity. Okay, that we can kind of agree on that things do that. Things fall at a certain rate in a vacuum, approximately. But then on a globe, they start saying like, oh, it's because of the mass and it's the globe. And when you have a big, massive object, it creates gravity somehow. We have no idea how, but somehow there's this magic gravity is created and it pulls everything towards the center of the globe. Right, that's when it starts to get into, okay, you can't prove that. But we can debunk that really easily just by testing the surface of the water. And if it's not curving, then the gravity doesn't exist and the globe doesn't exist.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Have we already done that? Like the experiment in the water, in the ocean?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
one.
Here's in the side chat. Here's a really good test that's been done by a PhD, Dr. John D. In the ocean. It's just uploading now. Okay, so he's in this one. He just sets his camera up at 1 meter height above the surface of the water, and then he's zooming out, and he's got a distance marker. Okay, so you can see some windmills. All right, so the furthest windmill is 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. Okay, that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by 52 feet. But you can see the whole windmill. You can even see the water going beyond that. Now, if the Earth were a globe, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, but it's not there. Okay, over that distance, you should have about over 100 foot of curvature. 100 foot of curvature, that's like a 10-story building. It's not there. There's zero curvature. Right? We can see water just flat, 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 and then we can see the bottom of the windmill tower, and then we can see water even going off into the distance behind that, and then we can see a boat that's 14 miles away, way out in the distance, that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And then these tests have been repeated over and over again, right? Different weather conditions, different places, different distances, different methods, like lasers. Sometimes people use lasers and things like that. And then globe earthers will try to say refraction, but refraction is just like a tiny difference that it could make. Okay, refraction, standard refraction. So if you've got a nice clear day, sometimes they say there's this thing called standard refraction that allows you to see a little bit further around the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but that's only 16% maximum for standard refraction. So instead of the horizon being at 2.3 miles, the horizon would be at 2.5 miles or something like that, 2.6 miles. But we're seeing the horizons way on beyond 14 miles. That's not possible to be explained with something like refraction. Because once you start getting crazy heavy refraction, you start getting crazy miraging effects and things like that. We don't see any signs of any of that in these tests.
But how do we know the exact area of the I don't know, what is this land that we live in?
Well, look, it's crazy. Like, remember I was talking about the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents people going up past a certain height. They also have another treaty to stop people going too far south easily. Okay, it's called the Antarctic Treaty. So you can't freely travel beyond 60 degrees south parallel without a Antarctic Treaty permit. Okay, and the Antarctic Treaty permit's very difficult to get. It has a whole bunch of terms and conditions and safety requirements and regulations that make it extremely hard to abide by. Okay, and no one's ever just kept going south to see what happens, right? Even globe earthers, right, throughout all of history, no one's ever just started going south, okay, gone from, say, the North Pole, gone down the globe, over Antarctica, keep going south, and then keep going, and then eventually you would come back to where you started if the Earth's a globe. No one's ever done that. Okay, that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. But tons of people have done east to west circumnavigations, right? Because that works just fine on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. But north to south circumnavigation, yeah, that would debunk flat Earth. But no one's ever done that. Because the Earth's not a globe, basically.
So do we have an end if we go to the north or the south?
No, not the north, right? The north's just the magnetic north. Okay, so that's just where the compass points to. And that wouldn't be an end or anything like that. That would just be a magnetic pole.
It would just be a pole.
Yeah.
Magnetic.
Well, when you go south, sure, there could be some kind of end, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat Earth, like flat's not a shape. So I don't think anyone truly knows the extent or shape of this Earth that we live on. But yeah, there could be an end at some point. Probably logically there would have to be. But where is it? How big's the Earth? All that kind of thing. We don't know. We can't check. We can only get so high, and we can only travel so far. Okay, but we can test that it's not a globe. So we know it's not a globe. But we don't know all of the answers.
But we don't know if there isn't any end or not in the north and south. Like if we just keep moving forward to the north or the south?
No, the north. Once you go past the North Pole, then you'll just be going south, right? So north is just like, think if you just picture it like this: picture a lake, big lake, like a big round lake, just hypothetically. Okay, and then you've got a giant magnet in the lake. Okay, that's going to be north. Okay, so there's going to be no end at the north. That's going to be just where the compass points north to. Okay, but every direction in a straight line away from that north, that's going to be south.
So we don't know the
Okay.
shape of the world, or whatever this is.
Yeah,
We don't know the shape.
yeah, that's right.
Like you cannot tell if that's a square or a flat or a circle.
Yeah, or just Earth shape.
Or
I mean,
anything.
what shape?
Or
What
a
shape
triangle,
is a lake?
actually.
Yeah. People
Yeah.
think things that have to be like these, like regular shapes, like a diamond or a triangle or something. But no, it's probably just Earth shaped. You know, like what shape's a lake? Every single lake's a different shape, right? It's not a specific shape. It's just lake shaped. So it's
So
probably
we
Earth
just
shaped.
can't tell.
Yeah, we can't.
That means we just
like
don't know
they
the
make
shape.
it difficult. Yeah, we don't know the shape.
Exactly.
Flat's not a shape. It's not a shape claim.
I kind of wish
Exactly.
there were people who
Flat can be.
Ace panel.
Okay.
Ace panel.
So yeah, we can confirm it's not a sphere. Like we can confirm some shapes that it can't possibly be. It can't be anything with a curved surface.
All right. How about these volcanoes that we see that comes out?
Lava tubes, yeah, there's definitely lava tubes that exist. But there's also a lot of speculation behind that, and I think people don't really know what happens deep into the earth, because the deepest hole that's ever been dug in human history is only a little bit deeper than the deepest part of the ocean. Okay, it's called the
Exactly,
Kola
true.
super deep borehole, dug in the in Russia.
Yeah.
And they got all their predictions wrong when they thought they were going to encounter certain conditions when they dug
Yeah,
down.
there was
and
like they're
they got it
hearing
all
like
wrong.
screaming and shit below.
That's a different one. Yeah, I don't know if that's the same one, but there was like
It's not really
this-
screaming of human being, but there was some kind of noise that they could hear.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that
And
was
it
the
was
same
similar
hole,
to
but
those kind of like
it's
yeah,
creepy. Yeah, for sure.
it's creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's
So
volcanoes
we
are kind
don't
of
know
weird. If
about
you look
this
into
either.
the
What do we have?
if you look into the history of
below?
volcanoes, okay, volcanoes, even the word volcano never used to exist before. The first documented volcano was like Vesuvius, and then throughout history before that, there wasn't even a word for volcano. It's like volcanoes didn't even exist before then. So something happened at some point, and then volcanoes started popping up. Okay, the ancients didn't have even have a word for volcano, and they had no record of volcanoes at all, which is kind of weird, right?
How
Another interesting thing, if you look into it, another interesting thing is this idea that there's like mountains with a spout at the top spewing out lava down its sides and shit is actually quite rare. Like that's not really what a volcano is. That's been sensationalized by media and fiction.
Okay. But talking about the ancient periods document, like how back are you talking about, DJ?
Vesuvius is the first historically documented volcano. Previous to that, they didn't even have a word volcano.
How many years ago was that?
Let me
check. You know. That began interesting. Because if it's more than 10,000, I can guess what happened.
79 AD.
79.
Yeah, so a bit less than 2,000 years ago, if you believe the timeline's correct.
That'd be interesting. Okay.
It could just be possible that they didn't find volcanoes until then. It's because volcanoes
probably
are
nobody
pretty
really
rare.
cared. Like it was so common, they probably don't even care. Like, yeah, it's normal.
Yeah.
Well, there's
And
no
before they
accounts
didn't,
of
like,
them. If we have these crazy
They didn't have written
volcanoes,
language.
Nobody really thought
The
about
ancient-
documenting.
Okay, so back then, so before then, we had like all the ancient Greeks, right? The Babylonians, the Egyptians. It's not like we didn't have writing. We had super advanced cultures, right? We had
That's true. Yeah.
yeah, building
The
pyramids and
literatures.
sphinx and stuff that we can't even build to this day. So
Yeah,
it's kind
but
of
the
weird that
Egyptians, they would not like know about the volcanoes, right? Because they're in
Maybe.
the desert.
Yeah, so no
Yeah,
one
because
did.
like the societies that did know about volcanoes, or if they did know about volcanoes, they didn't really have a written language. Like the people from Hawaii, for example.
One, have you ever heard of Mount St. Helen?
No.
Exactly. That's the point.
What is it?
It was an eruption in the 80s. It was a catastrophe, right? It changed the landscape of Washington.
Oh, interesting.
Well, look, all the ancient cultures had accounts of everything else happening, right? Tornadoes and tsunamis and earthquakes, but not volcanoes, which is it's just kind of a random fact. It doesn't really matter, but it's just a random fact about volcanoes. But look, the thing is, yeah, all of the ancient cultures knew the Earth was flat and stationary and enclosed. Right. It wasn't until the ancient Greeks speculated that the Earth could be a globe because they kind of worshipped spheres. Okay, and because spheres, they thought spheres were the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must be a sphere because of that reason, not because they went out and checked and tested that it's a sphere, but because they, like Pythagoras, for example, literally worshipped spheres. He was like a mystic cult leader, and he worshipped spheres and numbers, and he thought that the planets were like musical instruments that played songs and all sorts of crazy shit, right? And then through philosophical grounds, they kind of said that the Earth must be a sphere because the sphere is the perfect shape, and the Creator must have made the Earth perfect. Why would he not do that?
Ace panel, man. DJ, you're ace, bro. One, what do you think about all this, bro? What do you think? One, what do you think about all of this information that you have just been presented?
I mean, I'm listening, bro. I'm just learning new things, I guess. Like new point of view, very fascinating.
Well, thank God for that.
Yeah. But God exists. Hello?
God must exist. We're talking about him.
Exactly. There's only one God.
Yeah, there's only one God, and he's in heaven above. See, that's what I think establishes a down, heaven above. You know, I'm sure a lot of my contemporaries here in the channel will disagree, but if anything establishes a down, I would tell you from my perspective, it's heaven above. Not all things.
It is
All things
actually.
go down, man.
Yeah. Down can be hell. The
So
volcano
talking
that
about
comes out, you know.
misconceptions and that about like volcanoes, right? Sorry to bring it back to this, but I just found out this yesterday, right? Who here? What did you always think the Pompeii bodies were?
Pompous. Can you type it down
You
in
know
the chat?
the bodies from Pompeii. You know the city of Pompeii.
I figured they were just like casts or something like that.
You figured they were cast because I grew up thinking that they were like solidified remains, like from being covered in ash and dirt and fiery stuff, right? Like so that it cut. The volcano blew up. It covered the city in all this debris, and that they basically became petrified or whatever, right? That's what I grew up thinking until yesterday. I found out they're plaster casts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was just wondering if anybody else like thought the same thing. Grew up being told that.
I mean, I didn't even know that they were casts. I just looked at them and I thought they look like casts, so they're probably casts, you know.
You mean to tell me the guy masturbating was actually a cast?
I don't know about that one, but yeah. I never heard that. I heard about some of the erotic art work that they found in Pompeii. Yeah. But sorry to divert it back to that, to volcanoes and stuff. But I just thought that was interesting because I seriously thought that that's what they were. Like they were solidified remains of people. But it turns out they were just plaster casts. They found hollows and started filling in the hollows with plaster and pulling them out, and they were the shape of human bodies.
What that sounds like a Sky story, T-Dub. Sounds like a Just So story.
It does, doesn't it?
I tell you what, DJ and one, you got any more questions? Because DJ was on point, bro.
Yeah, I
DJ
want.
looks like he's left the building.
I was just having a conversation, bro. I'm not here to debate
Yeah.
anyone, anyways.
No, it wasn't a
Yeah.
debate.
I mean, I do.
That was a conversation. It was
Oh
genuine.
no, there he is.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was learning new things. I was just
No.
interested to know the point of view. Yeah. I have some more
What about
questions, by the way. DJ.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my phone died before. Just had to plug it back in.
So the map that we see in the Google map, the country's real size is not there. If we really don't have a spare world, then why don't we use the real size of the map, like the country's map?
Okay, so that's the one that you're thinking of. It's called a Web Mercator projection. That's what they use for Google Maps. Okay, and
Yeah.
it's like a spherical coordinate system that was originally made using angles to celestial objects like the North Star, for example.
Exactly. So they're based on like this pair. Like if the flat Earth,
It's
you
not
know,
based
that is
on a globe. It's not based on the globe, right? It's
It's on
based
the
on the
navigation?
do you know what the celestial sphere is?
how no.
Okay, so
What is it?
even long before people even suggested that the Earth is a sphere, the ancients, for navigation and things like that, they needed a way because they
Like
used to
through the
use
ocean?
yeah, well, they used to use stars to navigate, and they needed
Yeah.
a way to map out the motion of the stars, so they could easily know what star's going to be in which position at what time. Okay, so they could navigate and all of that kind of thing. So what they did was they made up an imaginary way of envisioning the sky, and they envisioned a big giant circle, like a sphere in the sky. It's just imaginary. Okay, and then if you imagine a big sphere in the sky, and then you can map out, okay, at this certain time, this certain star is going to be at a certain angle in the sphere. So you can use mathematics to say, okay, at this time and at this spot on the Earth, this star is going to be in this exact position on this imaginary celestial sphere in the sky. So they made out, that's like the first coordinate system was the celestial sphere, and it was a sky-based coordinate system, so they could know, okay, at this is exactly what the sky is going to do, so we can now use the sky to navigate because we know what position on the ground is going to be under this sky at this certain time on this big giant imaginary celestial sphere. Now, later on, people like Pythagoras came along and they took that idea of a celestial sphere, and because of their philosophical reasoning, they thought, okay, because spheres are the perfect shape, therefore the Earth must also be a sphere. So they took this celestial sphere and they kind of inverted it into a terrestrial sphere. And that's how the globe became a thing. Now, that's how these maps came from that as well. So they took this inverted celestial sphere, and now they're projecting it onto a flat surface as a map. Okay, and that's what the Webb Mercator projection is, and there's like hundreds of different projections of the celestial sphere that's been inverted into a terrestrial sphere. It's kind of complicated and hard to wrap your head around at first, but it's not because the Earth's a sphere. Okay, it's like
just imagination that they have done with their heads. You got you, bro.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
but if there is
exactly.
really a flat, right? Like now we know, right? It's flat. Right. You gave me the points.
Yeah.
You guys know
Yeah.
somehow that it is flat. Then why don't we get the real map out of it?
Yeah, well, all maps are wrong, right? So all maps have errors because they're projections of the celestial sphere. Actually, going out and mapping the surface of the Earth perfectly, it's not something
Yeah.
that anyone can do in totality. Maybe if flat earthers could probably do it, if someone gave us, billions of dollars and a fleet of ships and planes, it sounds easy for someone to do, but it's actually not such an easy task to
Wait.
actually just map out the whole Earth perfectly because of the vast oceans and things like that.
Is there any kind of monopoly that's happening between like NASA, SpaceX, and the other this like spherical? How to explain? Like them, they're not like letting the flat earth to do their thingy. Because I think there would be some people, of course, who are more curious about like knowing actually what's happening.
No, they're like the
There's no.
gatekeepers. They're like the NASA and these, they're like the gatekeepers of the sky, right? They're the ones that come up with these things like the Outer Space Treaty, saying that no one can go up past a certain height. Like that's why no one has ever launched a private satellite themselves up into space or a rocket above a certain height without strict permission, because you're not legally allowed to do that. They kind of like own the skies, which is kind of crazy.
Exactly.
So you're not even allowed to send up a camera and film above a certain height. They say it's like national security risk. Yeah. It's called the Outer Space Treaty, the OST.
Yeah, it's for NASA's own security, of course. Makes sense.
Someone should do it illegally.
And show the reality, yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you probably just end up in the bottom of a lake somewhere or something.
Yeah.
Whoever can I ask a question?
Yeah.
No, I actually want to give statement instead of like asking a question. Am I allowed to do that?
Uh-huh.
Whoever thinks that Earth is flat.
What? He didn't even finish his sentence. What was it?
Yeah, he short-circuited before that. See, people come in here and they think flat earthers are really dumb, and they think they know that the Earth's a globe. And it doesn't take long before we can expose their bullshit. And then quickly they'll notice that they don't even know the size of the globe. They don't know how it came to be a thing. They don't know the speed.
Yeah, I knew about it already, though. Even though I believe that Earth is fair, but still, bro, come on. I can't really trust anyone at this point.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Okay, so if you want to believe the Earth's a globe, it's all about faith and trust.
Exactly, it's believing.
Yeah, but with flat Earth, right? Even if you believe the Earth's a sphere, you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary anyway. Okay, so you don't really need to have any faith or trust, because that's everyone's direct experience.
I mean, there are some backups that like supports me in my mind, that thinking that Earth is probably a sphere because of the moon and the sun and the stars that I see. It's always in my mind. Like, what?
Yeah,
like, if
other
every single
things-
thing that we're seeing up there, yeah, it is actually sphere, then how can Earth be flat?
Well, Earth's not a planet, so that's kind of like saying, how come I see
Do we have
round
planet?
lights? I see round lights up on my ceiling. Therefore,
No,
my floor should.
it's like
also
me
be
generalizing
round.
the Earth.
Yeah. Okay, so I get it. Okay, because we get brought up from a young age thinking that everything exists in this big giant space vacuum, outer space. Okay, and there's all of these round planets and suns and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the
It's just
Earth
a
is
cosmos.
the Earth is and they tell you that you're also on a round planet floating through space. flying at 1.5 million miles per hour for no reason at all, lost in space, spinning on a water ball. Okay, then when you hear about flat Earth, people have trouble letting go of that big giant space vacuum, and they think that the flat Earth must also reside inside this big fantasy space model that we get taught about. Okay, and it's hard to get your head out of that. So this is like you can think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and then you have
Earth is
you have
stationary,
things,
right?
and you have Earth is stationary. Earth is like the foundation. Okay, and then you've got lights in the sky that look round.
Lights.
Quite literally.
Okay.
I mean,
So you
isn't it
guys-
interesting too? Like, if I may, just quickly, and then I'm going to mute up. Because that's where we want to start, right? With determining what is the geometry of the surface that we live on. So that's the foundation. That's where you should start from, examining the surface itself and trying to determine its traits directly, rather than implying that it has a specific geometry by looking things that aren't the surface. This goes back to what Crit was saying earlier and what we were talking about
I got
earlier.
your point of view.
Right? Yeah, it's like it's literally the foundation, but it's also the foundation of our curiosity as to what physical reality is all about, right? As well, like, so it's funny that it's like that DJ's just described as being the floor, the foundation of the universe, and then that's also the starting point, the foundation of our studies, right?
Exactly, that's what they teach us from the beginning.
Also, I'm pretty sure like the further a light gets away from you, the rounder it becomes, because it scatters.
Yeah, any shaped light from a distance looks like a round light.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
also the other
even if you
point.
have two car headlights, for example. If you see a car coming from the distance, even though it's got two headlights on the front, it just looks like one big round light. Or if you look at a like a 4-foot long tube bulb, that's just a long stick shaped bulb. Okay, from a distance, it just looks like a round light. Any light from a distance looks like a round.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
can
I'll
we
show you.
see the
I'll show
things
you
that we
something
have on
crazy.
the sky with telescope?
Yeah, I mean, you can magnify the lights in the sky with a telescope. All it's doing, it's like a magnifying glass, basically. So you can magnify the little light in the sky that you can see. So even if you use the best quality telescope and you look at Mars, for example, the raw image that you can see through your telescope is going to be like a little blurry red-looking light in the sky. It's not until they use CGI, right? And they'll stack thousands of cherry-picked images on top of each other, and then they'll keep tweaking it in software until it kind of
I
resembles
got you, yeah.
what they imagine that they think it should look like.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, we got questions too. One.
Oh yeah, but
We got questions, bro.
yeah, what's up? What question, bro?
The light. I got questions about the light. Look, everybody's got their opinion on the light, but I tell everybody that there's the light of the world. This is true, right? The light of the world is the Lord Jesus Christ.
What?
I got questions. I got questions.
Yeah, what question?
I'm not helping. I'm not helping. I can't help this conversation.
Huh?
I think what he's trying to
Have you
say
asked
is
the
that
question?
even flat earthers have questions.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
hey,
he wanted to
check
ask a
this
question.
out. Here's something trippy in the side chat. I'll show you this. All right, have a look at this picture. So this is just a screenshot from the video I posted above. Okay, so what this guy's done is he's got some shards of glass. Okay, and they're different shapes and different sizes. And then he set them up on this little bit of wood, and then the light's reflecting off the bits of glass onto this board. Okay, so you can see the shapes of the shards of glass on the board. Okay, they're all completely different shapes. Now, watch what happens when he moves the board further away. All right, so I'll take another screenshot. Just a second.
Yeah, it becomes round. I see.
Yeah, they all become the same size, and they all become perfectly round. It's crazy. Yeah. So any light from a distance, even reflections like this, right? Look, turn into I don't know, like turn into spheres, or not spheres, but circles. It's just an interesting, optical phenomena that happens. That's all. But so when you're looking at a star, for example, okay, you can't tell what shape it is. Okay, you don't know what it is. Right? There's a lot of
Yeah.
stories that we get told about what they are, and we get told they're burning balls of plasma gas in a vacuum, but
Exactly. We don't know what that is. How about the sun and the moon?
well, they
Do
say
we
the
know
sun's
what
a
that is?
star. No one knows truly what they are. We're fed a story that exists within a theoretical mathematical concept of what they could be that we get taught as fact at school, but we don't truly know what they are, what distance they are, or what medium is surrounding them. Right? Some people suggest that there could be some kind of fluid medium up in the sky that all of this stuff is in, like most of the ancient cultures and religions and stuff suggested that. Okay, and then there's interesting footage when you look at the moon. There's these things called lunar waves. If you go on YouTube and you type in lunar waves, you'll see sometimes people capture what looks like a wave going over the surface of the moon. And then we had scientists in the 60s saying that nobody can ever go to the moon because the moon is made of plasma. So I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying that there's people have been speculating, and it's always going to be something that's speculation because we can't test that.
That's right. It's all alleged. Any story about the sky is alleged. These guys have been painting a picture for you. You can test the ground that you're on, right, and know that it's not curving.
All right,
But-
fine. The Earth is flat. Okay. How about the moon? I was asking about like because I do see the moon outside.
It's a light in the sky that rises in the east and sets in the west. Also, your wife or
It's a
your
lie.
girlfriend. It's a lie.
No, I'm saying it's a light.
Yeah,
Just
it's a light. It's a light in the sky, right? And it's
coming
mysterious. Dude, the moon is the most mysterious object in the sky. It's more mysterious than Venus. All right. Every 28 days, the moon goes through a full cycle. All right. The calendar, like there have been calendars that have been designed based off of the moon. Right? It's very mysterious. We don't know what it is. It's a light in the sky. I know that I do not see rocks in the sky. So the moon cannot be a rock in the sky. Have you ever seen a rock in the sky?
DJ, what do you think about it?
To be fair, the moon does look a lot like a rock to me. It looks pretty rocky, you know. I'm not saying it is, but it does look that way.
Okay, so what does the moon look like when there is no moon?
It doesn't look. I'm not saying it doesn't look like anything.
Look, the
Just
shape
no moon.
changes. We all do see the shape of the moon changes because of the light that's reflecting on it. Yeah.
All right. So do rocks change shape?
Is that a rock then? The moon.
Do rocks float in the sky and change shape? No. The obvious answer is no.
There's
no
just a
rock.
mysterious.
We don't know. It could be
mysterious
a
thing
rock,
that
right?
What do you mean the moon could be a rock? Have you ever
It could
seen
be.
a
We don't
Muslim?
know. We can't observe it. We can't observe it, so it could be a rock. I wouldn't. You know.
What's that? Have you ever seen a star through the dark side of the moon? Like,
what?
Have you ever seen a star through the moon? Right. That when the moon is occulted.
Are you talking about like when the star is transparent through the moon?
Yes.
I've seen pictures of that. Yeah.
All right. Well, have you ever seen a
Really?
rock that you can look through?
No.
The moon is
Yeah.
a light in the sky. That's all we know, bro. It's a light in the
Yeah,
sky.
there's a lot of mystery behind the moon, you know, and it's not something that we can test properly, so it's always going to be speculation. But yeah, I can
Actually, I
agree.
saw.
Like, here's some footage of
Sorry.
mine. This is through my old 15, 20-year-old camcorder, but I mean, it looks like a ball to me. I mean, I don't know if it is. Just because something looks like something, it doesn't mean that that's truly what it is. But whatever the moon is, right? It's the Earth is nothing like the moon. Just because something else is a certain shape, that doesn't mean that automatically the Earth also has to be like some random ball-looking thing in the sky.
That's really cool
Yeah,
picture.
So on the
that's
topic of
true.
the moon, I've seen
It's
like
fine.
posts. I've seen like people say that the moon is actually a reflection. It's actually a map of the Earth. If you twist in certain ways, it can make a map of the Earth. I don't know exactly what the thing was called, but I found it kind of interesting.
It might as
Yeah,
well be a map because no map is the terrain. Look, you realize maps are not okay. So this is for one, right? So one, earlier you were talking about maps. You know, like if you reify a map, that's a logical fallacy, right? Because the map is not the Earth. Earlier you were talking about maps. You remember this
Yeah,
one?
sure.
Yeah.
Me or him?
I was asking about the real map because we do know the shape of the Earth is not the one that we're seeing in the Google map. Like, how to explain? Like, every single country is different. The shapes. It's because of
Right.
the pole, of course. That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
when you look at the map, you know it's not the Earth.
Of course, yeah. It's just for the navigation thingy.
Yeah, maps are just like a tool for navigation and that kind of thing, and it's just a coordinate system. So you could plot out the coordinate system onto any shape. Okay, as long as the coordinate system's correct, you could plot it out onto a dinosaur-shaped object, and then you could use that dinosaur-shaped object as a map, and then you could get around to places. Okay, but it's just a coordinate system that's based off the way that we view the sky, plotted onto a surface. Okay, and that's why there's hundreds of different map projections, all kinds of different shapes and different layouts, but they all hold true to the same sky coordinate system, essentially. You can use those to navigate or for different purposes. And look, if someone did present you with a map, like just say I said, yeah, well, actually, it's done. Flat Earthers have got this map. Here's the map. You would have no way to check it and validate that that's correct, ever. You would just have to believe it.
I mean, we all are believing in the end of the day. Even if you're believing in flat or it's sphere, it's just a belief.
Well, not really, because we can empirically validate, right? We can go out and actually test the surface of water, so we can know that it's right. It's
I mean, we don't know
you can measure things, right? So you can know that you're a certain height, or you can know your foot's a certain length, right? Because you can check it. So you don't need to believe that. You can check. Same with
Okay.
the Earth.
If it's flat, but still we don't know, like, you would agree. Like, none of us actually know the real shape.
Yeah, well, flat's not a shape. We're not here with a shape claim, but the globe Earth, right, that is a shape claim. And when we test the shape claim, it's not that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It
So we
is the
can know it's
same.
not a globe. We can know it's not a globe, and we can also not know what shape it is. And we can also
Because
know it's
I have
flat.
seen some flat earthers, yeah. I had a classmate. He used to believe that the earth is actually like a coin.
Yeah.
That's what he used to believe.
Yeah, but that would
It's just a
be a
belief again, you
belief.
see?
Yeah,
Exactly.
you know, because a lot of some people will be flat earthers because of religious purposes. Okay, so they'll say because in the Bible, it talks about a certain layout, for example, of the earth with a firmament and that it's a circle and all these things, right? But that's once again faith-based stuff, not empirical knowledge. Like at 24/7 flat earth servers, right, channels, we like to sort of keep things empirical. We like to be able to back up our claims with real world evidence that anyone can go and falsify themselves. And that's what we like. No one has to believe anything that we're saying. We'll just say, hey, check out this information. You can go and check and verify it for yourself if you want to know, right? If you want to take it from a belief and turn it into actual knowledge, you can go out relatively cheaply, find a large body of water, and test to see if it's curving or not. It's not hard to do, because curvature has a byproduct, which is obstruction. Things will be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth is curving. Okay, and if it's not hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, then it can't possibly be curving.
Man, DJ has been very good to you in this conversation. He's not lying to you, dude. He's not lying to you.
I can see that he's talking with the facts, and I'm liking it. That's why I'm asking all the question to him.
Have a look at this observation in the side chat. This is a 21-mile distance. 21 miles is 34 kilometers. Okay, this person can zoom in all the way across this 21-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, over that distance, there should be 293 foot, which is about 100 meters of curvature, which is a skyscraper worth. Okay, so if there was a skyscraper that was 30 stories tall on the beach on the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. You would just see the very tip of it, the top story, just poking out from over the horizon. But when he zooms in across, we can see that there's no curvature. We just see flat water all the way over the whole 21-mile distance, and we can even see the shoreline on the other side. Okay, and then he did it again at nighttime as well. And once again, zero curvature. Okay, look, here's some pictures from the observation. Okay, this is first one. This is just a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into. Okay, just so you can see what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Okay, then this next picture, this is from 21 miles away, which is 34 kilometers. Okay, and we see the exact same thing. And then he does it again at nighttime. And this is what it looks like from 21 miles away at nighttime. Right, we can see the whole of the White Tower. We can see the shoreline on the beach. We can see the little lights at the bottom of the tower. We can see the lights reflecting off the water. Zero curvature. Then, right, as like icing on the cake, they use high-powered lasers, and then they're shooting these laser beams across the lake and hitting their target on the other side of the lake.
DJ, something else can happen as well. What if the shape or the area that you're probably calculating with, that you know, the spherical NASA is like telling us that this is the exact shape and the size. What if that's not really true? What if the size of the Earth is actually even 100 times bigger?
Well, then
it is
the
as
whole right. Okay, well then there's still no evidence of that either. Okay, and then
I'm just saying
all of
what
the
ifs, you see.
distances. Yeah, so that would disprove all of the mathematics about the entire globe model, because everything's based off the radius value, the size of the Earth being correct. Okay, going to space, launching satellites into space, the distance to the sun, the size of the moon, the distance to the moon, everything is based off the radius value of the Earth being correct. So even the distances that you travel, okay, from the North Pole to the South, for example, it's all based off the radius value. So now you've got all sorts of other problems. Okay, and if you're saying that the Earth could be a big giant ball, like what's like, where does that even come from? Like why would it have to be a ball of some kind? So it would still debunk the heliocentric model anyway. And the ball would have to be so big that the surface measures flat, you know, so how do we know it's a big ball? if the
Exactly, that's
surface-
what I was trying to
yeah,
explain.
yeah. So you could say that. You could say it could be like the giant ball or a giant dinosaur shape or a giant puppy dog
Anything.
shape.
It can be actually anything,
Yeah,
but it'll still be
anything,
like,
but that's
you know.
just pure imagination. At the end of the day, it's just measuring flat. Okay, so it's probably flat because it's just pure common sense that if you have a large body of water, okay, it's going to conform to the shape of the container, and then the surface is going to be flat. It's pretty just basic common sense, and it's exactly how it tests and presents itself to everyone. Water's flat. It's not a crazy claim. It's crazy to claim otherwise, actually. But people have been desensitized to how crazy the globe claim is, right? People have had their common sense replaced with a bunch of bullshit. Nonsense.
Makes sense, bro.
Yeah, and maybe if they can convince you to believe such nonsense, then they can
Yeah, they
control
probably have some
humanity.
other ideas. Exactly.
Yeah.
They want the trust. Not just believe. They want the trust.
Yeah, they kind of and what they did, especially in the West, is they kind of, not that I'm pushing any religion or anything like that. I'm not religious myself, but they kind of replaced people's religions with a creatorless system, okay, that we're just here by accident. And then they sort of came up with that we came from pond scum and monkeys eventually into people, and that the universe and the earth and everything is all here by accident as well. And there was a big bang where nothing exploded and turned into everything and blah, blah, blah. And then they tell you that they know everything about the system that we live in, kind of like they want to be like the God. They want to be the people, what people trust and put their faith in, rather than putting faith in their own, personal cultural religion or whatever. But yeah, that's just something that they've definitely done. So money, power, control, keeping divine knowledge as to themselves, and I don't know. But I think most people aren't lying, to be honest. I think it may be a small amount of people. But most people, like your college
Very small group
professors,
of people, yeah.
yeah, most people that tell you the Earth's a globe at university or something like that, right? They genuinely believe it's a globe because that's what they
Exactly.
were brought up on, like a
Yeah.
tradition. It's like a tradition.
And they've never even tried to, like, ask questions to themselves. So they never, and they don't try to see the other people's point of view either. They just think that they're
Yeah.
right and they make fun.
There's also, exactly, because that's the approach that the governments have taken against Flat
Exactly.
Earth. They haven't addressed the observations. They've put out like a technique which is like a mock and ridicule technique, and a technique where it's like would be socially unacceptable and unpopular to be labeled as a flat earther.
I know, bro. That's how they view.
But that's
Because you see,
changing.
the friend that I was,
man.
the friend that I was talking about, the one friend that I had who was flat earther, he used to get a lot of bully from my class, and I saw actually what happened, and I felt bad for him. And I'm the one, actually, only one who was trying to understand was the point of view that he was giving and everything. So I knew about this buoyancy thingy because he told me about the buoyancy. I had that general, gravity-based questions as well. And he was explaining me. I was listening. But still, my belief is my belief, bro. I don't change my belief as long as, in my mind, I know that this is probably the, not the 100%, but like 90%, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's hard for people to let go of their belief systems, especially if they're deeply ingrained from a young age.
I mean, yeah. Probably because of the mysterious thing that we see in the sky, the moon and the sun, actually.
Well, the thing is, the globe was created from the sky. Okay, it was created like from the celestial
From the
sphere.
idea of the sky, yeah. That's
So
what
the sky's always
other
going to
person was saying.
align. Yeah, the sky's always going to align with how they say the globe works, because that's how the globe became a thing, right? So obviously it's going to align because it was born from making
Exactly, from
assumptions about the sky. Like there's no such thing as a celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is just an imaginary way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky, so we can make a system and know what's going to be happening at a certain time with the stars and the planets and the sun and the moon. Okay, and then they
This is
took
exactly
the
what
celestials.
T-Dub was explaining to me before at the first. Like, if you want to see what's in the table, why will you go to the garage and see what's there? But still,
exactly.
Gentlemen, may I get in here for quick?
I just want to point something out to one.
Yeah.
Sir, not 2 minutes ago, okay? You said something about you believe what you believe because you know it not 100%, but like 90%.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah.
You know, that type of phrasing, we get it a lot, and I think most of us have actually done it ourselves, where we use that sort of way of conveying how certain we are about something by using numbers and percentages, right? I'm 100%
Yeah.
sure this, 90% sure that. Okay. I
Yeah.
would put forth the idea that you reconsider that expression unless, of course, you can actually quantify it. Because it's a quantifiable thing, supposedly, right? A percentage. Now, you see what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
get what you're getting at, right? It's a gut sense that you have, right? The gut sense
Yeah.
is really, 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 really sure. So fuck it, the 99.99999% sure, right? Like you equate them as being more or less the same. But
Yeah.
in any other context, dude, if you're going to throw a number out there like that, they're going to ask you how you came to that number, right? So in this
No.
context, I would ask you how you would come to that number, and you won't have an answer, right?
Of course, because I mean, nobody has. Like, 'cause it's
Right.
mysterious, the moon and the sun.
This is, right. Well, like in this context, talking about certainty like that, like there are contexts where certainty or probability is actually calculable or calculatable. In this context, it's not. So it's not to say
All right,
like you
what I
can't.
wanted to say. Okay, let me rephrase it. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
So, what I wanted to say, I believe that it should be almost, the thing that I'm
Like
thinking
you're,
should be
yeah,
spare
like you're
in my mind.
like I get it, dude. Like you're super sure or you're not sure. I get it. I don't want to be nitpicky, but it's important to at least consider that, and like you know what I mean, because
Yeah, sure.
because people use that more. It's more of a convention now. Okay, oh, I'm 100% sure or something like that. It's become like a cultural
I'm
norm.
not throwing the fact though. It's
Right?
just a belief, bro.
I
I'm
get
not
that. I
throwing
get
any
that. I
fact.
just want to point that out, right? Like it's become a cultural norm to use that sort of phrasing. But like people, when they hear that, they automatically assume, or at least I used to, for example, that somehow this guy calculated that. Oh, he must be correct in his assessment.
No,
You see
that's
what
how
I mean?
actually I feel from inside.
Thank
That's
you.
what
So
it.
that's okay. I'm not diminishing that. Right? We all have gut senses and gut instincts and stuff like that. Totally normal. I totally get that. But to attribute a number to it, it's not empirical. That's all I
Exactly,
was
of
trying to
course.
say
We cannot.
in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
context. Unless, of course, you can provide like some way of doing that, and it might be like a decent modeling of that or some way. But otherwise, you can't. So I just wanted to highlight that, just to get you to reconsider, like maybe even your own way of assessing the situation. If you like, you know what I mean? If you can't put it to numbers, how really sure can you be? In that sense,
I didn't make
Oh,
any statement. I think you haven't heard me properly. I said I believe. That's what I believe.
yeah,
It's a different
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not a
yeah, yeah,
statement.
yeah. Yeah, it's
That's why.
fine. It's fine. And that's why I knew where you were coming from, right? Because you use that term, and that's totally okay, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You guys, we have guys that come in here. It's like, oh, I know this, or I almost kind of know it. I'm 99.999999%. Like they literally use that phrasing, and that's you're
Yeah,
like, all right,
that.
where'd you get that number from, bro? You know what I mean? Like it can be very messy, and people will argue like almost to the death on that stance. Right.
Man. Yeah.
So anyway, carry on there. I just want to highlight that because it gives you some insight into your own reasoning methods, perhaps.
Happy Aboriginal Day, 20 cups.
No, is it so? I know.
It's Australian Day. Happy Australian Day, 20 cups.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, as you were, gentlemen. My apologies.
Okay. Them.
Oh, yo, Kabir, you should make your objection.
What's that? We hear you breathing. And we're bonding. Who
Mhm.
said that? Who said that?
Holy cringe.
I love a comfortable silence.
I find it funny when we show these crazy long distance observations one after the other, and people just think they can say the word refraction, and that means that the Earth's a globe.
People
That's kind
don't
of
know
funny.
what refraction means, DJ. It's just a
No,
word. It's just
they
a
learn how
word.
to make a noise with their mouth that
Yeah.
sounds refraction, and they're like refraction, like they have no idea what they're talking about. And the cool thing is, we have side views of these laser tests, so they can't say refraction because we got the side views. Okay, here's a side view of a 6-mile laser test taken with a $4,000 camera and a $1,000 rectilinear lens that has no distortion. Okay, so we can confirm that this refraction isn't making the laser bend around a ball. Not that that's what refraction would make a laser do, but we got side
Well,
views of a lot of these now.
what do you mean? I can't look at the back of my head, DJ?
Yep, it's
That's
not going to
ridiculous.
happen. You're
That's
going to need
ridiculous.
two mirrors for that.
No, refraction, right? So you require two mediums. Oh no, at least one. At least one medium for the
Yeah,
light
I
to.
don't know. There's been a shitty flat Earth argument getting around for years that there's no such thing as refraction through the air, right? That's the dumbest thing ever. Literally, like because there's a type of refraction called Snell's law. Okay, that requires two mediums, and people call it the law of refraction. So they think, oh, you can't have refraction just through the air.
Okay,
Right,
I'm
but
gonna
that's
hear you. I'm gonna hear you out. So you want to define diffraction outside of Snell's law, DJ?
yeah.
I'm
So
a
Snell's law. So the Snell's
I'm a
law is when
roast.
you
I'm a
Snell's law
roast.
is
Face me.
yeah. All right. So Snell's law is when you have specific conditions, okay, where you have two different mediums, right? Like glass to water, or air to water, or water to glass, or something like that, or diamond to air. Okay, and the different mediums have a different refractive index. So when the light travels from one medium to the other medium, it's going to deviate towards the denser medium because it's going to slow down as it travels through the denser medium. So it's going to deviate towards the denser medium. Okay, and that's what Snell's law is, and you can calculate it exactly how much it's going to refract if you know the refractive index of the medium. Now, when you don't have two mediums, right, like when you're talking about the medium of air, they call it atmospheric refraction. Okay, and it's instead of the sharp boundary layer, right, instead of abruptly changing from water to air or air to water or something like that, it's gradual. Okay, so the density of the air changes gradually. It's like a gradient, okay? And it's primarily controlled by temperature. So let's say you have hot concrete. It's going to make a warmer layer of air just above the hot concrete. And then it's going to be a gradient. It's going to gradually cool down as you go up in altitude because you're getting away from the heat source. Now, cooler air is more dense than warmer air. So the light, as the light goes through that gradient, it's going to deviate towards the denser medium or the denser portion of the single medium. And that's what they call atmospheric refraction. It's primarily controlled by temperature and the temperature changes how dense the air is gradually, and the light will deviate towards that. So sometimes it can deviate upward if the cool air is up higher, and sometimes it will deviate downward if the cool air is down lower, like if you have really cold ground and then warmer air above it. Okay, so then you're going to have the opposite thing. So if the light deviates upward, you're going to have sinking. So it's going to look like things in the distance are displaced lower than what they normally would be. And if the light is deviating downward, it's going to make things look like they're a bit higher than what they should be. It's very different to Snell's law, but it's still refraction.
You're talking about when heat rises off of the asphalt when you're driving.
Yeah, well, that would cause that would cause a layer of warmer air just above the surface, and then you're gonna get what they call upward refraction, which means the light's gonna deviate towards the denser part of the medium, the same as it does in Snell's law. Okay, but it's just gonna do it gradually. It's gonna deflect gradually, tons of times. It's gonna look like it bends, and that's gonna cause an inferior mirage where it looks like things are cut off from the bottom and you see some mirroring on the road. Yeah, I can show some examples.
I'm wondering about the angle of the light. When you measure an angle to a light, right, through heat and air, you're just going to get one angle.
No, it's gonna just deviate towards the denser portion of the medium. There's not just one like light ray. There's photons bouncing all over the place. I can put citations and examples and that kind of thing in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, all right. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. So just a second, I'll just pull something up. I'll just go on mute for a second, and I'll pull up a small scale demonstration and some citations.
Take it easy. There's been a silly, I don't know. I thought Snell's law. So we got to use the old Socratic method. I mean, without the Socratic method, we don't know what words mean. I think the law of refraction would have the meaning of light bending, right? Like not only described but applied.
Yeah, but so that's Snell's law. Okay, there's also something called a differential form of Snell's law, where you don't have that situation where you've got two mediums. Okay, you've got one medium that has a gradient, right? So instead of so this is what Snell's law says. Okay, the light's gonna deviate, right, as it enters into the second medium that's more dense. Okay, so you can have a density change in a single medium. So the light's going to still deviate towards the denser medium, except it's going to do it gradually instead of sharply. Okay, that's the only difference. Like the same .edu sources that talk about Snell's law, they also have another section on atmospheric refraction as well.
All right, so shout out to Dr. John D. Love you, Dr. John D, because his name was mentioned earlier, right? And yeah, we're talking about light, right? We're talking about light, and like, dude, there's more than one claim of light. Is it chemical? Is it radio? Is it radioactive? Like, so everybody's got that claim on light. I claim the Lord Jesus Christ is the light of the world. And then there's Socrates, right? We got to agree on terms.
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. I gotta go for a quick drive. But yeah, I'll be back soon. I can go over some more stuff if you're still around.
DJ, you're the best. God willing, I'll be back around. So,
Legend, man. Talk to you soon.
Dude, DJ handled that well. One, what do you think, man? Are you still here, One? Did it get too cold tonight? freezing, man. I know the chat's still here. What's up, chat? Y'all jump
What's up,
on
bro?
in here. Y'all jump on in here. What's up, one? Is that one? 20 cups is in here. Ankle.
I stayed up. I stayed up all night in this server. Now I gotta pull an all-nighter.
What's up, John?
What's up, bro?
That's a hell of a avatar.
Thanks, bro. I like Red Dead Redemption.
Oh yeah, man. Mr. Marston, what do you think, dude? What's your claim?
I don't know, man.
Do you have a claim, John?
Yeah, I think the Earth might be in the shape of the wagon wheels.
All right. All right. Well, welcome, John. First
Thank
off,
you.
welcome. So you think Earth is a circle?
Well, I don't know, man. I never really thought about it.
Is a wagon wheel a circle?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't
Bro,
know? You gotta know. You claim
bro,
that the Earth was
I'm just tired. I'm just saying shit.
okay. All right, we're bonding. I got a joke for you. So, why do black people get so tall?
Why do they get so tall?
Because they're Negroes.
Okay, that was kind of funny.
It's a stupid joke. It's a stupid joke. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why'd the
John.
chicken cross the road?
Because. Did you hear that? Because.
Yeah, man. Is it for you?
Yeah, silly. Okay, I'm gonna tell you my Nazi knock knock joke. Knock knock.
Who's there?
We are asking the questions here.
My name is. Okay.
No,
I'm too tired to come up with a response.
No, I wish I was funny. That's all it is. I just wish I was funny. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's all.
Yeah. But I can be funny if I have time to come up with a joke, but it's just on the whim. I can't do it.
Neither me.
Yeah. Why did you? Okay. No, I don't think he's drunk. I think he's high. Joined.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
How are you?
Doing good.
Where are you from?
I'm from Pennsylvania.
What?
You ever been to Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, great state.
Okay, I don't know.
Hmm. Where you from?
What?
I don't know, man.
Hmm? Pennsylvania. Where is located Pennsylvania?
America.
Okay. North America.
Huh?
North.
Yeah, North America. Pennsylvania.
I search the country.
Oh, nah, I'm from America. Yes?
Yeah. Is the state in America or out America?
No, it's in America. It's
America
inside
South. South America.
no, North America. The United States of America is what I meant, like the country.
Okay, okay. Is in United States.
Yeah,
Okay. Is country.
United States.
Okay, state in state.
No, it's a state inside of the United States.
Okay. Is the state and out state United States.
You know, we're gonna become our own country soon. Once I become emperor, I'm gonna expand our borders.
Okay, what the name of state?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. I don't find and search.
Alright guys, I'll see you guys later. I gotta go take a nap or do something. See you guys later.
Planet is globe, you idiot. Hello, Yoder. Master Yoda. What do you think, Yoda? Planet is globe or flat? Broken hearted.
Bro, did you all think that Earth is flat? You all think Earth is flat? Please reply. Hello. Did you all are flat?
metallic color.